Chapter 211, The Real Killer, 6. Chapter 211, The Real Killer, 6. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You bribed Miri to bring Black Phantom to the scene as soon as the assassination was discovered, wanting to spark a conflict so that the scrimmage would bury more clues. You also arranged people to kill Miri during the battle. Xiao Jin listed many pieces of evidence. Su Dinghua closed his eyes in pain and softly spoke to himself. I knew this day would come. Being found out means death. Then, Su Dinghua looked at his assistant and said, I did kill our leader, but I'm not the mastermind, he is. Raylan gave me many benefits and promised me even more, so I did things for them. He's a spy sent by Raylan to monitor and control me. This plan was also suggested by him. The assistant looked at Su Dinghua in anger and said, You've lost your mind. You think there's a way to get away alive? Su Dinghua stopped him and said, I did things for you people because of the benefits you gave, which won't be of use to me anymore. Now that I'm exposed, Raylan won't have an easy time either. The assistant's eyes suddenly turned white. His lips became purple, and white foam came out of his mouth. He died while twitching. When Su Dinghua was talking, he knew that he would definitely die, so he crunched down on the poisonous capsule between his teeth and committed suicide. The guards all followed his lead. The people of Raylan were known for being cold-blooded and loyal, so no one was surprised. Han Xiao stood aside and watched with no intent to stop them. Very soon, Su Dinghua was the only one left alive. Xiao Hai sneered and said, It's too late to save yourself. I'm not planning to. I know that death is my only option. Su Dinghua shook his head. Xiao Jin cut in and said, Su Dinghua, you have been a member of Alumera for a very long time. The leader treated you well, so why did you do it? Ha 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 ha. Su Dinghua suddenly laughed so loudly that even tears came out of his eyes. He said with a mocking tone, Xiao the second chair, this doesn't seem like something you would say. Your blood is much colder than mine. Xiao Jin remained expressionless and was not affected by it, but Xiao Hai slapped Su Dinghua and said, Seems like you want a slow death. The people from other factions have arrived for quite some time. They watched this scene in shock and confusion. Su Dinghua laughed for a while, then suddenly said with sorrow, I will apologize to the leader myself. Xiao Hai took out a whole set of torture devices and said coldly, Then you have a lot of time to think about what to say. Enough. He has already confessed. Bring him back, then interrogate him. One of the chieftains of the northern faction said. Su Dinghua was a high-ranked official of the northern faction, so interrogating and torturing him in public would bring a lot of shame to the northern faction. Su Dinghua was a traitor who did not represent the northern faction's position, but it did bring them shame. Xiao Jin looked at Han Xiao with inquiry in his eyes. The others looked over as well. Black Phantom was the one that had been framed, so his opinion was very important. The real killer has been found. Anything other than that has nothing to do with me, Han Xiao said. He then turned away and left. The real killer that assassinated Daryl had been found. The whole plan had been Raylan's, and Han Xiao was cleared of suspicion. Su Dinghua died in the interrogation. He spat out quite an amount of intelligence before he died. He was a very important chess piece to Raylan, and the assassination was to spark conflict between Alumera and Darknet, but the plan had gone south. Han Zhao's strength was far beyond their expectations. They had thought that Black Phantom would be captured or even killed, so the hatred between Alumera and Darknet could not be resolved easily. But to their surprise, Han Xiao had the upper hand. The assassination only went so well because of Su Dinghua's years of planning. Raylan suffered a huge loss when he died. Xiao Jin was a huge contributor to finding the real killer. He gained a large amount of prestige, and the home faction had to thank him even if they did not want to. Everything was settled. However, Black Phantom, who had cleared his suspicion, decided to stay. No one knew what motives he had. The factions did not have time to care about him since they were all busy with the election of a successor. In the room, Han Xiao looked at the mission, the real killer, on his interface. Su Dinghua had been caught, but he did not turn in the mission. This thing has yet to end. A flash of coldness appeared in Han Zhao's eyes. One thought had become clearer in his mind. 3 days after capturing Su Dinghua, Xiao Jin brought Xiao Hai along and came to visit. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Xiao asked. "I should be the one asking. What's your goal in staying here?" Xiao Jin asked back. "I was framed out of nowhere, and your people wanted to kill me. I need compensation." Freebnovel.com. Xiao Hai was shocked and angry. "This whole thing was planned by Raylan, and you even killed our people. How dare you ask for compensation? Raylan is too far away, so I'm getting money from you guys first. You're robbing us." Xiao Hai was filled with anger. "That's correct." Han Xiao nodded calmly. He looked at Xiao Hai mockingly and said, "What can you do about that?" Xiao Jin pulled the furious Xiao Hai back, then wrote a number on a piece of paper and said, "I will compensate you personally. Is this amount enough?" Han Xiao gave it a quick look and said, "Barely acceptable." Xiao Hai was frustrated. He did not understand why Xiao Jin was willing to pay. There was absolutely no need to in his eyes. "There's another reason for you to have come to find me, right?" Han Xiao crossed his legs. "Indeed. I have something to ask your help for. Daryl is dead, and the leader position is now vacant. Alumera is a large family, so there needs to be a leader. In 2 days' time, an internal election will be carried out in a vote from the high-ranked officials. Todd from the Home faction, Sei-Chi from the Red Island faction, and Angleton from the Northern faction are all strong competitors. When I was focused on investigating Daryl's death, they were already approaching the high-ranked officials and drawing votes. I'm now at a disadvantage, so I hope you can help me," Xiao Jin said in seriousness. "Why should I help you?" "For the sake of me helping you clear your suspicion. Please help me." "I need a reward," Han Xiao said coldly. "How ungrateful. If it wasn't for father, you would still be the biggest suspect. Don't push your luck." Xiao Hai could not take it and yelled in anger. Han Xiao looked at him and said calmly, "You should be grateful for me not killing you, or you would all be corpses." Xiao Hai's expression turned twisted and furious. He trembled in anger because of Han Zhao's attitude. He could only look at Xiao Jin, hoping that his father would do him justice. However, he was bound to be disappointed. Xiao Jin had remained calm all along. "How much do you want?" Han Xiao touched his chin, pointed at the piece of paper, and said, 3 times this." "Maniac." Xiao Hai was stunned. This request was outrageous. However, Xiao Jin accepted the terms without hesitation and said, "No problem." "Father!" Xiao Hai yelled in disbelief. He could not understand why Xiao Jin kept listening to Han Xiao. It's no use getting help from him. Outsiders cannot interfere with internal elections. He has no position in the internal meeting no matter how strong he is. Xiao Hai said hastily. "I have a way," Xiao Jin replied coldly. "Mr. Black Phantom, are you willing to join us, Xiao faction?" "Join the Xiao faction? What does that mean?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, "What do you mean?" "Join my family with the same seniority in the family as me. My children will be your stepchildren." The atmosphere suddenly turned weird. Xiao Hai almost staggered and fell. He was completely shocked. Xiao Jin had never discussed this with him. And now suddenly he's going to have a stepfather? Damn. You can do that? Han Zhao's eyes twitched. Xiao Jin's level of shameless exceeded his expectations. Would such a childish method work? Politics has always been childish, Xiao Jin replied coldly. As long as you join the Xiao faction, you can attend internal meetings. Your strength will signify your power, and as long as you appear, it will represent a threat. However, you will be a part of the Xiao faction by then, which means you're not an exterior threat. The other factions will give up automatically in fear. The meaning of a family member and an outsider showcasing strength was different. One was an exterior threat and would only attract displeasure. But if it was a family member, it would mean that Xiao Jin's power had grown tremendously and that he had earned a strong ally for Alumera in the big picture. It would mean a huge contribution for the family. Given the power that Xiao Jin had gathered through the years and the recent prestige that he earned by finding the real killer that assassinated Daryl, the other factions would wisely give up. Up till now, Han Xiao had already gotten a basic guess of the entire situation. He smiled and said, I see no benefits in joining the Xiao faction. Why should I do it? You join the Xiao faction, and when I become the leader of the family, Alumera will become your ally. Seems like you're willing to pay everything to become the leader. Han Xiao laughed. He then said teasingly, Okay, I will join the Xiao faction and reluctantly become the stepfather of your children. Xiao Hai was so angry that he was losing his mind. He had to give Han Xiao benefits just to become his stepson. He had never been in such a shameful situation before, and the part that angered him most was that Xiao Jin had actually agreed. He began to suspect that his father had been brainwashed. Han Xiao looked at Xiao Hai and smiled mockingly. Come, let me hear you call me stepfather. Xiao Hai's face turned green. He was an arrogant person, so this was a fate worse than death. However, he saw Xiao Jin's strict face, then suppressed his anger with all his might and forced the words out through gritted teeth. Stepfather. Han Xiao dug his ears and teased. I didn't hear that clearly. Stepfather. Xiao Hai yelled. He used so much strength that blood came out of his teeth, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. Hee hee. Good boy. Han Xiao could not control his laughter in his heart. His body's origin was Xiao Hai's younger brother. What would Xiao Hai think if he knew the truth? Xiao Jin reached out his hand and said, I look forward to working with you. Han Xiao accepted the handshake. The father and son of the Xiao family stood up and left, neither of them saying a word as they did so. After returning to Xiao faction's mansion, Xiao Hai could not hold back his questions. Father, why did you do this? Xiao Jin replied without an expression on his face. Black Phantom is greedier than I imagined. I thought that clearing his suspicion could make him grateful, but I didn't expect to spend so much for him to join us. Anyway, it's worth it. At least we are the only faction that could approach Black Phantom and get his help. When I become the leader, these losses can be made up with ease. I see. When you become the leader, you won't have to care about Black Phantom anymore, Xiao Hai realized. Xiao Jin suddenly turned to look at his son and said with a strict voice, You're wrong. There's even more need to fulfill Black Phantom's terms after I become the leader. It's suicide to kick someone to the curb when they've outlived their usefulness. This is a world where the strong live and the weak feed. Black Phantom is standing at the peak with his strength. His personal strength is as threatening as an organization. As long as Black Phantom is part of the Xiao faction on the books, we can rely on him, and the other factions won't dare step out of line moves. I know that you don't accept this deep down in your heart, but don't act on your impulses and ruin my plan. Xiao Hai had objections in his heart, but he could only clench his teeth and accept it. Yes, father. Chapter 212, The New Successor. Chapter 212, The New Successor. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The factions were all making moves in the dark. Xiao Jin had given Han Xiao the information of the other factions' movements over the next 2 days, and he wired the agreed compensation and reward into Han Xiao's darknet account. A total of 8 million aquamarine dollars. Han Xiao had a huge amount of money, a total of more than $40 million, more than 10 times what he used to have. With such a large sum, he could splurge freely on machinery and carry out some of his ideas, such as the robot army style that he once thought to be too expensive. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The internal meeting was carried out in the Alumera meeting hall as scheduled. High-ranked officials across all the factions gathered within, and the guarding power was high. Han Xiao wore a hood and disguised himself as an ordinary high-ranked official of the Xiao faction. He entered the meeting hall without attracting attention and sat down. In the heart of the meeting hall was a circular-shaped table. The leaders of various factions sat around the table, and the other high-ranked officials sat on the more exterior seats. Those belonging to a faction sat behind their leaders. The factions were separated distinctively, forming smaller areas at different angles. It was snowing lightly outside, but the meeting hall was warm thanks to the air conditioner. The people took off their coats and started talking among themselves. It soon became rather noisy. Dang, dang. Todd rang the bell on the table, and the meeting hall turned silent quickly. The meeting will now commence, Todd said with a serious expression. There are 4 candidates for the successor for the leader, myself, Xiao the second chair, Sei-Chi the third chair, and Mr. Angleton. Start voting when you're ready. I would like to say a few words before the vote starts, Angleton said as he stood up and started his speech. It was a standard procedure to do a speech before the vote. Although the seated high-ranked officials already had a basic idea of who they were going to vote for, this step was still not to be omitted. Very soon, the 4 candidates finished their speeches. Todd looked around the table and said, "The voting shall begin." The high-ranked officials spoke their choice. Todd was nervous. He had been contacting other high-ranked officials over the past few days and promised them many benefits. They had all agreed to vote for him when they had the discussion, so he could easily beat the other candidates in the number of votes. But soon he became stunned. The high-ranked officials who promised to vote for him all voted for Sei-Chi without even looking at Todd. How did this happen? Todd was shocked and angry. Sei-Chi had a bright smile on his face. He smiled at every high-ranked official who voted for him. Watching his vote count becoming impossible to be beaten, his heart was relieved. As soon as Daryl was assassinated, Sei-Chi had realized that the successor election was an opportunity. He had been in communication with Theseus secretly, and they had agreed to help him for the promotion, and he, in turn, promised many benefits to them if he successfully became the leader. Although Alumera was Theseus's partner, Theseus was very aggressive. They had been secretly wanting to control Alumera from the inside, and they had gotten into contact with Sei-Chi the third chair, who was not satisfied with his position. Theseus made use of their relationship network and discreetly drew in many high-ranked officials to give Sei-Chi an advantage. And for Angleton from the Northern Factor, he was basically there to watch the show. Even the people from the Northern faction did not vote for him except for a very few. He sat in his seat with awkwardness on his face. Angleton had been elected by the Northern faction to just be a representative. He did not want to give up on fighting for the leader's position, but he knew that he did not have a chance. Thus, he had mixed feelings about the matter. Sei-Chi's vote count was way ahead, and soon it exceeded the half mark. The election was settled. Haha! Thank everyone for your support and love. I shall not disappoint. Sei-Chi stood up full of happiness on his face. He could not hide his satisfaction at all. This time, Xiao Jin spoke. Wait! Everyone looked over immediately with various looks on their faces. Xiao Jin was a powerful candidate as well, but he had not done anything up till now. They were very curious about what he was planning. FRYOUEOL.com. Xiao the second chair? Do you have any problem? Sei-Chi's heart skipped a beat, and he emphasized the words, second chair. Suddenly, a voice that was unforgettable to the seated high-ranked officials came out of the Xiao faction area. I have a problem. Everyone's eyes widened, and their expressions turned into horror. They recognized that this was Black Phantom's voice. Xiao faction's members spit open and showed Han Xiao, who was hidden. Han Xiao was wearing the same black windbreaker and black gloves. His arms were crossed, and he said expressionlessly, Xiao Jin is more suitable to be the leader. Sei-Chi was stunned for an extended moment till he regained his focus. Xiao Jin, how dare you let an outsider interfere with our family issues? Are you intentionally breaking the rules? Black Phantom is not an outsider. He is a senior of my Xiao faction. He is the stepfather of my children. As soon as Xiao Jin finished his sentence, the youngsters of Xiao faction all bowed toward Han Xiao and yelled stepfather simultaneously, almost as if they had been practicing it. The others were stunned in shock. How shameless. Todd's face was twitching. According to Black Phantom's previous actions, his stand was above all, and he did not care about Alumera's internal changes at all, but now he was suddenly interfering. They gave it a thought and realized that, when Black Phantom was suspected, Xiao Jin was the only one that spoke for him, and it was Xiao Jin who discovered the real killer in the end, which cleared Black Phantom's name. However, during that time, the other factions were all focused on drawing votes from the high-ranked officials. Then it occurred to all the factions that Xiao Jin might have gotten in touch with Black Phantom only because of this, which was why Black Phantom was willing to help Xiao Jin. Also, Xiao Jin had definitely paid a huge price to attract Black Phantom into having diplomatic relations with the Xiao faction. Although the other factions were not happy, They could not deny the fact that Xiao Jin had increased Alumera's overall strength by doing this, as this meant that Black Phantom had become an ally of Alumera. Han Xiao sat down casually and scanned the entire place with a dangerous look. The high-ranked officials all turned away and did not dare look him in the eyes. Words were not needed. Han Xiao's intentions were clear just by sitting here. A silent threat. The atmosphere got awkward. The high-ranked officials who had already voted became anxious and exchanged looks secretly. Finally, a high-ranked official could not take it anymore. He wiped his sweat and said hesitantly, "I've thought carefully and feel that Xiao Jin is more suitable as the next leader. Can I change my vote?" Changing the vote was not allowed according to the rules. However, the host of the meeting, Todd, was cursing in his mind. Black Phantom was right in front of them, so he did not dare to say no. Thus, he nodded in dismay. After the first, the second, and the third followed, and soon came the rest. Han Xiao scanned around the room. Whoever came into his sights immediately changed their vote. It was like his eyes had magic in it. Seichi did not admit defeat yet. He wanted to have a final struggle but realized that Han Xiao had looked over with eyes that were so sharp that they pierced right through his heart. Horror filled his mind, and he closed his mouth in fear, watching the position that had belonged to him moments ago slip through his fingers. The result was a definite. Xiao Jin won with an overwhelming number of votes. The people of the Xiao faction were smiling brightly while the others had to suck it up and congratulate Xiao Jin one after another. The Xiao faction's ways had the other factions feeling very uncomfortable, but the result was not unacceptable. After all, Xiao Jin was a very senior member of the family and had made a lot of contributions. Who knew that Xiao Jin would win in the end? Todd's heart was bleeding. The home faction had controlled Alumera for all these years, and now, they had lost their power all of a sudden. Todd knew that from that day onward, the home faction would slowly become a vassal. Seeing that things were settled, Han Xiao left. The crowd split open automatically, and the high-ranked officials who were congratulating Xiao Jin also stopped to look at Han Xiao as he left. Although Xiao Jin was the final winner, in the eyes of everyone else, the center of this meeting was Black Phantom. All he did was show up, and it decided Xiao Jin's position. This was the power of overwhelming strength. The people were all very jealous of Xiao Jin. As long as Black Phantom remained in the Xiao faction, Xiao Jin's position would be forever stable. Chapter 213, The Fight Between the Sandpiper and the Clam. Chapter 213. The Fight Between the Sandpiper and the Clam. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The structure of Alumera changed. Xiao Jin became the leader, and the other factions all congratulated him. The power to make a lot of important decisions has been moved from the home faction to the Xiao faction. At night, Xiao Jin invited Han Xiao to his mansion. All the high-ranked officials of the Xiao faction gathered around. Xiao Hai and the other children were there, too. They bowed to Han Xiao and called him stepfather when they saw him. No matter what these youngsters of the Xiao family thought in their heart, they had no choice but to maintain respect for Han Xiao on the surface. The butler led Han Xiao to the book room and closed the door, leaving Xiao Jin and Han Xiao alone in the room. Xiao Jin's wish had been granted, and he had become the leader. Although he was still expressionless, one could tell he was happy and satisfied from the feeling he gave off. He did not forget the benefits that Han Xiao had given him, and because Han Xiao said that he was leaving the next day, Xiao Jin dropped everything else and invited Han Xiao over to express his appreciation on the first day of becoming the leader. "I really appreciate your help," Xiao Jin said sincerely. Han Xiao did not sit down. He stood in front of the bookshelf, played around with the small items in the drawer, and said casually, "Get to the point." Xiao Jin took out a bottle of wine and poured 2 glasses. He then walked to Han Xiao and handed 1 glass over. "Our agreement remains unchanged. If there's anything you need me for, I'll provide help." Xiao Jin smiled. His tone was more confident now that he was the leader. The wine was amber and fragrant. Its taste was smooth and soft. This was Xiao Jin's very high-quality collection that he treasured. It would only be opened for extremely important guests, and it had been stored for many years before that day. Han Xiao took the wine glass but did not drink it. He just swirled the glass around and said coldly, I've been thinking recently and have come up with a very interesting theory. You knew Su Dinghua was going to assassinate Daryl a long time ago, but you didn't tell anyone and let it happen because there would only be a chance to become the leader after Daryl died. Then, when everyone was suspecting me, only you insisted to help me because you knew who the killer was, and it was a good opportunity to gain my favor. Later, when other factions had already established a bad relationship with me, you found an opportunity to throw out Su Dinghua as a clue and became the one who found the real killer, largely increasing your prestige while simultaneously starting good relations with me. You used that as a reason to gain my help to win the leader's election by using my strength to overpower all the other factions. You're not the real killer, but you're an opportunist who acted while riding along the waves and harvesting the final fruit of victory. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Xiao Jin. What do you think about this theory? Xiao Jin shook his head in laughter. He sipped the wine and said, "It's interesting, but it's not true." FrioBNL.com. I think it's true. Han Xiao's expression resembled a smile, yet it was not a smile. Xiao Jin's expression changed slightly and said, "That's just your speculation." Han Xiao walked toward Xiao Jin. His body was leaning forward, and the pressure forced Xiao Jin to step back continuously until he hit the table. They stood extremely close. Xiao Jin could only look at Han Xiao in his eyes because he had nowhere else to look. He felt a cold murderous intent in Han Xiao's eyes, and cold sweat started dripping. "I don't need evidence. If I think it's true, then it is," Han Xiao sneered. Xiao Jin had to tighten his facial muscles to control his expressions, and his heart began to sink. "Remember, whatever you borrowed from me, I can take it back any time." Han Xiao's fingers pressed 2 times on Xiao Jin's chest strongly. The act was provoking. Xiao Jin had been promoted with the help of Black Phantom, and Han Xiao could do the same thing for the others anytime. Xiao Jin had no doubt that the other factions would be willing to spend a huge sum to make Black Phantom their ally. With Black Phantom's strength, he could even duplicate the assassination. If their relationship turned bad, there was no way Xiao Jin could protect himself against a legendary killer every single day and night. Xiao Jin understood what Han Xiao meant: threaten, intimidation, and blackmail. Black Phantom was more fearsome than he had expected. This partnership with Black Phantom was catching a tiger by its tail. The atmosphere became more and more intense, and when Xiao Jin was almost suffocating, Han Xiao took a few steps back to ease the atmosphere. He played around with the wine glass and said coldly, "What are you going to do with Raylan?" Xiao Jin sighed. He knew that this was the time for him to show his stance. "I will make them pay. I'll pursue and kill all of their intelligence agents, attack the organizations they support, and destroy their bases in the wilderness." Originally, it was not suitable to start a war right after he became the leader. His original plan had been to stabilize the internals in 6 months. However, Han Xiao's threatening made him understand that he had no choice. He could only listen to Han Xiao and retaliate against Raylan immediately. Alumera's damage was not in his consideration anymore. He had to listen to Han Xiao no matter how much heartache he felt. "Very good." Han Xiao gave a faint laugh, then left and said, "Enjoy your time as the leader." The wine glass was placed on the table. Han Xiao did not drink any from the start to the end. The sounds of the youngsters yelling "Stepfather" outside the door grew faint and distant. Xiao Jin only sat down after the sound disappeared. The happiness of becoming the leader became weaker because of Han Xiao's threats. "He's got my weakness." Xiao Jin laughed in bitterness and called Xiao Hai in. "Father." Black Phantom left. Xiao Hai could not hide his happiness. The position of leader finally belonged to the Xiao faction. "Pass my order down. The out-of-town divisions will be launching a full attack on Raylan's forces in the wilderness." Xiao Jin was back to expressionless. Xiao Hai's smile froze. Waves of shock filled his heart, and he said in disbelief, "Father, you've just become the leader, and the structure has yet to stabilize. If we start a war at this time, the power of the family will be hugely damaged, and our position will be even more volatile. The priority right now should be to stabilize the internal matters. Although Raylan set us up this time, there's no need to seek revenge immediately. There are many more days to come, and there's no benefit to what you're doing. Stop talking. Do as I said." Xiao Jin said coldly. Xiao Hai was stunned. You have unlocked the Alumera family. Current relationship. Respect. 3000/6000. Partner of Xiao faction. The starting relationship is respect. Seems like Xiao Jin gave in. Han Xiao was very satisfied. He did not threaten Xiao Jin out of nowhere. The deduction earlier was made from his speculation through the pieces of evidence. Firstly, Xiao Jin's actions were all very goal-oriented and connected with each other, and these actions all brought him a benefit which was very suspicious. Secondly, the real killer was a puzzle mission, but Xiao Jin found Su Dinghua straight away. Thus, the mission had been completed too easily, which made him feel that Xiao Jin knew who the killer was all along. If Xiao Jin knew that Su Dinghua was going to assassinate Daryl from the start and did not do anything about it, then the character that Xiao Jin played was neither the real killer nor the mastermind, but someone who waited for the opportunity to take on the position of the leader. Han Xiao had already thought of this when Xiao Jin came to look for his help, and he had planned this back then when he agreed to help. He acted like he did not know and let Xiao Jin use him to increase his rank, but at the same time Xiao Jin had to rely on him to do so. Therefore, Han Xiao turned around and threatened Xiao Jin because, unless Xiao Jin wanted to give up his position as the leader, he had to listen to him and almost become his puppet. From Xiao Jin's actions, he was an ambitious guy who knew how to analyze his situation. The chance of him compromising was more than 80%. He definitely could not let go of the leader's position that he had worked so hard to get. Furthermore, Raylan was the mastermind who framed him, and there was no way Han Xiao was going to let them have an easy time. Therefore, he had ordered Alumera to clash with them without considering the costs for them. The people of Raylan would definitely not expect Alumera to counterattack so strongly. It went the exact opposite way that they wanted it to go, and they had brought fire to themselves. This way, Han Xiao could take revenge on Raylan without getting blood on his blades, and he did not even have to do anything. It was easier to fight a large organization with a large organization. During what happened in Alumera, Han Xiao had been watching like a bystander and only showed his teeth in the end. The fight between a sandpiper and a clam benefited the fisherman in the end. Of course, there was a possibility that his guess was wrong. Xiao Jin might not actually have been someone who knew all along and acted on the opportunities that surfaced. However, this was not important at all. It was as he had said before. I don't need evidence. If I think it's true, then it is. It must be. Xiao Jin did not have a choice. I should complete the mission. Han Xiao opened the interface. Please state the real killer's identity. Su Dinghua Raylan. Han Xiao described the situation. The mission requirement was to find out the mastermind who framed him, which was Raylan without a doubt. The real killer has been processed. Determining. Requirements met. Mission complete. You have received a chance to learn a random ability or talent. Please select. Han Xiao pondered for a moment. He felt that a talent would be better. There was a chance to get a rare talent or even a molding ability. Talent. Randomizing. Completed. Please choose from one of the three below. Duplicate channeling. 2% to 8% chance of duplicating the ability during channeling. Triggering the ability depends on luck. Call of the Wild. Increases default affinity with beast-type monsters with a chance to communicate. Charisma increases the chance of communication. Frost resistance. Plus 35% resistance to ice element and makes it harder to receive debuffs from ice elements such as slow or frozen. Chapter 214 Leaving. Chapter 214 Leaving. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Between these three random talents, the one with the highest practicality on the surface should be frost resistance, which had a very specific effect. However, in terms of usefulness, Han Xiao felt that Call of the Wild had a broader area of application. Beast-type monsters were a very large monster group. Other than planets that had been highly modified or had very little life, every planet across the entire galaxy would have some beasts. Beasts were a very important part of the biological chain, and there were many types of beasts living across land and sea. There were even some stronger beast species that lived in space, unharmed by the radiation, meteoroids, and many other forms of danger existing in space. These types of species were all bosses that would appear in later versions of the game. As for duplicate channeling, It was a sorcerer talent. It did not apply to any ability other than magic, so it was completely useless for Han Xiao, who was a mechanic. If it was not for the random factor, Han Xiao would have never gotten in touch with any talents from another class. After some consideration, Han Xiao decided on Call of the Wild. Although his charm was a little low, it was still a rather useful talent. Planet Aquamarine in version 2.0 would be filled with monsters. Beasts would be crawling across the planet. Han Xiao had a feeling that Call of the Wild would be useful by then. His plan was to leave Planet Aquamarine before version 1.0 ended, but he had a thought in his mind. The main storyline of version 2.0 was Mutation Disaster. It was a virus that came from space and caused mutations in many planets, including Planet Aquamarine. The cure was later invented by a higher civilization. Han Xiao was thinking that he could return with the cure in the future and bring an end to the storyline earlier. After he spread intelligence of the germinal organization before the game's official release, Han Xiao knew that there were a lot of benefits to bringing large impacts to the main storyline. This was just a blueprint of the future. Han Xiao was still focusing on the current issues. The accident in Alumera had come to an end, and the result was satisfactory. Not only did he not lose anything, he also gained quite a number of benefits. Although his schedule was delayed because of the days that he stayed in Alumera, no one disliked having more side missions. The more side missions there were, the more benefits they would bring. The players would always be there, and they were not complaining or anything, so there was no rush for Han Xiao. The next morning, Han Xiao left Alumera. All the high-ranked officials came to see him off. The cold of the north seemed to have pierced into the hearts of Alumera's high-ranked officials. They held on tightly to their beast-hide coats. Black Phantom had become a member of their family on the books, so this outsider was now the strongest in the family. The high-ranked officials were willing to suck up to him, and they gifted him an SUV to save him the trouble of walking. Everyone in the Xiao faction arrived. They all greeted Han Xiao with manners and respect, displaying their closeness by having their youngsters calling Black Phantom stepfather one after another. The other factions despised this yet were jealous of it. If they could get Black Phantom's support, they would do the same willingly. They sighed in their hearts that Xiao Jin had grabbed the opportunity before them. Xiao Jin was having mixed emotions. He looked Han Xiao in the eye and nodded lightly. Only they themselves knew the deals that they made behind everyone else's back. Although Xiao Jin's wish came true, he could not help but feel some bitterness deep in his heart. Han Xiao waved as he got into the SUV and left in the wind and snow. He finally left. The tensed bodies of Alumera's high-ranked officials all relaxed. It was like a huge stone had been removed from their heart, and even breathing felt easier. Not far away, the players of the Bamboo Rain Guild cheered with joy. Their mission was finally completed. Black Phantom captured the real killer and brought a huge impact to Alumera's structure. As his helper, you witnessed the entire process. Bonus reward: 15,000 experience. The experience from this mission was a lot for the players at the time, so they were very satisfied. By the way, Xian, didn't you make a recording of Black Phantom? Guild leader Bamboo Rain Fragrance asked. Bamboo Rain Xian said with pride, I've already sold it and emailed it to Galaxy Times. They have given me a reward. The mechanical suit, men's romance. The background of Galaxy had players guessing about all sorts of combat system, and the mechanical suit was a very popular topic among them. Articles about mechanical suits created countless fans, and many players looked forward the day of them battling in a mechanical suit. Between the 5 main classes, only the mechanic class fit the speculations, but since the official release, no one had seen an NPC that fought in a mechanical suit. Han Xiao was the first person who had showcased the mechanical suit, and he had created another first without noticing. The impact of this on the players would only show after the next episode of Galaxy Times was released, but before that, it first impacted the local organizations. When Han Xiao killed Luan and Vanessa, he had used his mechanical suit. It had been recorded by the people of Alumera and leaked into the dark net, which triggered waves of shock within the organizations. Everyone could see that Viper had an astonishing level of performance. It was a very advanced mechanical suit. Black Phantom was a mechanic, so this had undoubtedly been built by himself, possessing a higher quality than the military experiments of many large nations. Han Xiao was famous for his identity as a killer, but he had shocked the world again with his standard as a mechanic. The organizations immediately updated his documents. At the same time, there were also many organizations who were interested in obtaining this mechanical suit. One of them was the Germinal organization. This is a very advanced single-unit combat mechanical suit. If we can gain control of it, the strength of our soldiers will increase tremendously, and the chances of winning this war will be higher. In their headquarters in Andria, the leader and Cyberlos were watching the short combat recording on a large screen. Cyberlos' eyes opened wide and were filled with fanaticism. The leader, on the other hand, thought of something else. The guy who claimed to be our member and made a mess in the Lewis Research Institution was wearing this mechanical suit, too. Turns out it was Black Phantom. During the evacuation in the northern continent some time ago, Black Phantom was involved as well, and he took us as an enemy. Not a guy to be easily messed with. The leader frowned. His mechanical suit is of high importance to us, but we don't have enough forces in the other continents, and his movements are difficult to predict. Unless we send the strongest executive officers of the organization, no one can fight him. The leader did not want to give up easily on Black Phantom's mechanical suit, but his senses told him that he would have no chance to deal with Black Phantom once the war started unless Black Phantom came to the battlefield. The leader shook his head. The chances of that were close to none. 2 days later, Han Xiao accepted the reward mission for Invisible Demon in one of Darknet's based of the northern continent, and only handed Invisible Demon away after a notification popped up on the interface. Interestingly, the person in charge of the stronghold was very confused. "Mr. Black Phantom, where's the Invisible Demon who you've mentioned?" Han Xiao pointed at an empty space on the ground and said, "Right here." The person wiped off his cold sweat and said, I can't see him." Han Xiao used more than 10 torturous ways to prove Invisible Demon's existence, and after the heavily wounded and mind-broken Invisible Demon was retrieved, the mission was completed. More than 200,000 experience and 150,000 aquamarine dollars. He had made another fortune with Invisible Demon. Although Han Xiao had amassed a small fortune, he was not going to give up any opportunity to make more. It was an accumulation process. The players with the top spot on the level leaderboard had reached level 20 and were such on the class advancement missions, and at this time, Han Xiao had arrived in the last novice village of the novice village and made it in time for the last opportunity to make a huge amount of experience. Upon arrival, Han Xiao realized that he was even more popular, especially among the male players who all surrounded him. "What the name of your mechanical suit? Do you sell the mechanical suit?" These questions appeared the most. Han Xiao browsed through the forum and noticed that Galaxy Times had released a recording of him battling in his mechanical suit. This episode of Galaxy Times was not as interesting, but this recording became the highlight of the episode. The quiet comments section exploded upon seeing the recording. No wonder the players are so excited. Han Xiao could understand. When he was a new player, if he had seen a mechanical suit, he would have reacted the same. The most direct influence was that players had even more of an interest in the mechanic class. More people came to this novice village to change their class, which in turn increased his sales. An official announcement showing the various statistics of the game would be released sometime after the official launch. Han Xiao was looking forward to seeing the percentage of players that chose the mechanic class. In his previous life, this percentage had been a single digit, but now, with his influence, he was expecting it to at least double. The more mechanic players, the brighter Han Xiao's business future was. Do. His phone suddenly rang. Han Xiao looked at his phone, and it was Hao Tian who sent a text message. He had completed the mission, and he was the first among all the other highly skilled players who had taken on the New Era Origin mission. Not bad, no wonder he's a God-tier pro. Hao Tian's eyes twinkled. Hao Tian had completed the mission before he had even left the northern continent, and the players who had accepted the mission much earlier in the western continent had yet to do so. Hao Tian accepted the mission, ending of the survivor, whose the requirement was to retrieve Sully, document 485. The text content was the entire process of Hao Tian completing the mission, and the information included in the document was included as well. Chapter 215 Flow of the Main Storyline. Chapter 215 Flow of the Main Storyline. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the age of virtual gaming, interaction was very important. The players felt that Galaxy had done an exceptional job in that regard. The interaction with NPCs was very free, and players could casually write text messages, emails, and such sorts to communicate with NPCs from a far range. The popular games at the time all had a certain extent of reality and virtual socializing functionalities. There was an old but always popular game, Ruthless, that was very good in this regard. Text messages could be written freely even though it was a single-player game. When VR capsule technology was invented, Ruthless designed a version for it as well. At the time, due to the level of reality and the rough playstyle of Ruthless, a debate was triggered, and the NPC Protection Society that people had only talked about was actually really created. It was a very interesting phenomenon. Ending of the survivor completed. One of the 5 requirements in the hidden main storyline turned green, which represented its completion. You have received Sully. Document 485. From the document, you acknowledged a buried past. This mission has a commentator, damn. Han Xiao was surprised. The document recorded an old action plan, with a lot of information missing. Before the War of the Old Era, a country sent a team to a village in Andria for a secret mission. What happened afterward was unknown, but all the residents of the village were killed by gunfire. That country is already dead now. That's it? Han Xiao was confused. This description was a clue of the mission, but it was way too vague. He thought about it and sent it to Hannes. That old guy had more information on hands. Maybe he could discover something more. Completing the mission was enough for Han Xiao. Hao Tian stood beside the mission character Old Devin and stared at his phone, waiting for Black Phantom's reply. This mission had been very cumbersome. Old Devin had the document, so he had needed to gain Old Devin's trust first, which he had done by completing many chore missions. The difficult part was that Old Devin suffered from mental illnesses. He had paranoia, amnesia, schizophrenia, was prone to anger, spoke nonsense, and dozens more. He would quickly become anxious, and he would mistake a trash can on the road for bomb and passers-by for enemies who were chasing him. Old Devin had been a member of this plan, and from what he said, after he completed the mission, the nation had killed his family and hunted him down. The hiding and stress he suffered through the years gave him the mental illnesses. Do you know why war broke out during the old era? Old Devin would always look around his surroundings and make sure that there was no one before he started chatting with Hao Tian. It was because of me. Every nation was looking for me, so they fought each other. Enemies were everywhere. They still have not given up. Look at these surveillance cameras in the city. They are all set up for me. Of course, Hao Tian did not understand a single word he said, and he did not care about the story anyway. He was just doing the missions, and with his high efficiency and strong will, he completed the mission. Freebnovel.com. Hao Tian soon received Han Zhao's reply and the notification of the mission being completed, and a sense of relief washed over him. You're the first to complete the mission. I feel that you have quite the potential. Are you interested in helping me? Sure. Hao Tian gave a very simple reply. Wait at the border of Raylan. Coordinate are 1565.842. I will bring you along when I leave the northern continent. Sure. Although Hao Tian had a very steady personality, he still felt a sense of excitement when he thought of the benefits of Black Phantom's hidden storyline in the forums. Han Xiao finished his journey of making a crazy amount of profits when he left the last novice village in the northern continent. Before leaving the northern continent, Han Xiao came to an ice field where high-level ice bears lived. He spent a few hours and used the Ghost Sniper rifle to fulfill the requirements for Lethal Shot. Lethal Shot, 12 to 25% chance to activate true damage with the first shot on target. This cannot be reactivated on the same target within 5 minutes. By changing the target, the talent could be triggered multiple times, which was very useful. Although it did not quite meet the standards of Bennett's cheat-like molding ability, legendary battle techniques, it was still a rare attacking talent. After counting, Han Xiao had 12 talents, which was exceptional in version 1.0. Half of that would already be very high for a LV55 player. Han Xiao also gave the recently obtained Call of the Wild talent a try. The ice bears above level 50 was not affected by it at all. They were still as aggressive as they had originally been. He lowered the level of his targets and realized that a bear cub was very friendly toward him. It was white, chubby, and furry, only as tall as his waist level. It hugged his leg and showed off its cuteness. There's quite some use to this talent. The cub is only at level 10-something, but there should be other hidden elements to the Call of the Wild. Other than it being affected by charm, the level difference between me and the beast should also be part of the reason as well as the characteristics of the beast. Han Xiao contemplated the matter. Suddenly, he saw this furry ball trying its best to climb up his leg. The great Han Xiao squinted and kicked the cub away. The white and chubby cub rolled over a few times and then came back again. Han Xiao just could not chase it away no matter how he tried. It was very clingy. It's furry but kept shaking, and it looked stupid. Its small, black eyes were filled with innocence. TSK, how adorable. Han Xiao could not resist its cuteness. He held the cub upside down and gave it a look. And it's a female. They looked at each other for some time. Then Han Xiao reached out his arms. The cub climbed up laboriously to Han Xiao's shoulder and hung onto it like a swing. You definitely have some koala blood. Didn't expect you to be a crossbreed, Han Xiao said in surprise. He twisted his arm, and the cub swung around it as well. It was like he was carrying a bag. I shall bring it along as a pet. Raising a pet was a spice of life. With a pet, Han Xiao suddenly felt much more relaxed. No wonder people in the big cities like to have pets. It was such an effective stress reliever. When they were unhappy, they just had to bully their pet, and they could find back their sense of superiority as an intelligent species. This was a sharp claw ice bear cub, only a few months old. Han Xiao was too lazy to give it a name, so he just called it Bear Cub. Bringing along Bear Cub, Han Xiao boarded the plane to the border of Raylan and picked up Hao Tian. Following which, he immediately headed toward the southern continent. On the plane, Hao Tian lived up to his image of a highly skilled player and kept silent, did not ask about their destination, and did not make any interactions. Han Xiao saw that he had nothing to do, so he gave him a mission to take care of Bear Cub. Hao Tian's expression became interesting on the spot. Galaxy's details were all very real, especially the look and smell of urine and feces. Flying from the northern continent to the southern continent required a little over half a day. Han Xiao received a call from Hannes on the way, saying that old Devon's document filled missing information of their clues, and it was a very important finding. Han Xiao knew that this would affect the next round of the hidden main storyline missions. The earnings in the northern continent were not lesser than the western continent. Han Xiao's experience and money had all almost doubled. Every time Han Xiao looked at the accumulated experience in the interface and the total of his darknet bank account, he would feel a surge of happiness. When the plane landed in the southern continent, Antonio was waiting. Han Xiao saw his rough face as soon as he came out of the plane. "Welcome back, my friend." Antonio laughed out loud and gave Han Xiao a bear hug. The strong odor on his body almost made Han Xiao lose his health points. "Hug a while more and I'd be dead." Han Xiao rubbed his nose with a frown. The odor was lingering in the air. "Only out for a month, and look what you've done," Antonio said with surprise. He remembered that Han Xiao said that he would not get into trouble, but it seemed like Han Xiao's standard of trouble and his were very different. Things about Black Phantom had been spreading like a disease recently. Many organizations had to spend some of their focus on Black Phantom. The man had most likely become one of the top names in many organizations' threat lists. Black Phantom had officially reached the top of Darknet's killer leaderboards. After chatting for a while, Antonio noticed Bear Cub. His eyes immediately twinkled, and he ran over to pet it. Han Xiao was not surprised that Antonio liked furry things judging from his appearance. The two furballs were probably cousins. Han Xiao walked aside and called Bennett. "I've returned." Bennett breathed a sigh of relief and said with a hint of sorrow, "I've waited for you for so long." Han Xiao went straight to the point and said, "The shelter plan you talked about. What help do you need from me?" Bennett was very touched. Han Xiao mentioned about helping the first thing after he returned. How noble! In the society of lies and deception, people who had such good qualities were going extinct. This was a friend that was worth building a stronger relationship with. Bennett decided to make Han Xiao one of the people in charge of the plan and share even more details with him. Let's talk when we meet. I have a very important mission for you. Hearing that, Han Xiao knew there was a chance and got excited. He was very familiar with the main storyline shelter plan, and he knew how much benefit there was in becoming a core member. The Six Nations had been making a lot of moves in the dark recently. The preparation for Expedition War was almost complete, and the expedition would probably officially commence in that month. The Germinal organization was finally about to meet the disaster that had been created by Han Xiao, and the war was going to break out in planet Aquamarine. The Wanderers, militaries, warlords, financial organizations, secret organizations, and all the other organizations were nervous about it. To open the shelter plan main storyline at this time completely messed up the sequence of the storyline, but its benefits were also clear. Under the threat from the war, Bennett would do anything to carry out the plan. And the players' attention would also be diverted by the main storyline shelter, which would reduce the number of players taking part in the main storyline of the war between the Six Nations and the Germinal organization, which was beneficial to Han Xiao. The smaller the impact that the players made, the more advantages that the Six Nations had. Chapter 216 Dark Net Director, Third Sanctuary. Chapter 216 Dark Net Director, Third Sanctuary. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The invitation from Bennett signified his trust. The meeting point this time was the first shelter that Darknet was building, located in a city ruins named Ruins of Lloyd, in a wasteland in the northern continent. It had once been the financial center of a dead nation in the northern continent. Han Xiao sat in Bennett's private helicopter. When he looked down at the city from the sky, he could see the building process of the shelter. The first thing he saw was the tens of meters tall enormous wall that was being built. In the areas that had yet to be completed, he could see workers welding steel bars together onto the scaffolding. The concrete of the wall was mixed with other materials and had a metallic feeling to it. With Han Zhao's professional knowledge, he knew that the wall was so strong that smaller rockets would at most only leave traces of burn marks on it. The wall was built to the standards of a fortress. It was extremely expensive. The Darknet symbol was painted on the wall in dark red together with the new name of the city. Bennett Sanctuary 1. The helicopter flew past the wall, and the construction machinery came into sight, clearing the roads and the abandoned buildings. Countless workers in gray uniforms ran around doing their job to lay the foundation for the new buildings and planning the layout of the city. Steel bars, bricks, wood, and other stacks of industrial building materials lay out in the open, and it looked exactly like a gigantic construction site. You named the shelter after yourself. Han Xiao patted Bennett's shoulder with a smirk. I didn't know you're this shameless. Bennett slapped the palm on his shoulder away and said, Let's go. Come to the high-ranked officials' meeting with me. What has the meeting got to do with me? Han Xiao asked in surprise. Bennett shook his head and laughed. You're a high-ranked official, too. Han Xiao blinked. Bennett cleared his throat and said, I strongly recommended you to be a director personally. You won't disappoint me, will you? Darknet had recently reconstructed their high-ranked officials, with the highest ranking being the founders such as Bennett and one level lower being the various directors. What are you talking about? Han Xiao asked with a serious face. When did I disappoint you? Bennett did not know whether to laugh or cry. He led the way, and Han Xiao saw the construction of the shelter at a close range. Sanctuary 1 is our test. I've put in plenty of resources and it's progressing quite well. The basic layout should be completed within a year. The layout of the shelter is divided into a few sections. In order to have enough basic infrastructure to meet the requirements of its residents, the plants and livestock also needs to form a self-sustained ecosystem so that even if war breaks out in the outside world, the shelter can provide for its own, and the defensive measures are, of course, to defend against enemies. Boom! An abandoned building in front was being demolished, and dust filled the area as it fell down. Han Xiao waved the dust away and said in awe, Just this shelter would have cost you a huge sum. The Six Nations' resources can only support 2 to 3 sanctuaries. Bennett said with his hands behind his back. My plan is to build at least 3 to 5 sanctuaries across the continents. That will be outrageously expensive. This sum of money is insignificant when it comes to preserving our civilization. Wow! I could almost see the halo above your head, Han Xiao mocked. Bennett's mouth twitched. After arriving at the new fortress, directors of the Darknet gathered in the meeting hall. They stood up and bowed slightly to show their respect when Bennett and Han Xiao walked in. Black Phantom had displayed his strength and was now the top fighting force of Darknet. And with Bennett's support, the high-ranked officials present all agreed that Han Xiao's position was at the same level as theirs. The high-ranked officials reported the progress of Sanctuary 1 in turn, and when Bennett was done settling them, he said, Sanctuary 1 has been proven to be practical. The message has been sent out. Many wanderers came to look for protection upon hearing the message. With more residents, the building progress can be sped up. At the same time, we can give them job opportunities to take part in the construction process of the shelter, which will aid in strengthening unity. I foresee that in the months to come, as the message of the shelter gets spread out further, more wanderers will come. The construction of shelter has to start sooner rather than later. I have decided to commence the construction of Sanctuary 2 and 3 immediately. The high-ranked officials exchanged looks, and one of them asked hesitantly, Mr. Bennett, wouldn't that be too much of a rush? Why don't we wait for Sanctuary 1 to be completed? Because we don't have much time. We need to speed up the progress. Sanctuary needs someone to be in charge. Who will be in charge of Sanctuary 2? Xena will be in charge of Sanctuary 2, Bennett said. Xena was currently the highest director of Darknet and had been recommended by many senior officials. Of course, no one opposed this decision. As for Sanctuary 3, Black Phantom will be in charge. Han Zhao's eyebrows shot up. He did not expect Bennett to trust him this much and let him be in charge of an entire shelter. The power of this was very huge. The directors were shocked as well. Black Phantom had just become a high-ranked official, and now he was in charge of such an important issue. It seemed to many that he was not senior enough to do so. Many directors wanted to object, but Bennett had already seen through their thoughts. One simple sentence made their mouths shut. Each shelter needs someone with extraordinary strength to guard. If any of you have the confidence that your subordinate is stronger than Black Phantom, feel free to object. Stronger than Black Phantom? The directors laughed bitterly. Across the entire Darknet, other than Bennett and 2 others who had already retired, no one could beat Black Phantom. Bennett ended the meeting since no one opposed the decision and brought Han Xiao to a private meeting room. They chatted for a while before Bennett stopped debating with Han Xiao over if there should be a reward for being the person in charge of Sanctuary 3. He faced Han Zhao's look of contempt without any shame and showcased the detailed plan of Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3's construction is basically completed. Its location will be in gray metal ruins. Han Xiao thought that place sounded quite familiar, and then he remembered that gray metal ruins was where he had set up his secret base. It was quite a coincidence. Bennett briefly explained the layout and that Han Zhao's mission was to sit in, monitor the construction team, and when any threat arose nearby, he could settle it entirely by himself. There was only one requirement: complete the construction of the shelter. Han Xiao almost fell asleep because of how boring and tedious the explanation was, and at this time, a notification popped up in the interface. Han Xiao was immediately awake. You have unlocked a new organization, Darknet Organization. Subsidiary Blood Pact Society detected. Relationship status: Respect, 4450/6000. Rank 1 of Killer Leaderboard. Darknet Organization Initial Relationship: Friendly, 2225/3000. Director: Part of the reason Han Xiao was able to become a high-ranked official of the Darknet was because of Bennett. If a player wanted to gain a high position in Darknet, the relationship had to be at least respect, and to become a high-ranked official it had to be at least reverence. However, the prerequisite for Han Xiao was not that strict, which was a benefit of being an NPC. It was not restricted by the rigid requirements in the interface. You have triggered the Rank A mission, Sanctuary Plan. Sanctuary 3. Seeing the mission requirements, Han Xiao smiled. It was as he expected. As the person in charge of Sanctuary 3, his mission was construction, and the mission type was also a series mission that was divided into tens of requirements. Each of them was one part of the construction blueprint. For every part of the construction that was completed, one requirement would be considered met, which included defensive measures, residential areas, bases, buildings, cleaning the ruins, plantations, farms, and many more. It was like modifying a city. The mission also notified him that if an unexpected situation appeared, he would also be entirely in charge of solving it, and the grading might become lower or higher depending on the situation and results. The more requirements that were completed, the higher the completion grading would be, and the rewards would be given based on the grading. For the players, they could take on this main storyline normally, but their situation was completely different from Han Xiao's. The players had to take on different missions from the lowest-ranked or middle-ranked personnel and take part in the construction from side missions. On the other hand, Han Xiao received the overall mission, which included all the side missions and main storyline missions. This was a benefit of becoming the core member of the plan. He was very clear on what needed to be done. Also, his reward was far greater than the players'. The fragmented missions that players completed would all be considered as part of the construction in the end, which indirectly met his requirements. As mentioned before, the requirement for the same mission might even differ based on who was doing it, and with the special relationship Han Xiao had with Darknet, he received this mission that had loads of benefits. However, there are some problems. Bennett cleared his throat and said, "Due to funding constraints, the resources are concentrated in Sanctuary 1 and 2. Therefore, there might be not as many people who will be working with you to build Sanctuary 3. How many?" Han Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling. Sanctuary 1 had tens of thousands of workers, so he would require a similar workforce. About 1,000. Han Xiao squinted with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me? It's mainly because of the flow of the funding not reaching its destination," Bennett said awkwardly. "This will only be the case for the first month. We will hire more people to help you afterward." Han Xiao picked Bear Cub, who was sleeping on his laps, and threw it toward Bennett. Bear Cub fell onto the sofa upside down and finally opened its eyes slowly. "Hit him." Han Xiao pointed toward Bennett. Bear Cub blinked in confusion and only understood after staring at Han Xiao's finger for a very long time. It then turned over and slapped Bennett's left cheek. Bennett laughed bitterly. He rubbed Bear Cub's furry buttock, then pushed it aside and said, "I know it's difficult, but you're the only person that can help me. No one else has the ability to." Han Xiao pondered for a while before he nodded and said, "No worries. I will be able to build a basic layout within a month." Bennett's requirements for Sanctuary 3 were very low. As long as the construction was stable and the ruins were cleaned within a month, it was more than enough. He took Han Xiao's words as a joke and didn't take it to heart at all. "By the way, I have another requirement," Han Xiao said. "What is it?" Bennett replied. Han Xiao laughed and said, "Sanctuary 3 has to be named after me." Since Bennett had already done that, how could the great mechanic Han Xiao not receive the same treatment? And by naming the shelter after himself, it would definitely create a strong long-term impact. Chapter 217 Class Advancement of the Players. Chapter 217 Class Advancement of the Players. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Many of the directors were not happy with the fact that Black Phantom was in charge of Sanctuary 3. But when they heard that Sanctuary 3 was short of labor and that Han Xiao had actually received a very difficult task, they felt much better. That should be the right way, letting the newcomer do the difficult jobs. However, Bennett gathered the directors and announced an appointment. "Black Phantom is my friend, and he doesn't have much experience. Everyone here was involved in the construction of Sanctuary 1, so I will appoint one director to be Black Phantom's consultant and assistant." The directors panicked for a little. They exchanged looks discreetly, all hoping not to be appointed. Going to Sanctuary 3 was like being sent to the borders. There would not be any contribution within a month, and there was really not much benefit in being Black Phantom's assistant. There also was not much credit to working under someone. All in all, it was a terrible job, and they would much prefer to stay and wait for other opportunities. Although the motive behind Bennett's sanctuary plan signified greatness and justice, the directors under him did not feel the same. All they saw in the shelter plan were the benefits that they could garner from it. In their eyes, this was a new round of power reshuffle. If they could be in charge of a shelter, the weight of their words would become much heavier in the future. Bennett knew what these high-ranked officials were thinking, but he did not give any explanation because the benefits could motivate the directors to work harder. Bennett did not expect everyone to be so noble. This was all part of his plan. Not many people could catch Bennett's eyes, but Han Xiao was one of them. This guy was really a great friend. All he wanted was to help, and even when he mentioned rewards, it was mostly in a joking manner. He never insisted on it. Bennett was someone who took profits very lightly, and he noticed that Han Xiao had a similar quality, which was why he felt a sense of closeness toward Han Xiao. He decided to appoint someone who was very capable to be Han Xiao's assistant. Bennett looked around and said, "Huang Yu, you'll help Black Phantom." The face of the guy called Huang Yu immediately dropped. He answered unwillingly, and when he saw the gloating faces of the other directors, he became even more unhappy. Among the directors of Darknet, Huang Yu was someone with very high capabilities. He was often entrusted with important issues as he excelled in taking care of all types of cumbersome issues and had always arranged them very neatly. Yet, this time he had been appointed by Bennett to be an assistant. He was not happy and was not willing to do it, which would, of course, lead to him not taking things seriously. He had already decided to face Black Phantom lackadaisically and pass the 1 month without being serious. He took it as giving himself a holiday. The idea of shelters had appeared in the minds of others during the Old Era War as well. Back then, when the nations were busy with the war, many people had lost their homes and wandered the streets. Therefore, one private group started to build a shelter and helped war refugees at all costs. It succeeded initially and protected tens of thousands of people. However, because of the shortage of resources, the food distributed to the refugees became limited, which sparked unhappiness among them. Humans cannot be content, especially during times of war, and even a slight idea of malice will be expanded indefinitely. Those refugees had forgotten the people who helped them in their time of need and fought back. In the end, they took over the shelter and killed its original owners. In such a chaotic world, things like that happen very often. It was not the shelter that did not work, but the old era did not allow it. Coincidentally, the person who created the shelter during the old era was Bennett's friend. Bennett had never given up on the idea, and he felt now was the right time. Han Xiao was familiar with the storyline. He knew that Bennett's sanctuary plan had succeeded, and it grew like a snowball. Even the people in the cities were willing to move to the shelters. It was so successful that it was almost on a trend to become a nation, which caused an alarm within the 6 nations. If it was not for mutation disaster during version 2.0, the 6 nations might even have become hostile toward the shelters. The shelters only fully utilized themselves during version 2.0. By then, they were considered to have lived up to their name. I'm now in charge of Sanctuary 3. This time, it's truly a large part of the main storyline. The manpower assigned to me is not enough, but I still have the players. Han Xiao had already thought of how to do the Sanctuary mission a long time ago. A helicopter landed in Sanctuary 1. Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog walked out and looked around in curiosity. They trotted toward Han Xiao with smiles on their faces as soon as they saw him. Frenzied Sword had a lot of questions to ask, but it all stuck in his mind when he saw Hao Tian who stood on the side. God player Hao Tian, he exclaimed in surprise. Hao Tian gave him a faint look and did not say anything. Too cool. Wow, legend. Bun Hit Dog widened his eyes and asked, "Did you trigger the hidden storyline as well?" Hao Tian turned his head and did not reply. How cold of the legend. Bun Hit Dog was speechless, and Frenzied Sword was much better after all. This time Bear Cub made a sound. Hao Tian immediately dashed forward and picked Bear Cub up. He took out tissues from his back with seriousness on his face. The duo suddenly understood why Hao Tian did not want to speak. They discreetly took a few steps backward. The smell was really bad. Seeing Hao Tian's serious expression and skilled actions, Frenzied Sword felt respect toward him. What a true legend. Doesn't even change his expression. The first meeting between the players was very peaceful to Han Xiao. He looked at Bun Hit Dog. This reporter would be of use for what he was going to do next. 3 days later. Congratulations to the player, White Mask, for completing the first class advancement. Every player received a notification from their interface. The first player to reach LV21 in the level leaderboards, White Mask, was a foreign player. He shared the changes after his class advancement on the forums. The players on planet Aquamarine suddenly discovered that energy training technique would automatically be awakened with the class advancement. The people had doubts at the start, but as more and more players advanced in their class, it was proven that everyone would awaken this ability after their class advancement. The players on planet Aquamarine was stunned. The ability that they had spent experience to learn was actually an ability that would automatically be awakened after class advancement. Was that bad? Many players did not think so. To learn a high-level ability in advance did not seem like a bad thing. It was a growth ability after all, and it had a very good effect. It could largely increase one's strength during low levels, which was very useful for these players who were discovering new locations. The people who really suffered were the players in the northern continent who only learned it at LV 18 or 19. They had wasted their money on an ability that they would very soon awaken upon class advancement. They were filled with grief. The southern continent players, who had been depressed for a very long time, suddenly realized that they were not the unluckiest, and they suddenly felt much happier. Although the truth of energy training technique was revealed, many low-level players still felt that it was worth it to learn this ability in advance. Therefore, many Andrea players were still waiting for Han Zhao's arrival, but what they were faced with was only shock. Black Phantom had returned to the southern continent. He was not going to Andrea anymore. When Han Xiao had been in the western continent and the northern continent, players in Andrea had anticipated that they were going to be the last ones, but the truth was too cruel. Han Xiao was not going there at all. Their hope had resulted in disappointment. The players in Andrea were full of sorrow. The planet Aquamarine section on the forums was heated. Even foreign players from the other planets joined in, yet players in Andrea had no position to say anything. It had almost been 2 months since the official public launch. The average level of the earliest players was close to 20. With more and more new players joined the game, the number of players on planet Aquamarine had reached hundreds of thousands, and it was still growing. The high-level players started to slowly interfere in the storyline of their planets, digging through the history, the environment, and joining the main storyline. It was the same for planet Aquamarine. More and more players were recruited by the Six Nations to be a special unit. The players had heard from the NPCs that the Six Nations expedition against the Germinal organization would commence at any moment. However, the interface had notified them that their level was not high enough to meet the prerequisites for the expedition mission, which meant that even if they followed the army to join the expedition, most of them would not receive any rewards. Most importantly, with the current strength of the players, they would be easily slaughtered by the army. This was the effect of Han Xiao bringing the main storyline forward. The players had lost the time that they should have had to become stronger and join the war immediately. Also, the organizations of planet Aquamarine had finally noticed that there was a limit to the number of times the players could revive, which made them more relieved. They felt that at least the Inhumans had flaws. They were not as nervous as before and started to take the Inhumans as a special kind of mercenaries. At this time, a new issue of Bun Hit Dog's Galaxy Exploration Journal was released. Chapter 218, Didn't Know You Are This Kind of Black Phantom. Chapter 218, Didn't Know You Are This Kind of Black Phantom. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wild Boy, a member of Sky Territory Guild, was a loyal fan of Bun Hit Dog. There were many types of Galaxy video hosts on the forum, but Bun Hit Dog was the only one that had first-hand information about Black Phantom, which meant that he was always ahead of other video hosts. Wild Boy liked videos about Black Phantom very much. He was really attracted to the dark and mysterious feeling that Black Phantom gave. As soon as Bun Hit Dog updated, Wild Boy saw it. He clicked into it immediately and commented before the video even started. International rule: ask for new updates before watching. The video started playing, and Bun Hit Dog's bitchy voice appeared. Pure white legs and cherry red lips. Rip your skin and harden your bones. Take off these clothes and these pants. Drunk by choice but not by booze. Cup of Viagra is all I need. I will last through the night. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Galaxy Exploration Journal. Audience, this is me as always, the different kind of bun hit dog. Wild Boy spat out a mouthful of water. It was a standard procedure to always start with a poem every episode. The words used became more and more shameless. Even Wild Boy, who had a strong ID, could not take it anymore. The comments would always explode when the poems came. It was so much that even the screen was obstructed. I once had both knowledge and fighting skills, but now I can only yell 666. Clear theme, good poem. I'm calling the police. I sang along although I'm a girl. Extraordinary level of dirtiness. I can't stop singing it. Please be considerate toward the feelings of lady fans. Reported, you're welcome. The last episode had been about Bunhit Dog and Frenzied Sword making a mess in Black Pine. This episode was a continuation, and the audience enjoyed it very much. When the mission was completed and the show entered the second half, the scene suddenly changed to a city that was being built. The large Bennett Sanctuary 1 came into audiences' sights. In the scene, Han Xiao wore a black coat and stood with his hands behind his back. The comments stopped for a moment before suddenly exploding. Wow! I get to see my Uncle Black again. Great video host, have a recommendation ticket. After so many days, Black Phantom could finally be seen in Bunhit Dog's video, and Bunhit Dog was the only person who could do this. The audience felt a sense of grace. It was like seeing someone they knew. Since the public launch, Han Xiao had been in the sights of the players, and he had already made an impact and occupied a special position in the hearts of the players. Wild Boy opened his eyes wide. He did not want to miss even 1 second. Black Phantom brought us into a special scene going during construction. During this time, I discovered main storyline missions from Black Phantom. The audience discussed among each other within the comments. The players knew that Han Xiao gave out main storyline missions, and the requirements for receiving the hidden storyline were very high. Could this main storyline mission be a different one? Bunhit Dog showcased his mission list, and a new mission appeared within Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. What's this? There's Black Phantom in the mission name. What's a sanctuary? It is very similar to the name of this place. Bunhit Dog explained the inside information with excitement. Darknet was building shelters, and Black Phantom had brought a group of 1,000 people to Grey Metal Ruins to build a city. This information had been gained from Han Xiao himself. There were not any prior requirements this time. The mission could be triggered easily. After the mission introduction ended, the comments section was filled with shock once more. It's the construction of a city. My God, that's such a large main storyline, almost as huge as the Expedition War. This should be part of the Planet Aquamarine main storyline, too. Wild Boy paused the video. He read the mission requirements carefully again and again, then swallowed his saliva before playing the video. Without even having time to think about what the sanctuary actually was, he saw in the video that Han Xiao was yelling at the people below him. The overcast of war obscured the blue skies like the wings of death, and the scars of the previous war have been torn apart before they could even heal. Only a few decades have passed, but no one has forgotten the pain that the war cast upon the land. Up till today, it is still affecting the ground under us and the skies above us. Radiation, specks of dust, wasteland, and dead nations. How ridiculous! After the old era, our civilian technology regressed, but the military technology that is used against our own kind has been advancing continuously. They fight for their ideals and the nation's benefits. They used iron and fire to spread death. For these empty and false reasons, they slaughtered those of their own kind who had no power to defend themselves. Countless people have been killed in the fires of war. The world became wounded and broken because of them, and it is on its way to the end. The ending of the world might quietly be upon us one day. The construction of the shelters is for preserving our civilization. Even if the world ends tomorrow, I still want to save the last bit of tinder for the civilization. I don't possess greatness, but too many are small. If no one wants to pay the price, okay, I will be the first. But I know I won't be the last. Han Zhao's tone was filled with cadence. Wild Boy felt short of breath. Although he was watching a video, He could feel his blood turning hot in his heart. That raw emotion was extremely infectious. Wild Boy was not the only one who was shocked by this. The comment, "I don't possess greatness, but too many are small," passed by the screen with 3 exclamation marks behind. It looked very impactful. "Didn't know you are this kind of black phantom." Many comments similar to this also flew on the screen. In the player's mind, Black Phantom was quiet and did not speak much, but this speech that he had given had turned this impression completely upside down. Many players felt more familiar with Han Xiao. They had not expected Black Phantom's ideals to be this great. Wild Boy was very excited after he finished watching. This time, he saw Jade Green Sky announcing a message in the guild channel. "Attention everyone. The guild will be collecting Grey Metal Ruins location and information. The intelligence provider will be rewarded." One day earlier, Han Xiao gathered the group of 1,000 people who followed him to build the city and gave out the speech in the video. Bennett just wanted him to say something casually at the time, but he did not expect him to say this much. Bennett was as shocked as the players. The workers around stopped what they were doing and gathered. The number of people became more and more. They all looked up at Han Xiao, who was standing on the tall platform. Seeing the crowd turning excited, Han Xiao knew that it was extremely effective. This paragraph had been copied from Bennett's speech in the future, and its intention was exactly to shock everyone. Back then, Bennett's position in the hearts of the players had been decided because of his noble ideals. Now that Han Xiao had said it first, no matter what happened in the future, the players would be reminded of him when they brought up Bennett, which would make stronger impacts in the impression the players had of him, making himself more valuable. He knew that players liked to see such things. A character with noble ideals was usually very popular, and Bennett did not need to care about the players' impression of him, so Han Xiao grabbed the opportunity. At the same time, Bennett would be touched as well. Doing this had many benefits. Players all love the story that a character has as it shows unique sparkling points of their personality. Han Xiao nodded discreetly. He wanted the players to seek him out after the impression that he had created, and whether or not those were his real thoughts, no one would know if he did not say. Han Xiao turned around and saw Bennett's expression. It was filled impassioned. These words had really expressed his mind. Of course they would, since they originated from him. Bennett was very touched. Han Xiao had voiced the deepest thoughts in his mind. He realized that he was beginning to like Han Xiao more and more. It was like rain and poured on the desert in his heart. Bennett realized that he was not alone anymore. He had found someone that was walking down the same path as him. It's all for the continuation of the civilization. He understands me. Bennett gave Han Xiao a pleased look. Speech is a very scary ability. It can encourage the hearts of the people. Originally, many workers there went for the money, but now, they felt like their hearts were filled with something more, and they became much more motivated. The directors were shocked as well. They did not think that the Black Phantom, who had killed countless people, had such ideals. Despite their own motives, they were immediately impressed. The next day, the construction team of Sanctuary 3 gathered. The enormous convoy crossed the desolate wilderness and disappeared over the horizon, leaving only dust behind. The convoy was equipped with a scouting helicopter that was flying at a low height. It was the ride for important personnel so that they could escape in the face of danger. However, Han Xiao decided to take the car. Huang Yu, on the other hand, took the helicopter without hesitation. He was not going to be sucking up to Han Xiao. Han Xiao sat in the back seat. He felt the vibration of the off-road truck and browsed the information of the team. A notification popped up on the interface at this time. Current target: protect the convoy until it arrives at Grey Metal Ruins. Current population: 1,034. Upon arrival at the destination, 250,000 experience will be rewarded if the damage is below 20%. Mission grading will also be increased. Current grading E. A sudden notification of the mission goal. This is a characteristic of long-term missions. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he realized that he has been moving his eyebrows too much recently. That was not good. He needed to be more serious. Sanctuary 3's mission grading changed in real time, and the grading could be seen to increase when a requirement was met. The mission had just started, and nothing had been done yet. Thus, it was at the lowest grade E. 700 people in the team were workers and technicians. The rest of the 300 were soldiers and guards. Divided into teams of 20, the guards stationed around the exterior of the convoy. Military power is not enough. I have to strengthen the team. The power of one person was limited. However, he was a mechanic with a lot of assets. Chapter 219, The Brutal Force of Mechanic. Chapter 219, The Brutal Force of Mechanic. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It required 4 to 5 days to travel from Sanctuary 1 to gray metal ruins across the wilderness, so the convoy could only camp in the wild. At around dusk of the first day after departure, at Han Zhao's orders, the convoy found a safe terrain in the wild and settled down. It was dangerous to travel after the sun set, and many beasts were active during the night. The soldiers of Darknet patrolled the surrounding areas in shifts. Han Xiao gathered the important people in the team for a meeting: Assistant Huang Yu, Head of Construction Coney Fury, and Guard Captain Lu Xiao. The blueprints of the gray metal ruins modification plan were laid out on the table, and Coney Fury was speaking. The initial modifications of the entire city were estimated to be completed in 3 months, including weeding, getting rid of the beasts, cleaning of ruins, then completing the basic layout of the shelter, planting of the electricity network and water pipes, etc. But this is a plan based on 30,000 workers. We only have 1,000 in the first month. There's nothing we can do, not even cleaning the ruins. Coney Fury sighed. Han Xiao nodded without giving approval or denial. He looked at Huang Yu and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Huang Yu said perfunctorily, "No." Noticing the careless attitude of Huang Yu, Han Xiao roughly guessed what he was thinking. But Han Xiao didn't care about it. It was not like he needed an assistant. He turned his head and said, "Manpower is not a problem. I plan to complete the blueprint construction within a month." Coney Fury was stunned. That will need at least 100,000 workers. Even Sanctuary 1 doesn't have that many workers. I have my ways. Han Xiao did not explain his plan in further detail. Huang Yu stood by and watched. The amount of money needed to hire 100,000 workers was extremely large, and even with so much money, it was not certain they could hire that many workers. He did not understand where Han Xiao got his confidence from. Lu Xiao suddenly pressed his headphones and said hastily, "Mr. Black Phantom, an airplane is closing in. Let's go out and take a look." Walking out of the camp, the guards looked at the sky on alert. In the dark night sky, a large airplane flashing signal lights was heading toward them. Whether it was friend or foe was unknown. "It's okay." Han Xiao smiled. "That's the airdrop I called." The plane flew past above their heads and dropped a few huge resources boxes that were tied together. The parachute opened, and it landed not far from the camp. The symbol on the boxes belonged to the Fabian Company. Han Xiao made use of his relationship network and had Fabian's plane airdrop him a large number of mechanical parts. It definitely was not free, but Han Xiao had a lot of money. Such a small spend meant nothing to him. Everyone was relieved upon hearing that it was a false alarm. Huang Yu was secretly surprised. To be able to call an airdrop from the renowned munitions company Fabian, Han Zhao's relationship network was broader than he thought. These parts were worth millions of dollars. Han Xiao ordered people to load them onto the resources vehicles and started to build a large amount of machinery. He was very rich now, so he could build all sorts of combat machinery, and they could be used to protect the team as well. The most famous combat style of mechanics was the Sea of Machinery. Han Xiao stayed in the car and worked for the next 2 days of the journey. The convoy had arrived at the desert. The sun shone brightly in the sky, and the high temperature had turned the sand as hot as burning steel. Even light was distorted around the air not far from the ground. The convoy stopped under a barbera tree. This type of tree was unique to the desert of planet Aquamarine. It was also called Umbrella of Life. Its shade was like an island that insulated the heat, and its juices were plenty and sweet, which could be used to quench thirst immediately. The people were very thirsty. The soldiers patrolled around, and everyone was covered in sweat. Boom! The desert far away suddenly turned into waves. A huge number of enormous beetles crawled out of the ground. Each of them over 1/2 meter long. They had brown and shiny shells, 6 feet, and 2 claws. They moved toward the Barbera tree like a wave. Beast attack! The alarm was activated. 300 soldiers immediately stood in position holding their guns. When they noticed that the sea of beetles had surrounded them from every direction and there was nowhere to escape, their faces became horrified, and their hands started trembling. The desert bloodshell crab was a strong predator in the deserts that destroyed every life form wherever they passed by, and there were at least 10,000 of them here. Into the cars and drive open a path, Huang Yu yelled hastily. He then rushed up the helicopter and hurried the pilot to take off immediately. No one had the thought of fighting when they faced this many bugs. When they heard Huang Yu's order and were just about to enter the cars to escape, Han Xiao walked out of the car and said, "Don't panic. Everyone stand in position. Get ready to face the enemy." "The number of bugs is too huge," Captain Lu Xiao said hastily. "Our defense can't cover all directions. We will most likely suffer a huge loss if we fight." "Black Phantom, come to the helicopter quickly," Huang Yu shouted. Han Xiao waved his hands. freewebnov.com. Huang Yu cursed in his head. Seeing that the sea of bugs was coming even closer, he told the pilot to take off immediately without caring about Han Xiao. The pilot was afraid as well. Therefore, he followed the order and piloted the helicopter off the ground. The troops on the ground did not dare disobey Han Xiao's order. They stood their ground and watched nervously as the swarm of bugs rapidly approached. At this moment, Han Xiao took out his laptop and pressed a few buttons. 12 combat rangers drove out of the logistics vehicles as fast as normal cars. Everyone's face was filled with shock as they looked at these rover robots rapidly spreading out into all directions like guards of iron. The cold metallic color reflected the light shining through the leaves like pieces of golden scales. These rovers were the newest and improved Generation 2.5. Han Xiao had leveled up the blueprint many times. The basic attributes of the machinery that he had built was much higher, and its quality was at blue as well. The Generation 2.5 rovers were all equipped with an auto-fire control system, which improved its firepower and magazine continuation ability. They were around the same height as humans, and their mobility was much higher because of the triangular caterpillar tracks that they were equipped with, which could traverse much tougher terrain. Han Xiao knew that it would not be peaceful during the journey when the mission notification showed up, so he had called for airdrop and built a lot of machinery over the past 2 days. Han Xiao's building speed had become much quicker, and the rover robot that would have taken him days to complete at LV-20 could now be completed in just tens of minutes. When the building speed of a mechanic exceeded a certain limit, they would be able to build on the spot in the battlefield. With enough materials, weapons could be built non-stop. Only high-level mechanics could have this ability after learning instant assembly. This was also a very important factor in the rise of mechanics in version 3.0. Unload all the round metal plates in the car and place them in every direction. The dark net soldiers completely followed whatever he said. They immediately did as they were told and placed the 20 round metal plates on the ground. Han Xiao activated the program, and the plates started to transform. Their base fixed into the ground, and the stacked modules assembled into gun barrels. The entire process only took 4 to 5 seconds. These were mini folding batteries. Han Xiao had also leveled up the blueprints, and they now had smart firepower control. Seeing the thick, black and long gun barrels, the soldiers felt safer. When the swarm reached within 400 meters, the Generation 2.5 rovers and the mini batteries fired simultaneously. With the camp under the Barbera tree as the center, a storm of bullets bloomed toward every direction. The sound of fire was in sync, and the rain of bullets spread all over the place. Ta-ta-ta-ta. In an instant, green-colored gunk exploded within the swarm as steel and fire penetrated the huge beetles one after another. In the face of the killing machines built by mankind, the shells that the desert bloodshell crabs were so proud of were as fragile as eggshells. A trench had formed for 100 meters away from the camp, filled with corpses of the bugs, stopping the swarm from moving closer. Even the desert was damped by their blood. After a round of fire, the swarm became at least a third smaller. A few rangers drove out of the camp. They were equipped with sunworm flamethrowers. The cone of fire covered the swarm, and the sound of bugs being burnt alive soon reverberated in the convoy's ears. The claws of the desert blood shell crab could not harm the platinum alloy armor of the rangers at all. With the fearsome firepower, it was a one-sided slaughter. This was the brutal force of a mechanic. Group combat was the advantage a mechanic had. Esper and Pugilist might be very strong fighters, but their physical strength had its limits. However, money was the limitation for a mechanic. That machinery had cost millions of dollars, and even a max-level player in version 1.0 could barely afford it. The ammunition cost was also extremely expensive as thousands of steel-core armor-piercing bullets were used every second. Money had been a problem for mechanics since the beginning. Building an army of machines was a very strong combat style of the mechanic class, but it was also the most expensive one. When the average level of the enemies become higher and they become stronger, the machinery army had to have higher standards and technology in them, which meant that their cost would increase as well. Normal players could not master the army combat style very well. Even if they used all their money to build an army, they would not be able to withstand the cost of repairing the damage after combat. The army style was usually used as a last resort. However, Xiao was not bothered by the money problem since he had his ways of making a lot of money. He still did not want to go for the army combat style. He just wanted to build a simple guarding team that had enough firepower in times of need. Xiao held his assault rifle all the time and waited to fire when the swarm entered the range of 300 meters. But the swarm was stopped at 400 meters away by the rain of iron. His hands were even tired from holding the rifle, yet he still did not see any need to fire. This firepower is way too strong. Xiao looked at the batteries beside him that were firing bullets continuously. Their bolts moved front and back automatically. The bullet shells poured onto the ground. Some even hit his face. With surprise, Xiao realized he had nothing to do. Black Phantom's machinery had dealt with all the enemies. The guards assigned by Darknet had been of no use at all. There were completely not any need for them. Chapter 220 Arrival. Chapter 220 Arrival. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The battle only lasted for 15 minutes. The waves of iron slaughtered the entire swarm, and white slurry covered the ground, giving off an extremely stinky odor as it was vaporized by the high temperature. The team was completely unharmed. The people looked at Xiao, who was calmly smoking a cigarette, and felt very safe. They had been rather afraid when they left the sanctuary, as the wilderness of planet Aquamarine was filled with danger. But with the way they looked at it now, there would not be any danger as long as Xiao was around. Xiao realized that the team of guards that he led had become the ones being guarded instead, and admiration toward Xiao blossomed in his heart. The strong would always be admired. Your machinery killed Desert Blood Shell Crab, LV-15. You received 10 experience. When one's level was too much higher than the monster killed, the experience received would be largely reduced. One bug only gave 10 EXP, but there were at least 10,000 of them. Xiao looked at the interface. He had received more than 100,000 EXP. The circling helicopter landed. Huang Yu had been watching from the helicopter earlier on, and he was overwhelmed when he saw the endless swarm falling like patches of wheat being cut down, the endless rain of bullets blooming like flowers, and the camp remaining completely unharmed. Huang Yu had actually been planning to escape in the helicopter, and he had almost wanted to leave the others behind. Now that danger has been averted, his expression became quite awkward. It felt like the surrounding people all looked at him with disgust and unhappiness in their eyes. The mechanic class is actually this strong. How Tian contemplated as he held Bear Cub. He was a pugilist, and now he was unavoidably worried about his future in the pro scene. On the other hand, Frenzied Sword, who had been a godly pugilist player in Han Zhao's previous life, was even gladder that he had chosen the mechanic class. More material. Bun Hit Dog's face was filled with happiness. He did not have to worry about finding contents for his videos as long as he followed behind Black Phantom. The 3 players who had triggered the mission to protect the team received a rather good amount of experience without having to do anything. Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog were used to this uncommon occurrence, but it was the first time for Hao Tian. Seeing the experience bar growing a rather large amount, Hao Tian had mixed feelings. The amount of earning that he had gotten from doing missions tirelessly was not even worth it compared to following Han Xiao and doing nothing. No wonder so many people wanted to trigger Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Even a godly pro player like him almost wanted to do the same. The danger of the wilderness came from beasts, robbers, and radiation, but with the iron war machines protecting them, the numerous beast attacks that they met along the way were all easily resolved. It was a scary journey indeed, but there was no real danger. When they were just one day away from arriving in Grey Metal Ruins, the convoy set up camp. It was a night with clear skies, and if one looked up the skies, the entire river of stars would be reflected in one's eyes. The technological environment of planet Aquamarine was similar to Earth, but its nature was more beautiful. In Star Zone 9 of the Garten Galaxy, the civilization density of the star zone was very low, but the planets were very concentrated. Many empty planets were caught by planets with higher density and started to orbit around them. Planet Aquamarine was one of the planets orbiting around a fixed star at a distance just nice to have the temperature suitable for human habitation. There are also a few natural satellites orbiting around planet Aquamarine, which were moons that reflects light from the fixed star to the planets at their dark side of self-rotation. Before the old era, there were countries that had built a rocket ship to land on the natural satellites, but they were desolated. The opportunity that made the Godaran civilization contact planet Aquamarine happened when one of Ghidorah's interstellar spectrometers captured the waves in space made by planet Aquamarine's primitive rocket ship. Ghidorah was a galactic civilization in the Garten Galaxy. The areas that they explored included many star zones of the Garten Galaxy, but they were more of a law-enforcing organization, contacting civilizations with friendly motives. Recently, Han Xiao had read a bit about the research that the nations in planet Aquamarine had regarding astrology. The players could access this information through various sources as well, and it was incredibly detailed and real, which made the players feel a very strong sense of reality. With the perspective of an NPC, Han Xiao could see more information. In the camps, as Han Xiao and Coney Fury were discussing the blueprint, a guard came in to report. "Your Excellency, we captured a wanderer. He has been lingering near our camps." It was a teen wanderer with worn-out clothing. He had a double-barrel hunting gun, which had been confiscated by the guards. Upon seeing the camp that was filled with armed guards, horror showed on his face, and he started trembling. Han Xiao had an idea and asked, "Is there a colony nearby?" Lu Xiao looked at the map and said, "There are a few medium-sized colonies." Han Xiao nodded and looked at the teenager with a pondering look. The teenager felt that the eyes of this man in black before him were so pressurizing that his legs started to soften. Before Han Xiao questioned, he explained in tremble and said, "I'm a wanderer from a nearby colony. I was out to hunt for food and coincidentally saw you guys passing by, so I wanted to take a closer look." Han Xiao touched his chin and contemplated for a while. Seeing this teenager looked undernourished and emaciated, he said, "Lu Xiao, get him some food." The teenager was stunned for a moment. "Return to your colony and tell your people that my team will be building a city in the Grey Metal Ruins. We will provide a large number of paid jobs. They're also welcome to join us. Let your chief know my intentions. We hope they can move in and take residence." The heavy bag of food brought the teenager back to his senses. His face was filled with relief and surprise. He was a hunter of the colony. With very little prey recently, the people in the colony had not eaten much food and had been starving. This food could give them several filling meals. The teenager had been very scared when he was captured, but now that he had found that these people were not evil, he was much more relieved and started to consider Han Xiao's suggestion. Most of the wanderers did not have the luxury to enjoy full stomachs, so the prospect of work in exchange for food was indeed tempting. After having someone send the teenager away, Han Xiao took out the map and said, "Grey Metal Ruins is isolated. There's no human habitation within 30 miles, but there are about more than a dozen colonies further away, mostly small ones, totaling at about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Lu Xiao, take some people and food along with you, and spread the news about us building a sanctuary." The original intention of a sanctuary was to protect wanderers in the wilderness. Thus, it was normal to attract wanderers to move in. Huang Yu thought that he had seen through Han Zhao's plan and thought to himself, he actually wants to hire wanderers as workers, but it's still too few. Han Xiao wanted to complete the basic layout of the sanctuary blueprint in a month, which needed at least 100,000 people. There were way too few wanderers for that. Huang Yu shook his head. He felt the one-month plan would very most likely fail. It would not damage the organization, but it definitely would damage Black Phantom's prestige and face. Being unable to live up to his word, other high-ranked officials' impression of him would definitely worsen. I will appeal to return to the headquarters after staying for a month anyway, Huang Yu thought. There were no opportunities to contribute or gain benefits, so he did not want to waste his time being an assistant in Sanctuary 3. Concerned with that arrangement, Lu Xiao said, "But if we spread out the guards, the defensive power of the team won't be enough." Han Xiao pointed toward the Generation 2.5 Rangers that patrolled the camp with their pre-programmed routes and gave a faint laugh. "I'll give you another chance to respond. I ensure the completion of the mission." Lu Xiao changed his words immediately and stood straight. The endless plains of karst were maroon and looked like coagulated blood. Han Xiao had returned once again. It was a familiar view. Come to think about it, I haven't been back to my base for quite a long time, Han Xiao thought. His base had been in standby mode as he did not really use it. The outline of the gray metal ruins appeared in sight. There had once been a broad road on the plains, but after years of no maintenance, it was now filled with weeds. The concrete had cracked open, and greens grew from within. Old newspapers flew slowly on its roads, and the long extinguished street lights were covered in vines. It was a view filled with despair. The entrance of the gray metal ruins was a broad, abandoned road. The convoy moved forward along the road, and the only sound was the sound of the engine and the wheels pressing on the roads. The huge amount of work needed to turn this abandoned city into a sanctuary had the people feeling greatly pressured. You have arrived at gray metal ruins. Current population, 1034. Damage, 0%. Target complete. You have received 250,000 experience. Mission grade has become D-. The main storyline mission that Han Xiao had received was Construct Sanctuary 3. It was a large mission that oversaw the entire process. Therefore, according to the tens of building types that a sanctuary required, it was divided into tens of construction requirements. The current mission target changed. Current target: complete blueprint construction in 3 months. Current time: Day 1. In 3 months, complete all the 13 construction requirements as stated below. Expand/collapse. Rewards: 800,000 experience, plus 1,250 dark net prestige. Increased mission grading. Extra requirement: if construction is completed in advance, bonus rewards and grading will be awarded based on the number of days. Experience reward: plus 10% per day. Chapter 221 Gathered Players. Chapter 221 Gathered Players. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. These 13 construction requirements were all basic tasks, including evicting the beasts, cleaning the ruins, and building the water and electricity network, residential areas, and walls. There were tens of requirements for Sanctuary 3. These were only part of it. Construction of the blueprint was originally a 3-month plan. The target is to complete the basic layout within that time. It took Sanctuary 1 a month to complete around half of the basic layout. Using them as a reference, 3 months seems plenty. Han Xiao suddenly remembered something and thought, no, Bennett has tens of thousands of workers over there. I have only 1,000 for the first month. There will not be enough time if the missions are done the regular way. Suddenly, the noisy sound of human voices came from the front. The convoy stopped hastily. Thousands of people had gathered at the entrance of the abandoned city. There's a problem. The guards got out of the cars immediately and surrounded the team in the middle. The group of people had also noticed the convoy and started moving toward them. The people of Dark Net immediately recognized their identity by their strange clothing. Inhumans. Nervousness filled their hearts. Everyone felt a lack of confidence when they faced the mysterious Inhumans. Inhumans were much more dangerous than beasts because they could come back to life. just by depending on the machinery that Black Phantom had built might not protect everyone. Huang Yu was shocked. So many Inhumans. Why are they gathered here? The organization sent people to the gray metal ruins to investigate the terrain not long ago, and there was no one here. In Han Zhao's eyes, the concentrated and large number of IDs above these players' heads made him dizzy. He then flipped the corner of the coat to the side and walked out of the car with a lot of style. He walked out of the crowd and stood at the front of the convoy with hands behind his back. Standing in between the two parties, his standing posture was like a javelin that pointed straight at the sky. A gust of wind blew on his coat, and it waved in the air like a black flag. Just with this awesome and stylish appearance, all eyes were focused on him. What happened next had the people of Darknet stunned. The Inhumans stopped as soon as they saw Han Xiao. "Black Phantom, we're here to do missions," said someone straight in front of him. "Heard you are building a sanctuary. We are here to help," said by someone who seemed to be role-playing. "I almost thought it was fake news after waiting for so long," commented one relieved player. With his hands behind his back, Han Xiao stayed in character and gave a faint nod. "I appreciate everyone's help. It's all to serve the people. Our convoy is going to enter the city. Please open a path. After we settle down, we will plan the construction targets of the city. There will be many job opportunities then." The players followed his order and opened a path in between. The people of Darknet opened their mouth very widely, their faces filled with surprise. These Inhumans have come here just to help Black Phantom. Since when did Black Phantom have so much influence among the Inhumans? Huang Yu was stunned. Han Xiao had the confidence to complete the basic layout in a month because he could order the Inhumans. To planet Aquamarine, the appearance of the Inhumans was a very strange phenomenon. Everyone was wary about them, and those who came in contact with the Inhumans all did it with caution and a cold attitude. Therefore, Huang Yu could not believe what he had just seen. How did Black Phantom do it? Why do the Inhumans respect him? I have to report this to Mr. Bennett. With the players joining in, the team multiplied in size, and they entered the gray metal ruins. The convoy found a place and stopped before Coney Fury asked hesitantly, "Your Excellency, we need to first clean out a place for a temporary residence. It's getting late, and it's best to complete that before dawn. We don't have much manpower, so we'll have to start now." "You ask for help from the Inhumans." "Me?" Coney Fury was a little scared. "I'm here. What are you scared of?" Han Xiao patted his shoulder. Coney Fury did not have anything else to say. Without a choice, he went out of the car, took out a horn, prepared what he wanted to say, and loudly declared, "I need some people to help me clear out a safe area nearby big enough for everyone to camp in temporarily. Since all of you are here to help, I would like to trouble you guys." These words triggered missions immediately. Every player received it. They split out within seconds and started work right away. The surroundings became a construction site in a flash. The cleaning of the area and eviction of beasts had started. Coney Fury's face was filled with surprise as he did not expect these Inhumans to give him so much face. He turned around and looked at Han Xiao. He knew that it was not him whom the Inhumans gave face to but this mysterious boss of his. With the help from the players, a safe area had been cleared out by evening. It was a stadium, naturally suited for camping, and the dangerous insects and beasts around had all been chased away by the players. The people of Darknet received permission from Han Xiao and placed the mini batteries around the stadium for guarding purposes, and it attracted many players' curiosity. The camps were protected by vehicles, which acted as barriers, and the players were resting in the remaining areas. The inside of the stadium was filled with people. Thousands of players conversed with each other. Many of them knew each other, and some people even started a store. The despair in the air of this abandoned city had been taken over by liveliness. A sound had appeared again in this ruins that has been silent for decades. Lu Legend. How Tian heard someone calling him when Bear Cub was walking him. He looked back, and Jade Green Sky and a few core members of the Sky Territory Guild were all behind him, looking at him with excitement. How Tian nodded. He looked at them and said, "Thanks for your hard work. It's what we should do." Jade Green Sky was filled with excitement. The Sky Territory Guild was under the Long Sky Club, and Hao Tian was a pillar of Long Sky, so they were colleagues and knew each other. Club guilds had to provide help to the pro players because they were the face of the club. Hao Tian's position was even higher. He was also an idol to their guild members. A very important reason that Jade Green Sky had brought people to the sanctuary without hesitation was because he knew that Hao Tian was with Black Phantom, and he hurried over to provide him with help. Among the players who came to the sanctuary, Sky Territory was the only large guild. Most of the others were casual players. Bun Hit Dog was instantly recognized. As the most popular video host at the moment, he had many fans, and they were very passionate. Dog Author, stop running. Reach out your head. I will show you something special. Taste the anger of Africans. Still not an update. I'm going to break your leg. A group of fans filled with hatred chased after Bun Hit Dog while yelling. The other players gave them a path and rubbernecked from the sides. There were even people who started selling snacks. There was a loud commotion, and phrases like, "Kill him," could be heard multiple times, together with laughter. Bun Hit Dog did not forget to record even as he was running. He yelled at the camera lens. "This meeting has been going very well. The fans are very passionate. You know what they say, beating signifies closeness and scolding signifies love. I am indeed very pleased at heart. Come on. Smile at the camera for your daddy." Bun Hit Dog turned the lenses to record the players who were chasing him, living up to the phrase not knowing what death is. This was a well-known culture among video hosts. How else would they be able to capture moments that normal players would not be able to witness if they were afraid of trouble? Freewabove.com. Eat my axe. Ooh. An axe flew past his head, rubbing against his scalp. Bun Hit Dog retracted his head in fear, then escaped in a flash without turning back. The players chasing him all became short of breath. What the hell? How does he run so fast? My stamina is almost finished. He followed Black Phantom after all. His level is higher than any of ours. Ah, damn European. The players outside the camps were joyous, but Frenzied Sword was facing a very important and serious decision. He had successfully advanced his class and was torn between the three paths: Cannon Master, Mechanic, and Mechanical Pugilist. The power of Mechanic that Han Xiao had displayed was scarily strong, but Frenzied Sword was more interested in Mechanical Pugilist personally. His intuition told him that the Mechanic path was not suitable for him. Han Xiao had given him a suggestion before as well, saying that he had more potential in close-ranged combat, which hinted that the Mechanical Pugilist path was more suitable for him. This main account was the one that would join pro leagues, so if he made a wrong choice, the disadvantage would be way too vast when he created another account. Therefore, this decision was extremely important. Frenzied Sword could not make a decision, so in the end, he decided to toss a coin. They say that the moment the coin is tossed, the answer will appear in one's heart. As the players were not allowed to enter the convoy's camp, the players formed a fair near the camp and waited for Black Phantom to come out and give missions. A petite and delicate female player walked in the fair carrying a backpack that was bigger than herself. She looked left and right in curiosity. Crossing through the fair, Maple Moon stopped outside the camp. She took a deep breath and held tightly onto the phone in her hand. Level 20 finally. A hint of nervousness and anticipated appeared on her lively, adorable face. Chapter 222. Arrival of People from Everywhere. 1. Chapter 222. Arrival of People from Everywhere. 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the center camp, Han Xiao looked at the blueprint on the table and wondered how to maximize the advantages of the players. His mission reward limit had increased. His single mission reward limit was a little more than 60,000 experience, coming up short of a C-ranked mission with 80,000 experience. The daily limit was 7 times the single mission limit, which meant that he could give out missions worth up to 420,000 experience daily. He realized that the easiest way to increase this limit was to build relationship points with organizations. Level and ranks would come naturally, and the legendary level could not be gained easily. Any experience points given out as a mission reward would not be deducted from Han Zhao's own experience points as long as it was within the stated limit. For such a large mission like constructing a city, his own quota was insignificant. Thus, Han Xiao pondered carefully and decided on the way that he was going to distribute the missions. That was to divide the construction of gray metal ruins into many different departments to take charge, then assign one person to each department who would be responsible for the distribution of missions. That way, he did not have to use his own quota. Constructing Sanctuary 3 was a main storyline, and since he could give out missions to the players, logically, the other NPCs in the team should be able to do so as well. This should resolve the problem of mission quotas. Although the other NPCs don't have an interface, they definitely can distribute missions since they are part of the construction team. The other NPCs would not be limited by his quota when publishing missions for him, and it would still contribute to his mission progress as the mission that he had received was an overall mission. Therefore, the final result of the city that the players helped to build would also be his final result. This difference in the mission was an advantage that Han Xiao had being the overall in charge of the sanctuary. It was the difference in their identities. Han Xiao suddenly had a new idea. If he ever faced this type of large mission again, he could duplicate this and use his advantage as being an NPC to gain a higher relationship with organizations, thus becoming the distributor of missions and using the player's power to achieve his goals. By doing that, I only need to manage the people that are in charge of distributing missions and nothing else. Then, I will have a lot of free time to build machinery to try to meet the class advancement requirement of building 5 purple quality equipment. Han Xiao thought as he nodded to himself. He could do main storyline missions and also have time to make his own progress at the same time. It was perfect. Furthermore, this was not an act to con the players. The players could also do missions and benefit from it. Them joining in with the city construction would build a sense of unity. All of the people that took part would have a sense of achievement when the sanctuary was completed, and they would feel honored with the thought, this city was built by us, the players. It was a win-win. Han Xiao had an ambitious idea. I could maybe make this sanctuary into something like a main city for the players, and that would remarkably increase my influence. Everyone that comes to the sanctuary would see my name. Having decided on the details, he summoned the cadres of the construction team and guard team for a meeting. Han Xiao looked around and said, "Where's Lu Xiao? Why isn't he attending this meeting?" The people could not react for some time. Then someone carefully said, "You sent him out to approach the wanderers." "Nonsense, you think I'd forget that?" Han Xiao gave a stare. Before anyone could react to it, he coughed and said in all seriousness, "It's an enormous construction project to start building a sanctuary from nothing. I have divided the blueprint into 13 departments. This is the information for the construction, exploration, and so on. Every department will have a head who will be in charge. My target is to complete the blueprint construction as soon as possible, best in a month. We don't have that much manpower, even if we include all the Inhumans outside," someone said. "Don't worry about that. There will be more people sooner or later," Han Xiao said. He knocked the table with his fingers and asked once more, "All clear?" Everyone had no choice but to nod. 1 month was way too much of a rush, but since it was an order from a higher-up, they had to do their best, otherwise they would be in trouble. Although Han Xiao was considered to be rather easygoing, no one had forgotten the fact that he was one of the strongest in the organization, a legend who had killed countless people and had the top spot in the current killer leaderboard. Han Xiao then names the heads of departments. Huang Yu was not mentioned. Huang Yu was happy that he had nothing to do. Although thousands of Inhumans had come to help, it was still far from being enough. It was impossible to complete the basic layout in a month, so Sanctuary 3 would still end up doing it the regular way and take months to complete its construction. By then, Sanctuary 1 would have long been completed. As an assistant, he really did not have many benefits, so he did not even plan to help. When Huang Yu informed Bennett of how the Inhumans came to help Han Xiao, which Bennett was very calm about and did not have any problems with, it was clear that Bennett had a very close relationship with Black Phantom and trusted him a lot. From that, Huang Yu also had a rough understanding of why Bennett assigned him to be Black Phantom's assistant. It was because Bennett wanted a capable assistant to help a friend of his. Sighing, he lamented, "It's all because I'm too capable." The meeting was coming to an end. When Han Xiao had finished clearing up all the responsibilities of the various departments, his face then turned very serious, and he said in a low voice, "I've said all the things I needed to. Now, there's this extremely urgent mission that must be done first." Seeing the seriousness of Han Zhao's face, everyone became nervous as well. Han Xiao looked around the table and said seriously, "When you write the name of the sanctuary, remember to include my name." The tightened expression on everyone's face instantly collapsed. The heads of the various departments left the camp and organized their men orderly, following Han Zhao's instructions. The long-awaited players immediately rushed over and triggered different city construction missions based on their own likings. The Grey Metal Ruins was divided into 5 distinct areas: North, South, East, West, and Central. The missions that were given to the players were also divided according to the areas. Upon receiving the missions, the players immediately formed teams among themselves and started doing mission together. The night was even more lively than the day. The first and most important task was to expel the beasts and clean the ruins. Only then could the construction commence. Teams of players spread out from the stadium into the various areas of the Grey Metal Ruins. The sound of gunshots could be heard very often. There was quite a number of beasts that lived in the Grey Metal Ruins, so the players had plenty of opportunities for combat. Those construction missions could be repeated, and the rewards were quite handsome. Also, the interface informed the players that they were taking part in the construction of Sanctuary 3, and there would be a large amount of bonus experience when it was completed, which made them even more motivated. Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. The name of this city had the words Black Phantom, so the player's impression of Han Xiao became even deeper. Having one's name in the sanctuary sounded very honorable. By the night of the first day, the players had already cleared out a very large area. Their efficiency had the people of Darknet completely stunned. This could match up to the amount of work from 10,000 workers. The players were all superhumans, which enhanced their working ability, and they had guidance from the interface, which gave them very clear and straightforward goals. Every action they made was to complete that goal. When the players and the Darknet construction team was busy with the construction, Han Xiao received a call from Maple Moon. He remembered that he had given her a mission to find him when she reached LV-20, so he brought her into the camp. After a long time apart, Maple Moon looked left and right curiously. Han Xiao also called the other 3 players. He was going to give these for some extra missions. The 4 spare tires had finally met. With Hao Zhao's ability at the moment, it was more than enough to cultivate 4 players, Frenzied Sword and Hao Tian, both god players in his previous life, now a mechanical pugilist and a pugilist. Maple Moon, one of the first mechanics in his previous life who had risen to the pro scene. Bun Hit Dog, a well-known video host. These 4 people all had their own uniqueness, and they could assist Han Xiao in different ways. They stood in front of Han Xiao and looked at each other. As the only female player, Maple Moon received special treatment. The other 3 nodded toward her as an act of showing friendliness. "Ah, so cute." Maple Moon stared at Hao Tian with sparks in her eyes. Her expression looked so thirsty it was like she was going to eat Hao Tian alive. Beads of sweat rolled down Hao Tian's forehead. He stood straight and still as he watched Maple Moon dashing toward his arms. More specifically, Bear Cub, which he was holding. She rubbed and stroked Bear Cub and would not let go. Bear Cub was very confused. It shrank into Hao Tian's arms and gave Maple Moon's fingers a few light bites. "Ah, this is way too cute." Stars appeared in Maple Moon's eyes. She looked up and pleaded with Hao Tiao. "God Hao, can you let me hug it? Be clear next time." Hao Tian's expression was stiff. He immediately passed Bear Cub to Maple Moon and took 2 steps backward in relief. Bun Hit Dog came over, too. He reached out his fingers and teased Bear Cub. Bear Cub was cute and stupid, so its reaction was always a second slower. Its paws kept slapping away the hand that rubbed his butt. Frenzied Sword stood on the side and looked straight at Han Xiao all the time, looking like he was always awaiting an order. "Enough, enough. Stop playing with my bear." Han Xiao coughed to stop them and said, "I'm building a sanctuary. You guys go help too." As he was speaking, he designed extra missions for the 4 people, which gave them bonus rewards if they complete a certain number of missions from the various head of departments. Other players did not have this kind of special treatment. Han Xiao only did this because these 4 were his people. Naturally, the 4 did not have any objections. They accepted the mission and walked out immediately. However, Maple Moon stayed. She cautiously asked, "Can I learn abilities?" Han Xiao nodded and opened up the interface for her. He could teach abilities anytime to these 4 players. Other than the abilities at the bottom of his chest, the others could all be used to earn him experience. Maple Moon had also chosen to become a mechanic, so he could cultivate her like an apprentice. Maple Moon was a casual player who preferred real-life simulation type of gameplay. It was very smart a choice to train her into an assistant. Han Xiao was not stingy about it anyway. Plus he quite liked Maple Moon. In his previous life, Han Xiao had started playing during version 1.0 as a completely new player. He had also chosen the mechanic class and had experienced losing streaks during PvP 1. PvP stands for player versus player. There was a time when he had lost hope in the mechanic class despite how much he liked the class, and he had almost even changed his account. Then, later on, during the pro competition in version 3.0, Maple Moon became a completely unexpected black horse in her first competition, which signaled the rise of mechanic class and gave a lot of encouragement to Han Xiao. He had even been a fan of Maple Moon for some time when he was young. Later, when he got more and more skilled, he became one of the masters that represented the mechanic class. Although he did not become a pro player, legends of the great mechanic Han went around. There were always discussions on the forum regarding what a non-pro master player could achieve in a pro league if they had gone, and the great mechanic Han had been a constant hot topic. Great technician Han grew stronger with time, but Maple Moon was like a comet, leaving an unforgettable mark in the milestones of gaming history, then soaring through the sky and disappearing in a flash, only shining during the 3rd and 4th versions of the game. Maple Moon was a casual player after all, so her skills in PK grew at a very slow pace. Not everyone had so much interest in improving in a game like the great technician Han. In the later versions, Maple Moon disappeared from the pro scene. It was said that she had discontinued the contract with her club, so her light only lived in the memories of the old players. The Maple Moon in front of him was pretty and cute, and Han Xiao could not associate her with the person in his memories who had caused a storm in the Pro League. Looking at Maple Moon, who was torn between which skills to learn, Han Xiao had complicated feelings. What will happen this time? With him changing the storyline, would Maple Moon's future still be the same as it was in his previous life? Chapter 223, Arrival of People from Everywhere. 2. Chapter 223, Arrival of People from Everywhere. 2. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The sanctuary construction was enormous. It has always been difficult to start from nothing, but Coney Fury was quite good in what he did. The plan was detailed, the construction was orderly, and the division of work between departments was clear. The Sanctuary main storyline had created a storm in the forums. It was the first large main storyline mission since the Expedition War was still in preparation. The attention of the players was immediately attracted to it, and with the thousands of players that were already part of it, it was proved to be a reliable piece of information. Since this was a large main storyline mission, the number of players participating would never be too high, since the more players there was, the faster it would be completed. The Sanctuary 3 became lively all of a sudden. The players called their friends and headed towards Sanctuary 3 in groups. It became a huge festival. The number of players in Sanctuary increased like a snowball. There were hundred thousands of players in planet Aquamarine at the moment, and more than 100,000 just in the southern continent. After only 2 days, more than 20,000 players came to Sanctuary 3 from various places. The attractiveness of Han Xiao and the main storyline missions had exploded the amount of passion the players had. The 1,000 dark net people that were present since the start were all completely stunned. Inhumans came to help continuously. They were all called by Han Xiao. It was like a dream. Terrifyingly influential. The work efficiency of one Inhuman could match up to many workers since they don't sleep. These more than 20,000 Inhumans could almost match up the manpower of 70,000 to 80,000 workers, and even more Inhumans were coming. Completing the basic layout of the Sanctuary in 1 month didn't seem impossible anymore. When the entire construction team realized this, they all became extremely motivated and gave all of their effort in the construction. If Sanctuary 3 could be completed even before Sanctuary 1, it would be a huge contribution that would shock the entire organization. In only 3 days, the camp had a complete makeover, rough houses were built, all the people of Darknet had a roof above their head. Huang Yu loitered outside Han Zhao's house for quite a long time, then finally made a decision and knocked on the door. Squeak! The door opened, Han Xiao appeared in sight wearing a mechanic working suit. The protective goggles were still on his face. Yes, Han Xiao said coldly. Huang Yu suddenly felt very unconfident when he heard that. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Your Excellency, I." Before he could finish, Han Xiao turned around and walked back into the house. "Talk inside," he said. Huang Yu entered hastily. Seeing Han Xiao pointed with his fingers, he found a place and sat down with his but only occupying a small fraction at the front of the seat. With a fawning expression, he said, "Your Excellency, I wish to help you take care of some matters. I'm your assistant after all." As players became more and more, Huang Yu shockingly realized the 1-month plan really had a chance to succeed, and once it does, Sanctuary 3 would be the first completed sample. This contribution would be extremely huge, and even as an assistant, he could be written in the Darknet's Book of Merit. Huang Yu couldn't sit still anymore. He would regret his entire life if he let this credit slip pass. He felt that he's already offended Han Xiao because of his perfunctory attitude earlier, since Han Xiao didn't assign any mission for him. If Han Xiao rants even a few words to Bennett about him, this credit would have completely nothing to do him anymore. He was originally happy that he had nothing to do, but now he was in total panic and couldn't wait to join the construction, which was why he came to Han Xiao's doors and fawned over Han Xiao, wanting to make up for his disrespect back then. Han Xiao left Huang Yu and didn't bother about him. Seeing that Huang Yu was very nervous and fidgety, he finally said in a slow tone, "Didn't you not want to do anything? I understand Mai and gave you a holiday. Are you not satisfied with it?" Your Excellency. I'm your assistant. I could contribute something as well." Huang Yu wiped his sweat and said sincerely. Han Xiao folded his arms and looked at Huang Yu meaningfully, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Huang Yu's heart kept sinking. He felt that this credit would probably have nothing to do with him anymore. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao turned around, took a stack of documents and threw it to him, then said, "These are the construction progress of the sanctuary. Go through and arrange them. Report to me if there's anything." Huang Yu held the documents and immediately felt more energetic. He stood up hastily and said, "I will ensure these are well taken care of. Go." Han Xiao waved his hands and went back to work. Huang Yu walked out of the house filled with excitement. He breathed a sigh of relief. Black Phantom definitely knew the potential of Sanctuary 3, but he didn't hold any grudges and gave him a chance to join in and share the credit. For this he was very thankful to Black Phantom. Compared to his perfunctory attitude earlier, Huang Yu felt ashamed. Han Xiao was now fully respected by him. Han Xiao thought of it clearly. There was no need to have a bad relationship with his assistant. What was between them was hardly even a disagreement. Seeing that Huang Yu had put down his pride, Han Xiao didn't want to ruin his future on purpose, and he did indeed need an assistant to take care of the construction matters of the sanctuary. These were complicated and cumbersome, which he wasn't fond of. Now he truly had nothing to do and could do his own stuff all day long. Only 3 days had passed since the construction started. Its progress was already like a horse out of its leash, completely unstoppable. The energy of the players had far exceeded the great technician Han's expectations. They were working even harder than migrant workers that they could all be considered as labor role models. In Han Zhao's previous life, the early stages of the game had already ended when the players came in touch with the Sanctuary main storyline and Darknet approached and hired players. Back then many sanctuaries were being built at the same time. The players had choices, so their numbers were dispersed. And for now, the players also noticed Han Xiao was in Sanctuary 3, which means there have to be other sanctuaries that need to be constructed, but the information regarding Sanctuary 1 and Sanctuary 2 was way too vague, as there were very few information sources. On the contrary, Sanctuary 3 had the well-known familiar face Black Phantom. It was an easy choice. The majority of people followed with the trends. As the players in Sanctuary 3 became more and more, other players were attracted too. The number of people grew like a snowball. The future of the players' main city plan Han Xiao had was looking really great. Sanctuary 3 was filled with all sorts of yelling. The players created fairs and areas one after another. Some were for selling items, some for friendly PKs. The lively look did indeed feel like a main city. Even the players belonging to the 6 nations had left the expedition gathering call and came to build the city. The expedition mission had a level requirement and had yet to start. Some players chose the more relaxed sanctuary missions. Han Xiao had a sense of achievement that felt like people came from everywhere to respond to his summon. Seems like my image building plan is going very successfully. Han Xiao was satisfied with the player's response, at the same time paying attention to the response of the forums and darknet. Sanctuary 3 didn't only make an impact within the players, it was also a shocking view in the eyes of the organizations of Planet Aquamarine. The problem of Inhuman has always been focused highly on. The Six Nations were very confused when they investigated the situation after noticing a large number of Inhuman gathering in the southern continent. Why is Black Phantom so influential amongst Inhumans? Why can he command the Inhumans? What is the relationship between them? The organizations raised their alert. The danger level of Black Phantom increased another level. Darknet was the first to receive this intelligence. Even Bennett was stunned. Thinking back of when Han Xiao said he wanted to exceed the progress of Sanctuary 1 in a month, he realized it was actually not a joke. Seeing its current progress speed, that could really be done. Bennett was not shocked but surprised. As long as Sanctuary could be built successfully, it didn't matter which one was first, it would all be a contribution. He only entrusted those who he had trust in, so he didn't ask Han Xiao anything about how he got help from the Inhumans. The directors of Darknet, on the other hand, felt chills up their spines. Having a colleague like this, they didn't know whether it was fortune or disaster. Sanctuary 3, West, Clock Tower Area. The signature building of this area is an enormous clock tower covered in vines. It had now become a base for the players. Nearby was a large square, a dried river with a broken bridge that separated the east and the south, and a little bit further was an area filled with factory buildings. This area was originally a mix of residential area and factories. A factory outline had already been built around the clock tower. Inside was large amounts of construction materials and electricity generators. The terrain here was unobstructed, which was suitable for a power station that would provide energy for the sanctuary. There were hundreds of players in this area cleaning the ruins and evicting the beasts. A team with 5 players was walking in the drainage pipes of the river. It was pitch black. The only light was from the flashlight. "It's quite smelly here." A player held his nose and said, "They said the electricity network will be planted here, so they needed people to scout the area to see if there's any danger." Another guy said, "No wonder no one wants to do this mission, it's too dirty." This guy seemed like he had mysophobia. He was walking very carefully. Even after decades, this drainage pipe was still damp. The floor was very sticky, almost like rotten mud. The team of players took a few more steps forward. Suddenly an inhale that sounded like a wind tunnel appeared from deep within the dark. "Oh, something's wrong." The player was shocked. Just as they were about to move, they realized they were unable to. A notification showed on their interfaces. "You are affected by the intimidation aura of a high-level beast and entered fear state." "What is this?" The expression on their faces changed. Boom! The ground shook vigorously. A black shadow that filled the entire tunnel dashed towards them in an extremely high speed. With a loud bang, the team of players flew away like they were hit by a train. They bashed against the wall and died instantly. They were not the first batch of players, but they were level 15 and yet they died with just one hit, which means the damage was at least 200 to 300. There was more than one shadow. A string of shadows of the same size followed behind, not making any stop, and dashed out of the tunnel straight away and were exposed under the sun. Like furious tanks, they bolted up the ground and headed towards the most conspicuous building, the clock tower. The players resting in the clock tower were met with a sudden situation. They all stood up and tried to stop the shadows, but anyone who did it ended up flying away and dying. Unstoppable. A large number of shadows scraped through the players and destroyed the unfinished power generator. It exploded with a loud boom, and fire broke out. These shadows didn't stop and plunged into the clock tower. The ground shook. A large amount of dust burst out of the clock tower, with a loud squeak sounding like the last scream of a dying person who had lost all hopes. It collapsed. The movements here shocked the entire city. Loud and fearsome roar also came out of the mouth of these black shadows, quaking the entire sky. Chapter 224, Shadow Stalker Viper. Chapter 224, Shadow Stalker Viper. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. An hour later, the fire in the clock tower area was finally extinguished. There were burn marks everywhere. The unfinished power generator had been completely destroyed, and the collapsed clock tower had created an area of ruins. This place had become a mess, adding to the burden of cleaning missions. The area nearby was fenced off. Huang Yu took charge of the scene that was in a complete mess. Fortunately, the players did their best to clear the ruins, so the situation was slightly under control. Thousands of players gathered afar and looked at the broken scene. These black shadows had stomped on the brick floor and left a string of cracks with their footprints. The footprints had 3 claws that were long and thin. The name of the creature was unknown. At the time, those black shadows had disappeared and returned to the river tunnel, which was clearly their nest, and no one dared to mess with these unknown monsters. What kind of beasts could create this level of damage? The monsters that we met these few days were LV 20-something at most. I thought there are no strong monsters, so this is where they're hiding in. I heard from the experienced people that the results of their scan were all question marks, and the danger level was extremely lethal. Wow, that should mean it's at least LV 40. Let's wait and see. Maybe there will be missions for us in a while. Huang Yu finished arranging the jobs, and he activated the communication device. Your Excellency, the situation is temporarily under control. How's the damage? Han Xiao asked calmly. Not good. The power station that we were building has been completely destroyed, together with the construction materials and engineering machines inside. Han Xiao had expected this to happen. Since the sanctuary was a main storyline, there would very likely be twists and turns, and it really did come without any warning. He had not expected the gray metal ruins to have powerful monsters in it. The loss of construction materials and engineering machines was not the most important problem, but the construction period would be largely slowed down if there was no solution to these beasts. What is the species of these beasts? It's still under investigation, but they are hiding in the drainage pipes that we have no knowledge about, so it is very dangerous. Wait for me to go over. 10 minutes later, Han Xiao arrived at the scene. The people came to him and reported the situation. Han Xiao listened for a while and waved his hands to tell them to quiet down, then walked to the footprints and observed them in detail. Able to crack open the brick floor with their feet, which means the leg power of these beasts is very high, and they are monstrously heavy. Likes to live in damp and dark places. Lives in a herd. Aggressive. Han Xiao took out his laptop. He searched through the Planet Aquamarine Beast database and found many matching species. After some thought, Han Xiao lifted up his coat, and about 7 spider detectors slid down his legs and landed on the floor. They slowly crawled into the tunnel and started surveying its internal structure. The laptop was showing the night vision and infrared vision of the detectors. While waiting, Han Xiao asked casually, "Are there any other powerful beasts nearby?" "No," Huang Yu replied immediately. "This is the only place. The clearing tasks at the other areas have all been completed." The shocking incident that had taken place here did not slow down the other construction projects. The construction of the walls, residences, garages, power stations, internal life support facilities, greenhouse farms, and so on were all progressing well. Han Xiao was the only one that could do this because he had tens of thousands of players to help him, unlike Sanctuary 2, where they were still exploring the city, progressing at a much lower speed than him. The image of the tunnels was relayed by the spider detectors. The walls were covered in a strange mucus in the deep area of the river tunnel. It was sticky and looked disgusting, and it was dripping continuously. One spider was covered in the dripping mucus. Its machine legs twitched, and it shut down completely, like being covered in amber. freowebnovel.com. As the spiders went deeper, an even more shocking scene came into sight. The beasts had dug countless split paths at the end of the river tunnel. Under Han Xiao's control, the spiders entered the different paths, and as more images got sent back from the spiders, the people became more and more shocked. Under the surface of gray metal ruins, there was an enormous-sized underground nest, covered more than half the west area. These beasts had been living in this abandoned city for many years. Holy! Han Xiao felt a slight chill up his spine. The hidden beast's outline was shown under the infrared vision. Han Xiao hastily opened the database, and this time he was finally able to narrow down the target. Scientific name: Najaro Shadow Viper Beast, also known as Shadow Stalker Viper. It is oviparous, born with 6 feet and 3 claws, and covered in chitin exoskeleton. Adults can grow up to 4 meters long. Usual forms of attack are through its claws, tail, and teeth, and it is able to secrete a type of corrosive slime from its mouth and anus, which is used to dig its nest. It likes dark, warm, and damp places, usually underground near volcanoes. Other than not having a bug that jumped onto people's faces, this thing looked really alike to Aliens 1. After studying the database entry, he realized that the vital signs of these Shadow Stalker Vipers were at around LV40, which meant that every one of them was a mini-boss to the players at the moment. There were roughly more than 1,000 Shadow Stalker Vipers in the nest, so this was a huge hidden danger to the sanctuary. If it is not resolved, accidents like today would continue to happen and slow down the construction of the West City area. Han Xiao suddenly noticed something abnormal. Despite the fact that Shadow Stalker Vipers like hot environments, they are still attracted to the underground of the flatland, which should be cool and damp. That is really weird. Could it be that there is abandoned reactors or high-energy waste underground? He contemplated and decided it was best to have the players detect the radiation strength inside. If Han Xiao had guessed correctly, there should be a wild boss-level beast king in a herd of Shadow Stalker Vipers, and he was the only one that could deal with that thing. The complicated nest was the Shadow Stalker Viper's territory. Han Xiao didn't want to deal with an entire herd himself, as he would suffer tremendous damage even with his mechanical guards. The players would be able to kill a normal Shadow Stalker Vipers by overwhelming them with numbers, and since so many players were present, he might as well make full use of them. Come to think of it, the corpses and eggs of Shadow Stalker Vipers are both used in manufacturing drugs. Han Xiao's eyes twinkled, and a plan formed in his mind. Huang Yu was actively giving suggestions on the side and said, "I think we could use a large number of explosives in the empty spaces underground to create a landfall and destroy the Shadow Stalker Viper's nest. Although the ground of the West City area will also sink because of that, it shouldn't be a problem because this is an abandoned city, and it can also be used for modifications." Good idea. Han Zhao's eyes twinkled. He always liked to maximize the benefits to the best of his ability. All the Shadow Stalker Vipers would go to waste if he simply blew everything up. But Huang Yu reminded him that Shadow Stalker Viper would turn extremely aggressive if they were disturbed, and by doing so would lure them out of their nest. Han Xiao could then plant traps in advance so that he could deal a large amount of damage once they were lured out. Han Xiao was someone who was action-oriented. He immediately gathered all the patrolling Generation 2.5 Rangers around the river tunnel before ordering the people of Darknet to move the mini-batteries over and lay out a battle frontier that aimed at the river tunnel. Throw in a flashbang. Han Xiao gave a mission to Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword dashed in immediately without saying a word. Seconds and minutes passed by. Everyone waited, completely focused. It was quiet. Players watching from further away occasionally chatted among themselves while staring at the scene. Fearsome growls broke the peace, and with a short scream of pain, the ground started quivering. The sound from the tunnel got closer and closer. Something was coming out. Boom! A huge number of Shadow Stalker Vipers galloped out of the tunnel. They were covered in black carapace and had hideous bone spurs. There were 3 pairs of tiny, bloody red eyes hidden between their exoskeleton that was filled with fury and wrath. At least 100 Shadow Stalker Vipers showed up. They noticed the group of humans gathered far away instantly and stampeded over with a loud growl. 2-2-2-2. The next second, they were faced by a thunderstorm of bullets and cannons that overturned these Shadow Stalker Viper and stopped them from charging any further. The steel core bullets penetrated and tore open their chitin carapace. Thick and sticky bodily fluids splashed all across the place as growls turned into wails. They struggled to stand up but were beaten by the hail of bullets, pressing them against the floor and shattering them into pieces. The flashing gunfire reflected onto Han Zhao's face. He lit up a cigarette and watched as more than 100 Shadow Stalker Vipers broke into pieces. Not long after, the magazine was cleared, and bullet shells covered the ground. The smell of smoke pervaded the air, and the scene turned silent. The corpses of Shadow Stalker Vipers were all over the ground, shattered into pieces. The faces of many players who were watching turned pale. They were disgusted by this image of monster parts scattered all over the floor. "Collect the corpses and keep them in the frozen storage," Han Xiao ordered. Everyone cleaned the battlefield quickly. Han Xiao gave the flashbang mission to Hao Tian this time, but the Shadow Stalker Vipers did not fall for it again. They killed Hao Tian and stayed in the nest, refusing to come out no matter what. The mechanical guards became temporarily useless because of that, as this tactic worked best in open areas. They would one by one be torn into metal waste if they entered the narrow nest. But tricking the enemy once was good enough. The players had been watching for quite long, so it was time to give them something to do. "I need some people to clean this nest within 3 days," Han Xiao yelled. He then set the mission quickly and gave it out. Prize pool mission. Clean the nest. Many days had passed since Han Xiao had last issued a prize pool mission, and he realized that prize pool missions were the easiest way to draw out the players' enthusiasm, and as he expected, the rubbernecking players immediately dashed toward him to accept the mission. The prize pool accumulated more than 1 million EXP very quickly, and it was still growing. The mission requirements were to hunt down Shadow Stalker Vipers and bring back their eggs. These 2 tasks would give them contribution points, and the 10 teams with the highest contribution points would be rewarded. The players were all excited and ready. They swarmed into the nest to kill Shadow Stalker Vipers, making up for their difference in strength with numbers. Han Xiao turned and said to his 4 spare tires, "Take this device and detect the radiation strength of the nest. At the same time, be wary of any strong Shadow Stalker Vipers. That will be the Beast King. Notify me immediately if so. Also, if there are any other discoveries, let me know as well." The 4 people nodded and entered the nest together. Looking at the passionate players, Han Xiao pondered. Shadow Stalker Vipers are too strong for the players at the moment, but in order to reach higher positions in the prize pool mission, they will definitely have more demand for better weapons. There will definitely be someone who is interested in my group of mechanical guards after seeing them. Han Xiao had more than enough spare parts to build and sell weapons to earn him another fortune. This again showcased his innovative business philosophy. The customers don't have a demand, just create one. Chapter 225, Radiation Crystals. Chapter 225, Radiation Crystals. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Xiao would never make a losing deal. The price that he asked for was very high, and most players would not be able to afford his equipment. He soon thought of launching rental services for his weapons to gain a profit through low margins but high sales. However, Han Xiao rejected this idea immediately after. "If the players damage the weapon, I will make a loss, and there might even be some players that don't return my equipment. Before ensuring that the weapon can be retrieved in perfect condition, rental service is not a good idea," Han Xiao thought. The concentrated sound of gunfire came from the nest under the West City area, together with explosions. The ground trembled lightly, shaking up the sand and dust on it. While the players hunted the Shadow Stalker Vipers, the people of Darknet were not doing nothing. They drew out the map of the underground nest from the images of the detectors and divided the nest into areas on the ground. "Your Excellency, the habits of the Shadow Stalker Vipers are alike to ants. Their nest is very labyrinthine and complicated. It can be roughly divided into 2 areas, the core area and the activity area. The activity area makes up to 95% of the entire nest, and we are still looking for the core area," Huang Yu reported. Han Xiao nodded. If his guess was correct, the Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King should be in the core area. The Beast King should be between the level of 50 to 60 and have a boss panel. This difference in strength could not be filled no matter how outnumbered it was by the players at the moment. Han Xiao would have to do it himself, which he planned to do as soon as they found the core area. The nest was the Shadow Stalker Viper's territory. On the first day, the players split up and marched in at a very slow pace. Most of the players were completely thrashed. After all, it was the first time that these new players had faced a monster with such a high level. Thus, their weak spirit and mind were beaten. Han Xiao did not focus on the West City area all the time. This was just a part of the sanctuary construction, and as a responsibility of the overseer, he patrolled the other area's construction progress and went back to building machinery. The class advancement requirement was 5 purple quality equipment. He could already stably build compounded magnetic chain split blades, iron fist, mounted heavy mechanical arm, and mini maneuvering equipment with dark blue quality. One time of overperformance was all he needed to achieve purple quality for these pieces of equipment. The failed products, those that did not reach purple quality, filled almost half of the entire room. Only Han Xiao, who had so many assets, could afford such expenses. Some players finally came to visit during the evening. Jade Green Sky brought a group of guild members to visit. They expressed their intention of wanting to buy equipment. A large number of players resided in the sanctuary at the moment. Players could be seen all over the place requesting to team up and do missions. Many mechanics opened up stalls for repairing, building, and enhancing services, and even Maple Moon would sometime open a stall to pass the time. The sanctuary did have the feeling of a main city indeed. These mechanics were able to gain the blueprints of various low-tier machinery through knowledge fusion, each having its own uniqueness, and firearms were the most common type. The mechanics who opened stalls demanded very low prices, so many not-so-rich players were very willing to buy from them. However, Han Xiao did not bother to do such things as it was a waste of time for him. The market that he was aiming for was high-end as his product quality was far beyond that of the players, and he had a lot of blueprints that they did not have. He was irreplaceable, he had no competition. You want to buy equipment? Han Xiao put down the parts in his hands. Jade Green Sky nodded hastily. Sky Territory had accepted the prize pool mission, and they had a chance to go for a higher position, but other large guilds had arrived at the sanctuary a few days ago, and they were all strong competitors. Thus, Jade Green Sky wanted to buy Black Phantom's equipment to stay ahead. Jade Green Sky had bought a light mechanical arm when the public launch had only just begun, and it was his main weapon even now, so he was very confident in Han Xiao's products. The great mechanic Han had an outrageous amount of 230 million experience in his interface at the moment, so he could afford to spend some of that experience and gamble out some new blueprints, which made his inventory full of various types of equipment. To match the ever-increasing level of players, he had put in some new machinery. After some consideration, he also added Iron Fist-mounted heavy mechanical arm and mini-maneuvering equipment into his store. He had a lot of blue-quality products for these two types of machinery which he had no use for, so this was a chance for him to get rid of them and gain some profit at the same time. However, he did not sell compounded magnetic chain split blades. This was almost god-tier equipment for the players in the early stage, so Han Xiao did not want to sell it to players easily. The people of Sky Territory took a deep breath when they opened up the store. The huge variation of products had their hearts beating faster, and everyone's eyes twinkled brightly. God, even the lowest quality is green. There is even some blue quality equipment. I have never even seen blue equipment before. All of them are so tempting. Jade Green Sky stared at the heavy mechanical arm with excitement. This thing was stronger than the light mechanical arm. It could largely increase his strength. He looked at the price. 120,000. So expensive. Jade Green Sky's face twitched. Although the guild was rich, 120,000 was still a significant amount. It was the price of dozens of firearms and many boxes of gunpowder. After some hesitation, Jade Green Sky decided to buy it. He believed that it had more worth than anything else he could buy with that money. Large guilds were rich. They purchased many pieces of equipment that totaled to $300,000, and they were given to Core Group 1 for the prize pool mission. FREOWebnovel.com. Han Xiao earned a fortune and offloaded some machinery that was useless to him at the same time. A very profitable deal. He had set security measures within the machinery that he sold. The mechanic players at the moment would only be able to pass through these measures only in their dreams, so it was impossible for the blueprint to be leaked. Therefore, Han Xiao was very confident when he sold them. Having sole possession of the technology meant a monopoly. It was the most profitable business as there would not be another place where these products could be bought. Do. Frenzied Sword and the other three returned right after Jade Green Sky left, bringing along new discoveries. We have detected a very high radiation strength, almost reaching the maximum on the measuring device. Maple Moon said and passed the device back to Han Xiao. Han Xiao was a little shocked. With such high radiation, creatures that lived near it would very likely go through mutations. Whether the mutation enhanced one's strength or the other way around depended on the species and habits of the creature. Stronger creatures that had a higher resistance would more likely have enhancing mutations. which means there might be elite mutated variants in this Shadowstalker Viper herd, Han Xiao thought. We have also discovered the source of the mutation. It's these things? Frenzied Sword said as he took out a bag of blue crystals and laid them out on the table. The crystals were filled with mist and cracks. They looked very turbid. The blue crystals reflected a mist-like aura from the light. They looked magnificent and almost magical. Unknown crystal. A crystal formed by unknown reasons. It is highly radioactive. The measurement on the device increased noticeably as it was moved closer to the crystal. Han Xiao wore a pair of gloves. He held up a finger-sized crystal and looked at it carefully. Where did you find this? On the walls deep inside the nest. Hao Tian gave a very simple answer. Frenzied Sword added, these crystals were embedded in the wall. We wouldn't have found it either if the slime on it wasn't scraped off during the battle. Furthermore, these crystals became more concentrated as we went deeper into the nest, as did the monsters. We were unable to go even deeper, so we came back early. Han Xiao could feel the warmth from the crystal itself even with gloves, which solved one of his questions. These crystals provided the heat energy that made the Shadowstalker Vipers build their nest here. Han Xiao waved at Frenzied Sword. Without a hint of hesitation, Frenzied Sword walked toward Han Xiao, who suddenly did something shocking. He grabbed Frenzied Sword's mouth and stuffed the crystal into it. Then he blocked his mouth, not letting him spit it out. Swallow it. Woo! Frenzied Sword's face was filled with shock. He struggled all he could, but Han Xiao's hands did not budge even an inch. Then the crystal went down his throat. The three people watching from the side were stunned. Any reactions? Han Xiao stared at him. Frenzied Sword let out a sigh like he accepted his fate. He touched his chest and looked at his interface. You have swallowed a type of high radiation strength crystal. Unpurified. Race detected human. Endurance is less than 50. No related ability gained. You have entered the radiation damage state. Radiation damage, minus 33% maximum health, minus 33% maximum stamina, minus 50% across all attributes. Duration 2 hours. Related medication can be used to recover in advance. Frenzied Sword described the status. Undying players were the best choice to test drugs. Han Xiao gave a large amount of experience to Frenzied Sword as a reward and said while nodding, well done. Frenzied Sword felt much better when he saw the experience. He looked at the rest of the crystals on the table and pondered, will there be more experience if I eat all of them? It actually tastes like sweets. Han Xiao knew what Frenzied Sword was thinking from the expression on his face. He awkwardly collected all of the crystals, denying Frenzied Sword's thoughts. From the experiment, the rough uses of the crystals could be seen. Purifying this type of radiation crystals would create crystal-formed energy, which was a form of clean energy. Han Xiao had a thought. There were a lot of such crystals in the nest. He could use basic extraction to purify them and turn them into energy storage, and these energy crystals could even be used on all kinds of machinery if he made an energy transformation device. It was a valuable discovery. Crystal energy was most commonly used in magic civilizations. It would also appear sometimes in technological civilizations. In a more fashionable way, such clean energy crystals could also be called non-elemental crystal or magic crystal. Mages would use magic techniques to harvest energy from these crystals to become their own energy or to power magic. So there were many uses for it. The concentration level of the crystals should lead to the core of the nest, Han Xiao thought, and called Huang Yu over immediately. After describing this discovery, Huang Yu instantly marked an area on the nest map that they had drawn. There's a 90% chance that this is the core area. Huang Yu pointed at the map confidently. Very good. Han Xiao nodded. Time to act. At midnight, players continued to fight in the nest as they did not need to sleep. The prize pool mission motivated the players. Although there was no direct mission, they still received quite a lot of experience from killing the Shadowstalker Vipers, which were a much higher level than them. Sky Territory was at the top of the rank. Quickly, T3, third tank, pull the monster. T1, main tank, and T2, secondary tank. Come back here now. Pugilists attack at close range quickly. Come on espers, last longer. Go to the side to recover if you're out of energy. Mechanics don't go too close. Stand further away to deal damage. Those carrying eggs leave quickly. Don't get hit by the fallout. The people of Sky Territory were surrounding a Shadow Stalker Viper and took it like a boss. Jade Green Sky was commanding and yelling, and they were having a very exciting time. The cooperation of Core Team 1 was very in sync. The slime in the nest would lower the player's speed, but although the nest favored the Shadow Stalker Vipers, it still was a fish in a net when facing the core team of Sky Territory, which was extremely experienced in fighting bosses. The Shadow Stalker Viper could not break out of the net no matter how it tried, and its health was decreasing at a steady rate. Killing Line 1. Everyone, deal damage now. All kinds of attacks downed on Shadow Stalker Viper. Its carapace started cracking, and slime splashed all over. Jade Green Sky charged forward. He wore a heavy mechanical arm much thicker than his hands on his right arm and activated the active ability of the heavy mechanical arm. The motors made a loud noise. Heated steam shot out of its ventilation pipes, and the iron fist hit straight at Shadow Stalker Viper's head. At the same time, Jade Green Sky shouted out loud with passion. HAA! Iron Fist Burst. Chapter 226 Demolition. Chapter 226 Demolition. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The Iron Fist punched the chitin carapace. The skull of the Shadow Stalker Viper shattered, and its health reached 0. It screamed in agony and fell to the ground, dead. The air in its lungs came out of its mouth and nose, and its swollen body slowly deflated. Jade Green Sky took a deep breath and looked at the damage ranking. He was unexpectedly first once again. The damage of the heavy mechanical arm would not be exceeded easily by the players at the moment. The heavy mechanical arm also had very high armor stats. It can even be used to withstand damage from the monster. Several times, they had been in danger of being wiped out, and it was Jade Green Sky who had saved the situation. While the other players got wiped out once in a while, they had not died once. Thus, their contribution points increased steadily, and they reached rank 1. Buying this weapon was more than worth it. Black Phantom's products were expensive, but they were worth every penny. It was really a great deal. Jade Green Sky was very contented. Vice Team Captain jokingly complained, "How old are you already, Captain? Are you not ashamed when you yell out the name of the ability? I like to do that. None of your business. Plus, why bother to play pugilist if you're not going to yell out your ability names?" Jade Green Sky replied. The carcass and eggs of Shadow Stalker Vipers were both contribution points. The team members started to clean up the battlefield. Whoa! Suddenly, the sound of a piercing wind echoed from further down in the tunnel. Something was approaching at very high speed. Frubuvel.cm. A shadow passed by them in an instant and created a strong gust of wind that almost made everyone in Sky Territory lose their balance. It was so fast that they could not even capture it with their eyes. No one could see what had passed them. What was that? It disappeared in a flash. Jade Green Sky looked in the direction where the shadow disappeared and said with surprise, "That's probably toward the deeper part of the nest." Everyone exchanged looks of surprise. "Let's follow and take a look." The speed-reducing slime was everywhere in the nest. They chased for a while, but that shadow was long gone. The players of Sky Territory felt a little beaten. "Stop chasing, we can't catch up." "Wait, what's that?" Someone noticed something abnormal. The flashlight shone over, and a pungent smell entered their nose as they saw the carcasses of Shadow Stalker Vipers all over the tunnel and extending all the way into the darkness. It was a shocking view. The carapace that players tried so hard to penetrate looked as fragile as eggshells. The carcasses were still fresh, which meant the shadow had gotten rid of all the beasts obstructing his way within the short period of their chase. The LV-40 beast herd did not stop him for even a second. Everyone instinctively thought of Han Xiao. It was Black Phantom that just passed by, right? The monsters we took so long to beat were killed by him within seconds. He's definitely at max level. When the players scanned Han Xiao, the information they got was always all question marks except the danger level being extremely lethal. People had tried guessing his level, and now that they had something to compare with, they had a more accurate deduction. Black Phantom was definitely one of the strongest in Planet Aquamarine. Jade Green Sky suddenly became happy. He opened up a path for us. We can follow along. Han Xiao, who was covered in his black combat mechanical suit, dashed through the nest following the route from the tactical screen. Slash. Two Shadow Stalker Viper pounced out of the darkness, where the human eyes could not reach. However, the mechanical suit radar had detected the vital signs and heat energy long ago. Without dodging, Han Xiao activated enhanced mode, and the biological muscles under the armor swelled up. Power surged from his fists and smashed straight at the Shadow Stalker Vipers. Devastating strength difference. Shattered carapaces, splashing slime, and screams of pain. Claws hit on the mechanical suit and only left a string of sparks. Han Xiao passed the two beasts without pause and sent out several punches within an instant, killing these two beasts immediately. With the LV-55 attributes, Viper's advanced performance, and the difference in level, Han Xiao could kill those Shadow Stalker Vipers within a second easily. He did not stop. Wiping off the slime on the wall, the radiation crystals were becoming more concentrated. The core area should not be far away. Monsters are appearing at a higher rate, Han Xiao muttered as he casually killed a Shadow Stalker Viper. He looked at the map on the screen and confirmed that he was on the right route. The screen showed that the temperature on the outside was increasing. The crystals contained heat, so the higher the temperature, the more likely it was that the Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King would be living nearby. The high temperature from the crystals had turned the infrared and night vision images completely red. Han Xiao changed it back to normal vision, and it darkened immediately. However, a few seconds later, it was bright again. This was because of the Night Stalker class talent, Bat Habit, which provided vision in darkness and bonuses when fighting in the dark. Passing through a cave, the space suddenly became much larger. A thick, pungent smell filled the place, and slime on the ground was thick and dense. This was an underground cave that looked like a honeycomb. The walls were embedded with large, dark blue radiation crystals, surrounded by more than a dozen entrances of a tunnel that lead to many places. This was the center of the nest. Dense red eyes blinked in the dark. Dozens of Shadow Stalker Vipers lay low on the floor and bared their teeth, demonstrating their authority over the unwanted guest. There were also a few more frightful-looking elites in the herd. The Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King was the most conspicuous one surrounded by the herd. It was 3 times larger than the others. It looked down on Han Xiao with condescension as the slime in its mouth dripped down onto the ground, corroding the floor and emitting a pungent odor. So big. It has to be the Beast King, Han Xiao thought. The Shadow Stalker Vipers pounced toward Han Xiao fearlessly. The electromagnetic hoverboots allowed Han Xiao to ignore the slimy terrain and move freely. He dodged the attack and took out the Ghost Sniper rifle from his back, using it as an assault rifle. Blue flashes appeared on the muzzle as needle magnetic bullets were being shot out rapidly. He changed targets continuously. Doing so was to keep triggering lethal shot, which did not trigger on the same target within 5 minutes. This talent was more useful during group combat, and the right way to use it is to keep changing targets and maximizing the damage output. Flesh exploded one after another. The needle bullets penetrated the carapaces easily and slaughtered the herd at a very fast rate. An elite monster snuck behind Han Xiao and pounced toward Han Xiao, thinking that he would not notice. However, Han Xiao turned around and slammed his leg on the skull of the Shadow Stalker Viper like he had eyes behind his back. The skull was flattened. The herd charged toward Han Xiao one after another in waves, but Han Xiao was like a reef. He did not budge at all. The herd became less and less dense as they fell one by one around Han Xiao. Roar! The Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King growled. The sound waves echoed in the nest, summoning their own kind. The players in other areas realized that the Shadow Stalker Vipers that were fighting them stopped simultaneously and dashed toward the center of the nest without looking back. The tunnel rustled, and the ground shook. A large number of beasts were approaching. The longer the battle lasted, the more difficult it would be. Han Xiao's eyes focused. He activated Overload, Flaming Will, and lethal critical hits at the same time and fired at the Beast King, lingering at the edge of the battlefield. Buzz! The firing sound of the ghost sniper rifle was a buzz made by its electrical circuits. A flash of dark blue appeared and disappeared the next second, penetrating the carapace of the Beast King and exploding its empty cavities. This shot also triggered the true damage from lethal shot. 2,853. An astonishing damage number appeared. The health bar of the Beast King dropped a huge portion instantly, and it growled and rolled on the floor in agony. Han Xiao saw the attributes of the Beast King from the interface. LV-53 boss, very high dexterity and endurance, but only 9,000 health. Han Xiao was surprised. His shot just now had taken almost a third of its health. This health amount didn't match up to its boss status. Is it one of those dexterity-type Beast Kings that are more focused on attacking? But it doesn't look like it with such a huge size. The Beast King rolled over, but unexpectedly, it did not pounce over immediately. Instead, it ran to a corner of the cave and took many large bites into something stiff. Han Xiao looked over through the gaps in the herd and was shocked when he saw it clearly. The Beast King was eating barrels of high-energy waste marked with radiation symbols. Beasts consuming wastes in long term would very likely induce mutation, or they would gain a special ability. He realized that the Beast King's health was recovering at a remarkable speed, gaining back 1,000 HP within seconds. Clearly, consuming waste materials quickly recovered its health. Then it occurred to Han Xiao that this Beast King was the type that stalled people to their death. This environment had put him at a very bad disadvantage. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself to his peak performance, before jumping up high into the air and flying over the herd in an arc, slamming on the back of the Beast King with a huge amount of energy. Upon impact, they both rolled over. Before standing up, Han Xiao bent his fingers and blades shot out. He stabbed them into the Beast King's carapace, and at the same time, he activated the thermoelectrical incisor gloves and burnt through the carapace. Suddenly, the wind whistled. His back was hit by the Beast King's tail, and he almost flew out. He could feel the enormous power even through the mechanical suit, and the durability dropped a little. Han Xiao was fully focused. The light from the bonfire reaction furnace behind his back brightened, and with force from both his hands and legs, he pushed the Beast King to knock the wall. The ground shook. Pebbles fell down like rain. The man and the beast collapsed the wall and fell onto the tunnel on the other side. The Beast King growled, wanting to recover health in its nest. But Han Xiao grabbed onto it tightly and pulled it outward. Energy flew into the compounded magnetic chain-split blades on the back of his hand. The blades hovered in the air, slashing open the carapace of the Beast King rapidly, showing its dark purple flesh. It was like two beasts of the same size were clashing. They destroyed walls continuously, and the entire nest started to shake as if it was going to collapse. The players were shocked and soon started to escape. Run! We are going to be buried alive. What is this? Demolition. Jade Green Sky also followed the crowd and ran for a while. Then he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Since we can revive, this is the best chance to kill already wounded monsters and gain contribution points. Just as he finished the sentence, the wall on his side exploded. Han Xiao pushed the Beast King in his direction. Jade Green Sky was in their way, and he was immediately squished. The vice captain of Team 1 held his head and yelled in shock, "Ah! You died so tragically, Captain." Chapter 227 Profit from the Nest. Chapter 227 Profit from the Nest. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The slashing slime could not corrode the mechanical suit. Shadow Stalker Viper's carapace cracked all over its body, covered in blood and slime. Pressed on the floor by Han Xiao, its health decreased steadily. The herd charged toward them one after another like they had lost their minds. Han Xiao used the Beast King's body as protection and dodged most of the attacks with his agility. The vision on the tactical display screen was jumping all over the place. Normal people would have a headache by looking at it for just a few seconds, but Han Xiao was completely used to it and was not affected at all. Every punch, every kick was sent out with incredible power that the surrounding terrain looked like it had been destroyed by a tornado. With his basic combat skills all being at max level and the performance enhancement from Viper, Han Xiao's close-range combat ability was way above average. The Beast King's health very soon arrived at the killing line, as it was unable to eat waste materials and regenerate. Han Zhao's energy flew into compounded magnetic chain split blades and formed a high-speed spinning pointy cone around his arm like a drill, piercing right into the Beast King's head. Ignoring the wail, Han Xiao grabbed onto the wound to not get dropped by the struggling Beast King. He then turned on the sunworm and sprayed at the bloody brain of the Beast King. A smell of burnt meat spread in the air. The Beast King's body suddenly became stiff, like a fish out of water, giving his last struggle before death. You have killed Shadow Stalker Viper Beast King, LV-53. You have received 132,000 experience. As soon as the Beast King died, the surrounding Shadow Stalker Vipers growled in agony and pounced toward Han Xiao dauntlessly, wanting to shatter this enemy that was harder than iron, submerging Han Xiao instantly. But the next moment, a strong repel force pushed all of the Shadow Stalker Viper away at a speed even quicker than when they attacked. They hit against the wall of the nest as the field repulsive machine on Viper's arms made a buzzing sound. Boom! This repulsion force caused a chain reaction, and the nest started crumbling down piece by piece. The ground was shaking so rapidly that it was like an earthquake. Han Xiao did not want to be buried alive, so he concentrated all the power in his legs and jumped up. The floor cracked open from the strength of his jump, and he flew up in the air. He then turned on the mini maneuvering equipment to give him further boost in speed. With the combined forces of the jump and the mini maneuvering equipment, he rocketed up and burst through the mud above his head. The next second, the ground exploded, and a black figure bolted out of the ground. The vision became obstructed, and the night sky came into sight. The West City area collapsed. Cracks opened from the sunk ground, and dust splashed out from within. Some players got buried and died. Some players escaped and watched the scene, stunned. The entire city collapsed because of the fight. Such strong destruction power. Isn't that Black Phantom? Did he do it? He's got to be a max-level boss with such strength. All the Shadow Stalker Vipers are buried alive. Does that mean our mission is completed? There's no notification, though. The players were shocked and confused. They looked at Han Xiao at the side, who was wearing the mechanical suit with fire in their eyes. They had seen the video of the mechanical suit in action on the forums, and now they had finally witnessed that themselves. It was even more impressive than in the videos. Jade Green Sky trotted over after he revived and was shocked by the completely different scene than before. He hastily asked about the situation, then contemplated and said, "The mission is not completed yet. There are chances to make use of the situation." At the same time, signs of life appeared within the ruins. Shadow Stalker Vipers that were still alive crawled out with struggle. Only a small half of the nest had collapsed, but all the tunnels were blocked, so all the beasts had nowhere to escape. Seeing this, the players dashed over in a hurry to get the last hit. Han Xiao was only responsible for dealing with the Beast King. The other small monsters were to be dealt with by the players. The sound of cracking came out of his neck as he twisted it to relieve his tight nerves. Huang Yu brought some people over and waited on the side. "When the Inhumans are done the cleaning, you guys go dig through the ruins. Bring the radiation crystals and the carcasses into the warehouses, especially the Beast King's, that's rare material. Although I broke quite many parts of it, it should still be of some use," Han Xiao said casually. Huang Yu took a look at the sunk ground, gulped, and nodded hastily. Half an hour had yet to even pass since Black Phantom came, and he had already settled the problem. Even though the West City area had almost been destroyed, this astonishing efficiency left Huang Yu in complete awe. After returning to his room, Han Xiao took off Viper and repaired its damage. At around midnight, Huang Yu finally came with the information that the cleaning of the ruins was completed. "We have stored 846 Shadow Stalker Viper carcasses. 27 of them are mutated, and one is the Beast King. More than 300 undamaged eggs have all been stored in the frozen warehouse. Also, we have collected about 2 tons of radiation crystals. The 300 pounds that were collected near the center of the nest seem to have a higher concentration. By the way, Coney Fury has discovered the source of the crystals. These Shadow Stalker Vipers have been consuming high energy waste as their food source. The slime secreted in their bodies has gone through special reactions, which cause them to harden and thus become crystals. Han Xiao was stunned for a second. So, these radiation crystals are actually Shadow Stalker Viper's feces? You could say that. Han Xiao scratched his head and thought of Frenzied Sword. Never mind. The truth is too cruel for me to tell him. I don't think he can take it. As the nest was finally cleaned finish, the players felt relieved. They looked at their interface with anticipation. Clean the nest has been completed. Current prize pool experience. 1,340,000. Damage ranking. First, Jade Green Sky Team. Second, Red Carp Team. Third, No Sleep During the Day Team. The players on the leaderboard were delighted. Although it was unfortunate for those who did not make it, they did not make a lose anyway, as the experience from killing the Shadow Stalker Viper was more than enough to cover the experience spent to take part. We're first. Jade Green Sky and the people of the Sky Territory Core Team 1 were filled with joy. The players beside them looked over with envy, focusing their eyes on Jade Green Sky's heavy mechanical arm. Sky Territory really is steady. What equipment is their guild leader wearing? Looks really powerful. I have a friend in their team. He said that equipment is a god-tier weapon for pugilists. It can both tank and deal damage, but it is very expensive, and only Black Phantom sells it. Seeing the effect of the heavy mechanical arm, many players started to desire it. Desire would create demand, and demand meant potential customers. The ruins needed reconstruction. The head of West City area gave out more missions, and the players rested for a while before starting to help once again. The next day, Han Xiao woke up to the construction noise surrounding him in all directions, and he rubbed his temples helplessly. It was indeed much quicker to have the players help to build the city, but there was one tiny flaw of that. The players didn't sleep or rest and worked throughout the day. This non-stop noise pollution almost made him mentally fatigued. The secret base, however, had very good noise reduction measures, and it was in a rural area where no one had done any construction. Han Xiao had gone there secretly a few times and brought some supplies over for storage. He had also enhanced the security measures. On the surface, Han Xiao did not work in the base. Han Xiao came to the boisterous workshop, then walked to his VIP room, which he had entered many times. Inside were many neatly arranged boxes emitting a magnificent, beautiful, but strange aura. However, knowing that these are the feces of monsters, Han Xiao could not appreciate their beauty no matter how magnificent they were. He made sure his gloves were on tightly. Radiation crystal can be turned into energy block after purification, non-elemental pure energy. Although it says these are of high concentration, these should be of the low tier in the standard of the universe. The conversion rate is roughly 100:1, so 2 tons of it should probably be able to produce 45 pounds of energy blocks. These can be used as emergency energy storage. It is a surprising but welcome income. There were many types of energy: magnetic, electrical, nuclear, light, planet, antimatter, dark, psionic, and many more. If these were psionic energy blocks, they would be as valuable as the entire planet Aquamarine. However, only very advanced civilizations could acquire, convert, and make use of psionic energy. Low-class civilizations would not be able to use it even if they were able to acquire psionic blocks. Those civilizations that had discovered psionic energy too early had all destroyed themselves. To research and experiment on psionic energy without the required technology was suicide. Thus, their entire planet was vaporized. There were also 300 pounds of dark blue crystals with higher concentration. Han Xiao guessed that it was the feces of the Beast King. The Beast King owned the most amount of high energy waste, so it produced crystals with the highest concentration compared to the others. Could barely be considered middle-tier concentration. The purification rate would be much higher, and they should be able to produce 10 pounds of energy blocks with higher ONA. 300 pounds. This guy really can take sh*TS. Han Xiao shook his head. Han Xiao's basic extraction was at max level. The knowledge from the energy brunch could be infused into the energy block extraction device, which was a rather precise device. Han Xiao contemplated for a while and remembered the knowledge combination. He had plenty of experience points, so he successfully gambled out the blueprint after a few infusions and started to build the device. It was completed after 2 hours. Basic energy block extraction device. Extracts energy blocks out of minerals or crystals containing radiation or energy. Ordinary conversion rate, a rather slow conversion speed. This thing was very steampunk. The input port was in a funnel shape and could automatically take in original materials. Energy block extraction devices were most common in crystal civilizations where magic and technology were both present, and energy blocks were the main energy resource. The headquarters of Japan, planet Lani, was one of such civilizations. It was a unique kind of civilization, but anything was possible in the wide universe. Han Xiao arranged the crystals nicely and activated the auto-drop. The extraction process was fully automated. It should take about half a day to extract everything. I shall just wait. Han Xiao patted his hands. All that was left were the carcasses and eggs in the frozen warehouses. These could be used to make drugs, but he was not a pharmacist. Lewis Research Institution was in the Western continent. It was too far, and the transportation cost would be too high. Also, the time it would consume during transportation would cause the materials to lose their freshness. Han Xiao pondered for a while and decided to hire a pharmacist. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight, and a name buried deep in his memories appeared in his mind. Chapter 228, The Exchange. Chapter 228, The Exchange. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. A secret meeting was being held in the headquarters of Division 13, and many important members of the Hesla Military Intelligence Department were present. Gu Hui had welcomed them himself. The expedition was drawing near, so the 6 nations contacted each other frequently to discuss and adjust some final details. In the meeting room, both parties were calmly discussing the expedition. Buzz. The entire place turned silent upon the sound of phone vibration. Everyone looked over with dissatisfaction in their eyes. This is a very serious occasion. Who's so disrespectful? Seeing that the sound came from the Deputy Director General of the Division 13, Gu Hui, their expressions became complicated. The expressions on Hesla people's faces looked like they were saying, "Is this your leader? So unprofessional." Gu Hui frowned. He had many phones, and most of them were turned off during meetings except for the one for emergency matters. Only very important calls would go to this phone. However, once he took out the phone and saw the number, his pupils constricted. Pause the meeting. I have to take this call. Without paying attention to the reactions of the others, Gu Hui left with his phone hurriedly after he finished the sentence. The people of Hesla were shocked. Whose call could make the Deputy Director General of the Division 13 leave an important meeting in front of everyone? Who was so important? Was it the superiors at the highest ranking? Then why did they not call the internal line? Coming to the quiet and isolated room next door, Gu Hui picked up the phone and said in a serious tone, "How come you're calling?" Surprised. Han Xiao's mocking voice came out of the phone. Han Xiao used the number and identity of 0 to call Gu Hui. Since the intelligence he provided last time, he had become a very important focus target of Star Dragon. Ever since the battle in Dark Crow Valley, Han Xiao had disappeared without a trace. Even Star Dragon's intelligence organizations could not find him. In the face of such a valuable communication opportunity, Gu Hui could not give it up no matter what, even if it meant he had to leave the important meeting. What do you want this time? Through precious contact with Han Xiao, Gu Hui had a rough idea of his personality. Han Xiao was goal-orientated and would not call for nothing. Thus, he went straight to the point. I want a person. Who? She's called. Wait, let me go through the wanted list. Her code is Emerald Grass. She's a pharmacist. Gu Hui was stunned for a moment. He told his secretary to check on this person, and very soon the results came back. Emerald Grass, her superhuman ability was controlling plants, and she was a top-notch pharmacist. Once, she had spread an infectious lethal disease with a drug that was not experimented on and caused a large number of deaths, which lead to her wanted status. She had been captured a few years ago and was currently tightly imprisoned on Bell of Death Island. Bell of Death Island was a prison of the 6 nations for the highly dangerous criminals. It was an isolated island in the sea with mysterious coordinates and tight security. What do you want her for? Gu Hui questioned. Something. Han Xiao gave a vague answer. Gu Hui contemplated and said, Even I can't bail people out of Bell of Death Island casually. It's against the rules. This was a roundabout rejection. Han Xiao laughed. He suddenly changed the subject and said, I heard the expedition is going to start very soon. TSK, 6 nations coming together for a battle, attacking the land of Andria from more than a dozen directions with planes, aircraft carriers, and all sorts. Tell me, will the Germinal organization accept their fate without resistance? Gu Hui's hand tightened on the phone. What intelligence do you have? Plenty. Base locations, military power, missile layout, and the Germinal organization's various inhuman plans. Han Xiao said in a very tempting tone. Gu Hui was angry, but he had to fall for the trap. Emerald grass is yours. Done. Han Xiao agreed without hesitation. He had already planned on giving every piece of intelligence he had on the Germinal organization before the war to give more advantages to the 6 nations anyway, and now, he could even use that to exchange for a very important person. In version 2.0 of his previous life, Emerald Grass had been a very important character in Planet Aquamarine. As a top-notch pharmacist, she researched on the mutation virus, created drugs that suppressed the virus effectively, and made a very strong impact. In his previous life, Bell of Death Island had been a mysterious place. No player could find its coordinates, but they did have some information on it in version 2.0. The mutation virus had spread to Bell of Death Island, causing a very dangerous change, but the criminals imprisoned by the 6 nations in the Bell of Death Island resolved the disaster. They had fought their way out of the island and escaped. Emerald Grass had also escaped during this. As the saying goes, there are always crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The prisoners poured into the outside world and became new characters of version 2.0 like dragons flying over a river, causing a storm in the world on top of the disaster. The intelligence will be sent to you. I will decide the location to retrieve Emerald Grass. Han Xiao said, then hung up the call. Gu Hui's expression changed several times. Only Han Xiao dared to hang up on him casually, and he could not do anything about it. A prisoner in exchange for key intelligence, this deal was a definite win. Furthermore, Gu Hui realized another benefit. He has been lost for so long. This meetup is a chance to follow up on his whereabouts. Han Xiao still had a position in the field agent files. Whether he went where, did what, or if he joined any organizations during his disappearance, this was all unknown to Stardragon despite their interest. It was just the right chance to investigate. In the workshop in Sanctuary 3, Han Xiao waited 30 seconds after hanging up the call. Only then did he send the first set of intelligence to Division 13 and held on to the rest temporarily. He knew full well that he should not give out all the intelligence at once. If I can get Emerald Grass this time, not only can she help to research on drugs, I can even make Sanctuary 3B the first place that suppresses the mutation virus in version 2.0. The Sanctuary has my name in it. The safer it is, the more influential I become. However, Stardragon will know they exchanged Emerald Grass with me. They won't give up this investigation chance, and if they find out that Emerald Grass works here, they might guess I'm Black Phantom, and my identity will be exposed. While evaluating the risks and benefits, Han Xiao suddenly realized something. He had kept his identity hidden at the start because he had been too weak, but now, with Darknet backing him up and his strength being at the top of the planet, there was no need to hide from the enemy anymore. At the same time, the Germinal organization was facing its destruction and could not even take care of themselves. Hiding his identity did not matter anymore. He suddenly felt delighted. Without him noticing it, his arch-enemy was not gigantic in his eyes anymore. He had grown to be able to face the strongest organization on the planet. From another perspective, exposing his identity could combine the influence of Zero and Black Phantom and cause a chemical reaction, and he was 80% sure that he would get legendary points. The player's impression of him would also increase to another level. With the things he had done, the players might even mistake him to be the main character of Planet Aquamarine instead of Bennett. I should take things steadily instead. I will think about my identity after the war starts. Although Han Xiao saw some benefits, he still decided to act on what would happen. The energy block extraction device was still operating, so Xiao locked the door and left, surveying the construction progress of the various areas with his hands behind his back. As he passed by the wall construction area, he suddenly heard a commotion. He stopped in place, then walked over. The engineering team surrounded a large crane helplessly. Seeing that Xiao approached, they greeted with respect. "What's happening?" Xiao asked. "The crane malfunctioned and cannot be turned on. We can't find the cause," someone said helplessly. Xiao heard this and thought, "Wasn't fixing vehicles what I started with?" He rolled up his sleeves and said with excitement, "Bring the tools over." The engineering team only remembered now that their boss was a mechanic. They hastily brought the parts and the tools over. Xiao climbed up the crane to check for the malfunction, and he found it not long after. He took out the tools and started fixing. His hands moved around so incredibly fast that they even created shadows behind them. The players on the side doing construction work were shocked upon seeing this. This hand speed matched the power of being single for at least 50 years. "Turns out single people have an advantage in the mechanic class," a player yelled. "I'm the man who will become the mechanic king one." Sad but true. As he repaired, the great mechanic Han was in the zone, so he also gave it some enhancements. He tightened the last screw. "Done." Xiao clapped his hands and told the engineering team to turn it on. The enhanced crane was like it was on steroids and moved so quick that the engineering could not even catch up to its speed. They dodged hastily and jumped around. At this time, the players welding rebars on the wall suddenly looked at the wilderness and shouted, "There are some people here." Xiao quickly climbed the scaffolding of the wall to a higher place and looked out. A group of people wearing ragged clothes appeared in the wilderness, walking slowly toward the sanctuary. The wanderers had arrived. Chapter 229, The First Time is Always Hardest. Chapter 229, The First Time is Always Hardest. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A few days ago, the guards that Xiao had sent out came into contact with the wanderers in the colonies tens of miles away. They explained the purpose of the sanctuary and invited the wanderers to take residence or work. Using foods and smiles, some wanderers that did not have a pleasant life agreed to move. From far away, the hundreds of wanderers could already see the tall wall that was still being built with the words Black Phantom Sanctuary 3 written on it with red paint. They found the situation unbelievable. Didn't they say that they just arrived in gray metal ruins a few days ago? This doesn't look like the construction has just started. A middle-aged man said hesitantly. The others were wondering the same thing. They had originally thought that the sanctuary was just being built, and the conditions would be harsh. In their imaginations, it would not even be as good-looking as the tiny lousy houses in their colony. They were all ready to face a hard time, but reality gave them a huge surprise. Did they spend all the time building the wall? Some people were still in doubt. As they entered the sanctuary following the main road, this doubt was cleared in no time. There was too much for them to take in. Looking at the tall wall, neat buildings, and paved roads, every one of them could not believe that this was the construction progress of just 10 days. It took days for them to even build a lousy wooden house. The guards lead the dizzy wanderers to their residence, which was neither a camp nor wooden houses but brand new bunkers. There were many rooms and electricity and water were available. There were ingredients in the kitchen, and they could cook themselves. They were completely overwhelmed by this huge pleasant surprise. How is this even called a sanctuary? Might as well call it a resort home. Your Excellency, we have brought back 427 wanderers. There are 15 colonies tens of miles away with a total of about 3,500 people. Other teams are still in the middle of their discussion, and there's currently about 300 that rejected us clearly. Only a bit more than 400. That's not much. The purpose of the sanctuary was to protect humans, with the biggest goal of taking in wanderers. It would be a joke if there was nobody staying in it after its construction was completed. There were few wanderers in the karst, and wanderers from further away might not be willing to travel such a distance. In order to have people move over and take residence, Xiao felt like it required Bennett's macro control, which was able to bulk migrate the wanderers who were willing to stay in a sanctuary from other areas. However, that should be the arrangement after the plan matured. Now was only the early stages of the construction. Han Xiao waved his hands and dismissed Lu Xiao. He then walked back to the workshop and contemplated the situation. One of the requirements of his Sanctuary 3 main storyline mission was to reach 40,000 residents, excluding players. This was one of the requirements that had the richest reward, and it had very clear benefits to raising the mission's overall grading. Walking on the streets and seeing the lively scene of the players, Han Xiao knew that in order to achieve the player main city plan, there had to be NPCs staying, important characters would be best. These were all mission resources, and only then would the players be attracted to gather there. The number of residents was a requirement of the sanctuary as well, which interlocked with his plan. This is a long-term task, Han Xiao thought. There were players that came to talk with him once in a while wanting to buy equipment. Han Xiao did not refuse and got rid of the useless equipment in his storage while earning some money at the same time. Back at the workshop, the extraction device was still operating, and Han Xiao was in a very good mood. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, he took out the parts and started building compounded magnetic chain split blades. He was trying to go for the purple quality, and this time he felt more proficient than all the times before. It might succeed this time. The noise of the extraction device echoed in the workshop, but Han Xiao was not affected by any external factors, immersed in building. When the extraction device stopped, he also finished at the same time. You have built compounded magnetic chain split blades. Purple. Class advancement requirement. Build 5 purple equipment above LV60. Progress. 1/5. Han Xiao exhaled, feeling much more relieved. The first time was always the hardest, much the same as forgiveness. After the first time, there would always be the second and third, and sooner or later one would become used to it. I should be able to advance my class in this month, Han Xiao estimated. Without looking at the interface, Han Xiao was already very familiar with the attributes of purple equipment. Starting from blue, quality would gradually make a bigger difference in the attributes of an equipment. The basic attributes of a purple equipment would be 20% to 30% higher than a blue equipment. The damage of the purple compounded magnetic chain split blades was a lot higher than the blue ones, and the attribute difference would be even greater if it had even better quality. After replacing the purple equipment with the blue one that he had equipped, Han Xiao went to take a look at the result of the extraction device. 2 tons of crystals became a small pile of rhombus-shaped, light blue crystals, each crystal being about half a palm in size. The original ore had been filled with cracks and messy lines, but the product after extraction was clear and transparent. Light passed through the crystal unobstructed and refracted within, like there was a mini-sun in the crystal. Low-class energy crystal. Contains non-elemental pure energy that can be converted and extracted. Energy crystals were most commonly used in magic civilizations and crystal civilizations. It was also the source of food for some creatures. Han Xiao nodded. He had yet to think of another way to make use of the energy crystal other than to use it as an energy source. The mage class had more ways to use the energy crystal. FREOEBnovel.com. I shall store it for now. There are shadow stalker viper's eggs in the warehouses that can be cultivated. Manually feeding them waste materials should create another way to make energy blocks, Han Xiao thought. Cultivating beast eggs required a professional, and emerald grass was just right for the task. Stars filled the sky. On the Star Dragon border, a black heavy helicopter landed slowly, its rotors blowing the weeds in all directions. A few Star Dragon Special Force soldiers lugged a person by their arms down from the chopper with serious expressions on their faces. This person was wearing a metal eye patch and a bandage. She had dry, messy hair that had not been taken care of for a very long time, and her lips were pale and cracked. The bottom half of the face showed it was a female. "Sir, she's here." The special unit soldier saluted the officer who was waiting on the side. "Confirm her body status. Make sure she doesn't wake up," Feng Jun said. He was in charge of this exchange. This woman was Emerald Grass, a serial criminal whom they had bailed out of Bell of Death Island overnight. "Don't worry," the doctor said. "I injected a large dose of tranquilizer into her. She's in a deep sleep now." "Confirm it again." Feng Jun looked down at his watch. The agreed time of exchange was nearing, so he was nervous. Not only did he have to complete the assigned mission of exchange, but he also had to gain some information of Han Zhao's current status. He wondered who would be coming for the exchange and whether that person would give him some face. Although Feng Jun knew Han Xiao, it was because he knew Han Zhao's personality that he was not very confident. Seconds and minutes passed. They waited silently. The sound of the wind blowing lightly across the grass and the buzz from insects were the only sounds they could hear. The atmosphere became more tense together with the emotions of the people. Whoosh! It was the sound of rotors cutting through the air. Feng Jun regained focus and looked up. A helicopter approached from the night sky. The indicator lights flashed in the code pattern, and Feng Jun immediately told someone to reply. After exchanging the signals, Feng Jun gave a quick scan but did not find any organization symbol on the chopper. However, although it was unknown, Feng Jun could see that Han Xiao had joined another organization. He felt heavy-hearted. Where's the person? A man in mask hopped down from the chopper. Feng Jun waved his hands, and the team behind him brought emerald grass forward. The masked man opened a laptop and confirmed it was the right person before carrying emerald grass onto the chopper. The helicopter took off immediately after. The entire process took little more than a minute. Feng Jun did not have a chance to communicate. He could only watch the helicopter fly away helplessly. Feng Jun took out his phone and called Gu Hui to report the process. He did join another organization after all, and it's because this organization hid him that we were not able to find him, Gu Hui pondered. What organization could it be? On the helicopter, the masked man unlocked Emerald Grass's metal eye patch and bandage. Suddenly, the supposedly asleep Emerald Grass opened her eyes and stared at the masked man. Neither said a word. They just stared at each other for half a minute. Emerald Grass looked down. She slit open the flesh on her arm, picked out a bloody wiretap device, and casually crushed it to pieces. She had not been asleep at all. As a pharmacist, how could she not have trained her drug resistance? Thus, tranquilizers were completely useless on her. But she had concealed that throughout all her years of imprisonment. What did they exchange me for? Emerald Grass asked calmly. It did not feel like she was in danger at all. It was like talking to an old friend even though she did not know the masked man at all. Some intelligence. The masked man looked at Emerald Grass with interest. Cheap. Emerald Grass frowned in dissatisfaction. Are you interested in my ability to make drugs? Whatever do you mean? The masked man asked playfully. You wouldn't be interested in any of my other abilities other than this, Emerald Grass said coldly. You're too strong after all. A few days ago, when the Bell of Death Island guards injected tranquilizer into her and brought her onto the chopper, Emerald Grass already knew that she had become a bargaining chip, and she finally saw an opportunity to escape. While she maintained the disguise of being asleep, she had heard the conversation between the escort team and knew a meeting would be carried out. Emerald Grass had planned to use her own abilities to escape after the meeting, regain her freedom, and never be controlled again. Emerald Grass's ability was controlling plants within a certain range. Therefore, her instincts were very sharp. The feeling the masked man gave off was like a beast hidden under the skin of a man, ready to consume its prey anytime. He felt even more dangerous than when the Star Dragon Special Unit soldiers pointed their guns at her head during the escort. Emerald Grass immediately knew that there was no chance to escape, so she gave up the idea of resisting. I was going to escape, but it looks like that would be suicide, Emerald Grass said honestly. Han Xiao pulled off his mask and smiled. You're very wise. Han Xiao had disguised himself for this meetup and taken a chopper over himself. He knew full well that Emerald Grass was not ordinary, and sending anyone else would have been a risk. Thus, it was best for him to go himself. As expected, Emerald Grass had hidden something. If he did not go, she would most likely have escaped. Emerald Grass had a very calm temperament. She was not surprised at all when something unexpected happened. She was very obviously suitable for scientific research, as she would never be afraid of accidents happening during experiments. What do you need me to do? Emerald Grass asked. I will tell you when we are there. Han Xiao casually took out a device and scanned to see if there was any other wiretap on Emerald Grass's body, at the same time contemplating about how to have emerald grass work and stay in the sanctuary willingly. Although he had emerald grass under his control temporarily, he did not think that emerald grass would give up on escaping in the future if there was to be a chance, and he could not monitor her at all times. Chapter 230 Pharmacist Emerald Grass. Chapter 230 Pharmacist Emerald Grass. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The helicopter carried the two toward Sanctuary 3. During the journey, Emerald Grass was very quiet, like she had accepted her fate. The imprisonment on Bell of Death Island had made her familiar with the feeling of not having freedom. It was just going from one cell to another for her, and at least her treatment would be better here with this man called Black Phantom than when she was on Bell of Death Island. Black Phantom, never heard of such person, Emerald Grass thought. She had been imprisoned for many years and had very limited knowledge of the changes happening in the world outside. She looked through the events that had happened in the recent years in her laptop and realized that the name Black Phantom had first appeared half a year ago. Unbelievable. In only half a year, this name had risen to fame like a shooting star. His strength was more terrifying than the highly dangerous serial criminals on Bell of Death Island, and those were all renowned serial criminals. There was one piece of information that gave Emerald Grass a huge shock. The germinal organization that had been extremely strong before she was imprisoned had been forced onto the path of destruction. And the reason for that was just an ordinary traitor. When she saw this piece of intelligence, Emerald Grass could barely believe her own eyes, and she only digested this information after a very long silence. Her emotions were mixed, and it all turned into a sigh in the end. The world was changing constantly. After a few years of imprisonment, the outside world had become completely different. Also, what the hell was this inhuman described in the intelligence? Sanctuary 3 was coming into sight, so Emerald Grass put down the laptop and looked out the window. Surprise flashed on her face. So that construction area is the place we're going to. Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. What is a sanctuary? Han Xiao gave a faint smile and said, "You still have much more to catch up on." "I know." Emerald Grass nodded. She flicked her messy hair and said softly, "It's safe here, right?" Han Xiao did not reply. He pointed at his eyes, then at Sanctuary 3, implying that she should look for herself. Emerald Grass searched the keyword, sanctuary, on the internet for intelligence, and after some time, she got a rough idea. Turns out it's the Darknet's plan. I didn't expect this hidden huge organization to surface and even received funding from the Six Nations. The purpose is very pure, isn't it? Indeed, there is no place safer. Looking down from the plane, the gray metal ruins had experienced a complete makeover. A new area was marked out from the ruins, players and engineering teams dashed across like ants, and various types of engineering machines made buzzing sounds. The abandoned buildings, bridges, roads, and such had all been demolished in order to construct new buildings. The atmosphere was completely fresh. A small half of the tall concrete wall had already been completed, and countless players climbed up and down for construction. The helicopter lowered itself onto the parking spot. Having received notice long ago, Huang Yu came up to Han Xiao, talking rapidly about the things that had happened when Han Xiao was not around. Most of it was cumbersome matters, but Huang Yu had taken care of all of them very neatly. He was indeed suitable as an assistant and secretary. Emerald Grass looked left and right, then stopped at Han Xiao, and said with surprise, "Didn't think you're actually the leader of this sanctuary. No wonder you need me." Han Xiao did not agree or deny it. He gave Huang Yu a few words of encouragement and took Emerald Grass to the frozen warehouse. After looking at a large amount of Shadow Stalker Viper materials, Han Xiao described the task, then stared at Emerald Grass, waiting for her reply. Emerald Grass pondered for 2 minutes before nodding. Shadow Stalker Viper's brains, kidneys, gallbladders, mitral valves, and tailbones are all drug materials suitable for creating steroids and hormone drugs. Their eggs have a substance that aids in bone growth and metabolism and can be extracted to create very effective healing potions. Since you have so many monster eggs, I can try to cultivate a Shadow Stalker Viper herd. You also mentioned that feeding them high-energy waste can create radiation crystals. This is a renewable resource. Emerald Grass turned very professional when she talked about what she was good at, and she talked with more confidence, almost in a despising tone since she was so confident in her knowledge and skills of her field. What and what? Han Xiao did not hear clearly and was very confused. Emerald Grass rolled her eyes. Her expression was like telling Han Xiao to leave these kinds of professional matters to the professionals. And Han Xiao should not interfere since he had no knowledge of the field. Compared to the cold feeling that Emerald Grass gave off earlier, her expression was now livelier, like she had noticed that the situation she was in was not bad after all, which made her feel relieved and stop putting on a disguise that rejected everyone with her coldness. That substance you mentioned sounds very valuable. I'll leave you to it. Han Xiao nodded with his hands behind his back, looking like he totally knew what Emerald Grass was talking about. Emerald Grass laughed before hurriedly suppressing her laughter. Huang Yu, come! Han Xiao yelled. Huang Yu, who was waiting to the side, ran over immediately. Han Xiao pointed at Emerald Grass and said, "This is a pharmacist I've hired. Arrange a room for her." Huang Yu nodded. He brought Emerald Grass to an exquisite residence, then followed Han Xiao's orders and gave her some information about the sanctuary. The room was new and rather large, or at least much larger than the cell she used to be in. Emerald Grass lay on the bed and let out a moan of comfort. After years of sleeping in that iron-framed bed, she finally could sleep on this soft mattress. It was like sleeping on a pile of cotton, and her entire body was sinking. Huang Yu stood at the door awkwardly. Emerald Grass totally ignored him while doing this, and he did not know whether he should stay or leave. He knocked the door frame and coughed. "Rest well. I shall leave now." Emerald Grass took out the documents and started browsing after Huang Yu left, her eyes twinkling. Tens of thousands of undead inhumans are gathered in the sanctuary. I will not have to worry about the number of test subjects. There will be no infections, and there will not be another plague. How perfect. The sanctuary is also free and safe. Maybe staying here for a while won't be so bad. After all, I need time to digest the changes in the outside world. Han Xiao leaned on the chair in the office and stared at the laptop on the table. It was the image of real-time surveillance of Emerald Grass's room. Emerald Grass had history and was not trustworthy, so Han Xiao had backup plans. He had placed a few hidden cameras in the walls of the room and monitored everything Emerald Grass did, including what Emerald Grass was doing then. Han Xiao squinted and thought. Her actions were very different before. She was calm and cold when she boarded the plane, but she showed her side of being a woman just now. It might be to create an illusion of her feeling safe to clear my doubts. He was doubtful for a reason. The Emerald Grass in his memories was a liberal who did not bow to any organization. She did things her own unique way and was unpredictable. Han Xiao was cautious because he knew how important Emerald Grass would be in version 2.0. There were also other benefits to Emerald Grass joining in. The players could do missions for her in exchange for her guidance and advance their class into pharmacist. With her joining in, it was another step forward for Han Xiao's plan of making a player's main city. To create a main city for the players, NPCs with all kinds of functions were a necessity. Your Excellency, I have already arranged her. At this time, Huang Yu walked in to report the situation. He took a few steps forward and saw the image on the laptop screen. He stopped the sentence, and the look in his eyes became weird. Seems like I discovered something extraordinary. Is this what they call a peeper? Could this be the boss' unknown hobby? Will I be killed? Huang Yu took a quick step backward and looked down at the floor, acting like he had not seen anything at all. Han Xiao clearly knew that Huang Yu had misunderstood him. He shook his head but did not bother to explain. Let it be a misunderstanding then. The great mechanic Han has never cared about what others think. Don't tell anyone, Han Xiao said. Huang Yu thought that Han Xiao did not want anyone to know about his weird hobby, so he nodded rapidly. Emerald Grass was always very efficient. She started work almost immediately. The players did not know that he had a deal with Star Dragon secretly, and the efficiency of the information flow between players and NPCs was very low. However, Han Xiao required Emerald Grass to wear a mask and hide her identity just in case. It was not the best time to show their identity, and Han Xiao wanted to be steady for as long as possible. Due to the difference in information, the players were at a disadvantage when it came to their sensitivity toward pieces of intelligence. Without missions or a storyline introduction, they would have no idea what type of information the organizations needed, and they would also not know how the organizations operated. Most players were busy doing missions, making money, and getting equipment. Also, with their player mentality, they would not chat too much with the NPCs, which meant that there was an even smaller chance of their conversation mentioning other NPCs. Since it was for safety reasons, Emerald Grass did not have any problems with it. Emerald Grass created many kinds of drugs with a very high quantity. Xiao took the healing agents and steroids with the best quality and allowed Emerald Grass to sell the rest of the drugs with lower quality to the players, which showed the multiple functionalities of the sanctuary to the players. There was always a high demand for drugs on the market. They were usually expensive to limit the players from using drugs excessively to win battles. Despite that, players still had a very high demand for these drugs. The appearance of Emerald Grass made a lot of players content. The message spread very quickly. All the players knew that there was a new NPC in the sanctuary who sold drugs, so a lot of players came and bought from Emerald Grass. Emerald Grass was very curious about the Inhumans. She realized that the players were the best test subjects, and they were all very easy to talk to. As long as she asked them for help, they would almost always agree. She also did not have to worry about the consequences of failure. They were indeed perfect test subjects. Emerald Grass was like a fish in water. She enjoyed staying there even more. Sanctuary 3 was a good place. Xiao still had the drugs that he had robbed from Lewis Research Institution, but he did not plan on selling them anytime soon. They were all of extremely high quality, and they would have much better effects when the level of the players became higher. Then he could sell them for a good price. Thinking about Lewis Research Institution, Xiao realized a small problem. The institution should know that Black Phantom was the one that robbed them by now, but they had not done anything about it. Looks like they are afraid because of my name. They don't dare take revenge, so they decided to hold their indignation in, Xiao sneered. Organizations that knew their place were the best. A lot of small troubles would be avoided, and he did not have to destroy them. Chapter 231, Expedition of the Six Nations. Chapter 231, Expedition of the Six Nations. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 20 days had passed since the start of Sanctuary 3's construction. The West City area and North City area of gray metal ruins had been modified into temporary sanctuary areas with the completed basic layout, including walls, power plants, residential areas, electricity network, and all the basic facilities. Zhao's Sanctuary 3 main storyline mission that had 13 construction requirements and a 3-month target now only had 3 uncompleted. There were still 10 days until 1 month. He would easily complete it within the period. In that case, the mission would be completed 60 days in advance. According to the multiplier, the reward would be multiplied 6 times. There was no such thing as too much experience for Xiao. He would never let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. What would be completed within a month was only the basic layout. The overall requirement of the main storyline mission, Sanctuary 3, was to build a completed Sanctuary 3, so there was still a long way to go. The good thing was, once the progress followed the right path, he did not have to care too much about the construction anymore. However, he had never actually cared anyway. With Huang Yu's help, it was easy for Xiao. For the sake of more credit, Huang Yu was extremely diligent to showcase his usefulness so that by the time reward were distributed according to the amount of contributions one had made, he would receive a lot of credit. The assistant whom Bennett had sent was indeed quite capable. At least, Xiao had been satisfied with Huang Yu's efficiency till now. He took care of everything very well. The only bad thing about it was that Huang Yu was a man, not pleasing to the eye at all. As the saying goes, when there's something to do, the secretary will do it. When there's nothing to do the secretary. Xiao had only heard of that saying. Unfortunately, he had never been part of it. He still remembered the owner of the small store below his house. The single old man that kept telling him how many CEOs he knew and how sexy their secretaries were. For the sake of the 5% off that Xiao received, he did not expose those lies. The single old owner had dreamt of the luxurious lifestyle full of women, and in his eyes, even a fart from a beautiful lady had a flower-like fragrance. Every time he talked to Xiao about this topic, Han Xiao would always show his contempt and tell the owner that this was not a noble lifestyle one should wish for. It would be better for the owner to refill his stocks and stop buying fake instant noodles. Every time that Han Xiao ate the instant noodles bought from him, there were no seasoning packages, and he had to chew them dry. Anyway, other than the assistant not being pleasant to the eyes, everything else in the sanctuary was going well. According to the discussion on the forums, there were currently 60,000 players working in Sanctuary 3. It was livelier than a street market. There were about 130,000 to 150,000 players in the entire southern continent, so almost half had gathered in Sanctuary 3. This popularity was not hard to imagine. There were a lot of players, but only a little more than 2,000 wanderer residents. With the harsh environment of Karst, there were not many wanderers. To achieve the player's main city plan, there had to be enough number of NPCs to provide functionalities to the city. The Sanctuary main storyline missions could only attract the players for so long, and as soon as the Sanctuary was completed, the players would all be gone if there was nothing to attract them to stay. All good things must come to an end. Han Xiao wanted the players to be attracted to the Sanctuary. Therefore, he had to largely increase the residents of the Sanctuary, and with more important people like Emerald Grass to provide unique functions, the Sanctuary would provide more uses to the players. The most direct way to increase the population was to migrate people from other large colonies. Han Xiao thought of Lucheng, Alumera, and such right away. He put this all into consideration. Clank! Metal finger blades and a retractable knife clashed and pushed against each other. The weapon vibrated and made squeaking sounds. In the small empty square, Frenzied Sword, who had metal claws on his arms, was fighting with Hao Tian, who waved the retractable knife. Bun Hit Dog watched the two pro players spar, but he did not record due to privacy reasons. Further away, Han Xiao leaned against the recliner chair casually and observed their fight. Both Frenzied Sword and Hao Tian were pro players, and to hone their skills, they instantly agreed to spar with each other. After sparring once, it was like a fire that could not be put out. They sparred dozens of times a day. The professional league was drawing close, and the pro players had to prepare for it. Between LV20 to 40 was the time when PvP was most popular. PvP between players could be seen all around the Sanctuary, and it negatively impacted the security measures. Han Xiao immediately gave an order that sparring was not allowed in the safe areas within the Sanctuary, but they could go to the ruins if they wanted to fight each other, and no one would care. If they went there, they might even help to demolish the old buildings. Only a safe area could be considered as a main city. The two pro players finally stopped after a long fight, with Frenzied Sword at a slight loss. It was normal in the early stages for a mechanical pugilist to lose to a pugilist that specialized in close-range combat. They would have their own specialties once their level was higher. In the 100 or so times they sparred, Frenzied Sword did not win even once, but Hao Tian did not look down on Frenzied Sword because of that. Rather, he was shocked. "You have a lot of potential, very suitable to battle in the pro scene," Hao Tian encouraged. Hao Tian believed in Frenzied Sword. Being able to fight against an extremely experienced god player like himself was a clear indication that Frenzied Sword had a lot of potential. Furthermore, Frenzied Sword was still relatively new to esports. Although Hao Tian was cold, it was because he focused on honing his gaming skills. He would always be joyful upon meeting players that were highly skilled, and he felt a sense of similarity toward Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword scratched his head. Not only was he not frustrated by losing to God Hao at all, he had actually learned a lot of techniques and felt more controlled during combat. He noticed that he did indeed have a lot of potential in close-range combat. Han Xiao had made a very accurate deduction and given him the right advice. The weapons that Frenzied Sword was using were called Leopard Mechanical Claws. It was a cold weapon blueprint that Han Xiao had received from fusing knowledge. Leopard mechanical claws were similar to the mechanical arms. They had an exoskeleton structure that covered the forearms, and the various finger parts were equipped with claw-like blades. Through the activation of the gears within, the blades would spin rapidly, which could easily cut through metal plates that are 1 centimeter thick. Han Xiao had built this equipment especially for Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword was the first player to follow him, and they had known each other since the closed beta, being rather reliable the whole time. Han Xiao had made plans for Frenzied Sword's mechanical pugilist path. Leopard mechanical claws were suitable for Frenzied Sword at the current levels, and they had even stronger power than the light mechanical arms at close range. Once Frenzied Sword was at a higher level, Han Xiao planned to build compounded magnetic chain split blades and magnetically controlled retractable armor for Frenzied Sword. Such equipment would make Frenzied Sword stand at the top of the players, and Frenzied Sword would be able to do more things for him once he was stronger. Hao Tian was a pugilist. Han Xiao did not have any arrangements for him, letting him go with the flow. Maple Moon had chosen to become a mechanic, and she was very interested in building. She even did missions for Emerald Grass and wanted to advance class into a pharmacist. She also offered to take over the missions to take care of Bear Cub, which saved Hao Tian from hell. In fact, she was walking Bear Cub at that moment. As for Bun Hit Dog, Han Xiao had very low requirements for him. Reports just had to be able to run fast. Bun Hit Dog had released another video recently that introduced Sanctuary 3. It had received quite good feedback on the forums, and he deserved part of the credit for contributing to the Sanctuary's reputation. In recent days, the pro players that accepted the hidden storyline missions from Han Xiao had completed their missions one by one. Han Xiao had noticed a few suitable candidates and placed them onto his possible spare tire list. Han Xiao had no plans to expand his spare tire team temporarily. His resources were just right for 4 players. There would be some trouble if there were more. Ding dong. While Han Xiao sat cosily under the sun, a message appeared on the laptop on his lap. Han Xiao moved his fingers and clicked open the message. Instantly, he sat straight up, and his expression became very serious. It was a very short message, but it signified the beginning of a storm. The 6 nations have started their expedition. Chapter 232, Planet Aquamarine War. Chapter 232, Planet Aquamarine War. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the 4 lands of Planet Aquamarine, the 6 nations controlled the southern, northern, and western continents. The land of Andria in the middle had once been the main battlefield of the old era, and it was heavily polluted, filled with radiation, desertified, and abandoned. The Germinal organization had occupied it and made it into their headquarters. The intelligence about the Germinal organization that Han Xiao had sold half a year ago had shocked the 6 nations, and the bases that the Germinal organization had operated for years had all been destroyed. The Germinal organization had been using these bases to threaten the 6 nations all these years, and now that they had been destroyed, the 6 nations had nothing to fear anymore. So, they finally decided to make the Germinal organization pay. The expedition began. A war did not start out of nowhere, especially one that involved almost the entire planet. The fires of war would only start once the military power and resources had arrived at the battlefield. After a few months of preparation, the expedition finally started on Galaxy Calendar Year 688, September 16th. More than a dozen large Navy divisions left their military port simultaneously. With the carrier as the core, countless escort ships and destroyers with tens of thousands of soldiers on board marched forward. The 6 nations have discussed the strategic layout for their joint combat. The general commander for the Navy was Lin Lin from Raylan, a pure soldier without any political biases, experienced and steady, the person that was agreed by all the highest-ranked officials of the 6 nations. Lin Lin commanded the Navy to attack Andria from various directions for a full invasion. The Germinal organization had also planted defensive measures and military power along the coastline with the Navy and Air Force to protect their control of the coastlines. The first wave of battle was missiles. The Germinal organization engaged first and sent out their long-range missiles, wanting to destroy the 6 nations' navy before they entered their vision range. However, the missiles were destroyed midair by the anti-missile systems of the aircraft carriers. The aircraft carriers returned the favor and fired missiles back at Andria. Similarly, the Germinal organization was saved by their land-based anti-missile devices. Firing missiles at each other did not have any results, so the direction of the battle still depended on the results of real combat. The fleets engaged each other violently on the seas of Andria. The 2 armies fought against each other. Explosions erupted continuously on one battleship after another, and there were ships sinking all the time. Although the main focus of large battlefields was the various war machines, the impact of superhumans could not be ignored. Without precautions, a strong superhuman could slaughter an entire ship of soldiers and destroy a battleship from the inside single-handedly. The existence of superhumans brought a lot of uncertainties to the battlefield, but luckily, the power difference between the Germinal Organization's executive officers and Six Nations superhumans was not very large. They both suffered wounds and restrained each other. As the main storyline of the Great War had been brought forward because of Han Xiao, the players that joined the expedition missions could only watch and did not have much of a chance to join in with the sea battle. Their level was way too low. They would not have had any impact if they engaged. They would only have died. The Navy commander on the Germinal Organization side was a high-ranked sea battle commander of a long-dead nation. The fleet of the Germinal Organization was fierce like wolves under his control, but the Six Nations held their ground very firmly like they clearly knew the Germinal Organization's strategies. Thus, the Germinal Organization's fleet suffered huge losses. On the southern battlefield, Stardragon's Long Star and Flying Dragon fleet tore the Germinal Organization's formation open. Hesla's Scorching Sun, Plundering Bird, and Sharp Spear fleets headed straight in and destroyed the islands that provided resources to the Germinal Organization's fleets. The other four nations also had their own strategies on their side of the battlefield. Han Xiao had given a lot of information to Stardragon before the war started, and the Six Nations had an advantage because of this information. It was because of Han Xiao's intelligence that they could take the lead in the battle, and the high-ranked officials of the nations did not forget that. The Navy commander of the Germinal Organization's ship was sunk during the sea battle. The cannons had turned him into pieces, and the vice commander, Anther, immediately took over as commander. In the face of the Six Nations siege, Anther could not stand his ground and lost a large area of the sea within just 3 days, eventually giving up the coastline control and moving the troops back to the land for defense. The Germinal Organization was going to use their home advantage in Andria to fight against the Six Nations. After gaining control of the coastline, the Six Nations locked down the seas nearby. The fleets surrounding Andria were equipped with pervasive sonar detectors that prevented the submarine attack or escapes. Like a huge net, the entire land of Andria was surrounded. The Germinal Organization had nowhere to flee to. The aircraft carriers became moving air force bases and challenged the Germinal Organization's control of the sky as they fought against the Germinal Organization's air forces. Nuclear bombs were the last resort, and they would not be used unless there was no other choice. The transport ships dropped off the ground troops on the coastline. The ground troops of the Six Nations had finally put their feet on Andria. The ground war had started. The result of the ground battle could largely impact the ending result of the war, and according to the intelligence provided by Han Xiao, they just had to destroy these military bases that were equipped with anti-missile devices. Then, their aircraft carriers would be able to fire missiles and utilize their destructive powers. The Germinal Organization would soon be defeated. Without anywhere to flee, the Germinal Organization would only lose more territory as the war went on, and their only ending would be death. If the Germinal Organization wanted to change the situation, they had to think of other ways. The commanders of the Six Nations were sure that the Germinal Organization had hidden strategies, and they were both trying to figure out each other's aces. Anyone could see that the Germinal Organization was at a huge disadvantage. The Six Nations held councils of war internally many times and came to a conclusion that the Germinal Organization had close to no chance of winning. The only thing that they had to be cautious of was the Hand of Death system that Han Xiao had told them of, the Germinal Organization's last resort. To get rid of nuclear threats, the Six Nations sent special agents and infiltrated the various military bases that controlled nuclear weapons according to Han Xiao. In the Germinal Organization's explosion-proof underground headquarters, the situation of the war was being presented to the leader. The high-ranked officials of the Germinal Organization were depressed. It was only the start of the war, yet the situation had been continuously heading toward their loss. The Germinal Organization indeed had no chance against the Six Nations on paper, but they still had certain strategies which should have had a surprising impact on the ground war. FRUUBnovel.com. In Han Zhao's previous life, the Germinal Organization and Six Nations had been on par during the start of the war. The Germinal Organization had been able to divert the Six Nations' attention with their bases across the continents. Their military power on the actual battlefield had been nearly equal. But now, the Germinal organization had been wounded by Han Xiao. Victory seemed to have favored the Six Nations so much that there was close to no chance of changing it. The situation was completely different to his previous life. All of this was the impact from a tiny butterfly, Han Xiao. Nobody knew how they could win the war, but the calmness on the leader's face made everyone believe he had a way. Port of Home, Aviary, and Temifa. All of the 13 ports are lost. The Six Nations have been sending their ground troops to the shores nonstop. From the north, Raylan and Theseus are attacking the Sunset Valley base and Black Tree base. If these bases are lost, we will lose part of the missile launchers. The other 4 nations are pushing in steadily, and the guarding division led by Bark and Mu Haishan had been defeated. They are marching toward the important bases. The goal of the enemy is very clear. They are aiming at our bases equipped with missile launchers and anti-missile devices. They even know the detailed information of these bases. They definitely have very key intelligence of ours. The commander reported with sweat all over his head. It's Zero, the leader said so calmly that it was almost scary. He was used to it. This result further proved his speculation of Han Xiao having predicting abilities. Zero would always be the biggest threat to the organization as long as he was alive. Intelligence would only be useful when there was enough power to make use of it, and unluckily for them, Zero danced between the Six Nations and used their power. Unfortunately, the Germinal organization could not do anything about it. Zero was like a mouse that was always hiding. They could only hope that the prediction from Destiny's Child would be true, and Zero would come to the headquarters. The leader had countless men surrounding the headquarters. He just had to give the order, and an enormous encirclement that extended more than 1,000 miles would be formed. Nothing was overkill in order to capture Zero. Zero's strength was not to be taken very seriously, but there was a very high possibility that he would bring a lot of help along, and the leader was confident that no matter how much help Zero would bring along, the only ending for them would be death under this huge trap that he had planned. As for whether or not Zero's predictive power could predict these traps he had set, the leader had run a small experiment to test it. He had mixed up some of the military strategies and noticed that the Six Nations were unaware of these changes. From that, he knew that Han Zhao's prediction had limitations, or at least it was not completely accurate. Thus, the leader had no choice but to believe in Destiny's Child. As a passive party, he could only wait. The leader slammed the table with his gloved fist and said very coldly under his mask, "We would only have a chance at victory if we kill Zero." Chapter 233, Level 60. Chapter 233, Level 60. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The impact that the war had was very huge. Other than Andrea being in the flames of war, organizations all over planet Aquamarine had their own reactions, and most of the civilians were terrified. As Han Xiao had said in the speech that he stole from Bennett, the scars of the old era had yet to heal, but they were torn open with blood and awakened the lingering fear within people's mind. All the high-positioned people of the society were paying a lot of attention to the war, and the lower-class people were affected as well. The goal that the Germinal organization was promoting was to overthrow the Six Nations, and there were many remnants of dead countries all over the world that had mixed feelings. At the same time, the brutality of war seemed infectious. Violence occurred more often everywhere around the world. Robbers in the wild became more active due to the chaotic situation of the world, forcing wanderers to mass migrate. However, this was rather beneficial to the Dark Net. The sanctuary plan proved its use. All of the sanctuaries attracted a wave of residents. Other than the southern continent, the players in the western continent and the sanctuary that did not join the sanctuary missions had also acquired other benefits. Missions were plenty in the chaotic world, which satisfied the players' needs. Fall of the Germinal current progress, 27.1%. The entire world was paying attention to the battle, and the Dark Net was no exception. Han Xiao, who was in Sanctuary 3, far away from the battle, was also paying attention to the information continuously. He had two sources of intelligence, one being the battle situation intelligence collected by the Dark Net, the other being the battle videos on the forums shared by the players. It had been more than 10 days since the war started. The situation kept changing. The progress of Han Zhao's Germinal organization main storyline that had been stagnant for a very long time suddenly shot up 5%, and it was still growing. He shared intelligence with the Six Nations, which meant that he had contributed indirectly to the Six Nations' achievements. Therefore, he could share a part of the overall progress. Flames of the war filled the skies far away. Han Xiao watched the flames from Sanctuary 3, and the basic layout of Sanctuary 3 was also being completed in the meantime. The players were joyful. They were filled with pride and a sense of achievement. This was a city that they had built, and they felt a sense of belonging toward it. Compared to the joyful players, the residents in the sanctuary were feeling down because of the atmosphere of the war. The sanctuary reaching its completion brought them some safety, but they were still mostly worried and afraid of the future. The war affected everyone around the world. Only players were unaffected. That was because they did not have to consider the future at all. The more chaotic the world was, the happier the players were. Han Xiao received the short-term reward for achieving the requirements of the Sanctuary main storyline. It was completed 61 days in advance. Thus, he received a bonus 610% experience, totaling to 568 million experience. This was the mission that had given him the most experience up till now. There was also the reward of relationship points, with the dark net increasing by 1,250, achieving the relationship tier of respect. The overall grading of Sanctuary 3 has also jumped from D to B, which showed that the plan had been carried out perfectly this time. The short-term requirements did not update, which meant that there would not be any guidelines after this. In order to complete the Sanctuary 3 mission, the entire sanctuary had to be completed. The more mission requirements that were completed, the higher the final overall grading would be. The construction of the sanctuary was on the right track already, so Han Xiao did not have to worry about it at all. He just needed to leave it to continue the construction. Do. Bennett called with a surprising tone. The early stages of construction for Sanctuary 3 is already completed. Han Xiao laughed faintly and said, "Compliment me." Bennett was speechless. After a long pause, he finally said, "On a serious note, the progress of Sanctuary 3 is already ahead of Sanctuary 1. You have help from the Inhumans, so Sanctuary 3 might be the first to be completed. Keep this up. I have a lot of hope for Sanctuary 3. As you know, the wilderness has not been safe since the war broke out. Wanderers have migrated en masse. Our sanctuary can be of use right now, so try to bring as many people in as possible." Han Xiao wrote this down on a paper and planned to give it to Huang Yu to take care of. The high-ranked officials within the Darknet could not believe this result, saying that the progress of Sanctuary 3 had already exceeded Sanctuary 1. How could it make sense? The use of Inhumans was clearly shown. The people of Darknet received insights from Han Xiao. They planned to also hire some Inhumans as workers. This would be beneficial to the entire sanctuary plan. Bennett said a little more before hanging up the call. He was also paying attention to the war, but he did not mention much about that topic. That was because the Darknet was considered a neutral party. There was no need for them to join in this storm. However, he did not know Han Xiao's plans. As the war breaks out, the Germinal organization will have a hard time to even take care of themselves. I could pay them a visit. The thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. He had 3 goals. One was to receive direct progress of the mission, fall of the Germinal, and increase its completion percentage. Another goal was to save Aurora, free Gila, who would be extremely strong in the future, and hopefully create a positive relationship with Gila. He had wanted to do this for a very long time and had only been waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now was no doubt the best time to save them. The guarding power of the Germinal organization's headquarters should be very low at the moment. His third goal was related to his own growth, which also had to be completed in the Germinal organization's headquarters. Han Xiao was planning to act alone, only then would it be stealthy enough. Andrea had become a battlefield now, so it would only be easy for him alone to cross the battlefield and the Germinal organization's security, then head to their headquarters. His confidence came from his strength that had improved once again. 5 pieces of purple equipment lay in front of him. He had completed the class advancement mission in this month. With the first success he had, the rest had followed easily. Class advancement requirement: build 5 purple equipment above level 60. Progress: 5/5. Class advancements succeed. You have received a new class Magnetic Ring Mechanic LV. 1 plus 70 energy, plus 2 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 4 INT. You have received 4 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential points. You have learned Advanced Machinery Affinity. You have learned Surging Mechanical Force. You have learned Electromagnetic Energy Extraction. You have learned Talent Energy Modification. Magnetic Ring Mechanic, also called Basic Mechanic, was where one graduated from being a trainee and pushed open the doors of the Superhuman Mechanic class, looking into the beautiful scenery behind these doors. The Magnetic Ring Mechanic specialty was utilizing the electromagnetic element energy into building machinery and increasing its affinity, thus improving its efficiency and quality. It was more superhuman-like. After becoming a Magnetic Ring Mechanic, the energy of the Mechanic class would be called Mechanical Force, and could be used in many aspects of the machinery. The newly awakened ability, Surging Mechanical Force, allowed the user to use energy to increase the power of machinery, similar to Overload, but this was a continuous ability that causes very little damage to the machinery. It was a basic use of the mechanical force and also a prior requirement to many advanced abilities. Electromagnetic energy extraction was the same as energy training technique. It was a growth ability that could increase energy. Its effect was based on the INT attribute, and the only difference between them was that this skill was unique to mechanics. Energy modification was a talent whose introduction was, you have discovered the key to building machinery. Fuse your energy into the various building steps. Its effect was to increase the quality and efficiency of the machinery built based on the energy level. It was one of the specialties of magnetic ring mechanics and a core talent of the mechanic class. As an example, Xiao currently had a little more than 1,600 energy, which would increase his efficiency in building machinery by about 20 to 25%. A breeze of freshness could be felt in Xiao's brain, extending all over his body. A large amount of new knowledge appeared in his head. Xiao squinted his eyes in comfort. He could feel the clear changes of class advancement, and his control of machinery had improved once again. New class, stronger power. I have finally advanced class. Xiao clenched his fists. Excitement filled his heart. The enormous amount of experience on his interface could finally be used again. Magnetic Ring Mechanic needed 3,650,000 experience to level up from LV.1 to LV.2, 3 times what was needed when leveling up Trainee Mechanic from LV.14 to LV.15. The higher the tier of the class, the more experience was needed to level up. Without hesitation, Xiao immediately leveled Magnetic Ring Mechanic to LV.5, spending 20 million experience without blinking. Rich. His overall level reached 60. 1 year and more than 2 months after he joined Galaxy, Xiao finally reached max level in version 1.0. LV-60 class advancement mission. The ultimate trial. Push one's limits during battle. Find and ascend the hierarchy of life. Mission requirements. Acquire 2,000 trial points. Current progress, 0/2000. Trial points are gained through killing enemies. The stronger the enemies are, the more trial points. The harder the victory, calculated by the amount of health lost, the more the trial points. As expected, the version has no restriction on me because I'm not a player. Xiao had expected this long ago, but he still could not hold back his happiness. What this meant was that as long as he completed the class advancement mission, he could become the only one on this planet to break through level 60. He would stand on the peak of planet Aquamarine, a place that no one could reach. Just thinking about it made Xiao very excited. His eyes looked beyond planets. It was the entire universe of Galaxy. This type of class advancement mission requires a large amount of combat and killing. I have to first see what kind of enemies give me trial points. Low-level ones are out for sure. It has to be high-level strong enemies, Xiao thought. Since he was going to Andrea, he could try to complete the class advancement on the way. Only the battlefield would be filled with strong enemies, and only then could he go all out. He could damage the germinal organization at the same time. It was a steady but a little playful plan, just as how Xiao had always been. Putting this matter aside, Xiao assigned the free attribute points, which all went to INT as usual. Afterward, he spent 25 million experience to max the level of the newly acquired Advanced Machinery Affinity and Surging Mechanical Force. The tons of experience that he had stored could finally be spent on something. Seeing the experience turning into his strength step by step, Xiao felt a sense of fulfillment. Looking at the interface, his combat power level grading had exceeded 2000. He was at Grade C. Chapter 234, Hiring Path. Chapter 234, Hiring Path. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A Grade C superhuman was at the peak of planet Aquamarine. They had stronger resistance and destructive power, and they were considered to be basic planet explorer standard in the universe. Achieving LV60 would not guarantee a C grade. It also took into consideration the standard of abilities, talents, and attributes. Most of those who were level 60 in planet Aquamarine were just at Grade D+. Only those like Bennett were at Grade C. There were only about 20 Grade C superhumans across the whole of planet Aquamarine. Xiao now stood among the very top. He was more confident. Since he had decided to go to the battlefield, he had to prepare for it. After advancing his class to Magnetic Ring Mechanic, his mechanical skills had improved another level. Xiao spent a few days enhancing his equipment once again and built some new machinery that might be of use. However, he did not delay for too long as the Germinal organization was in a dire situation and might turn Aurora into drugs any time. He had to save her as soon as possible. After he finished his preparation, Xiao called Huang Yu over in the evening and said, "I have to leave for some time, about half a month most likely. You will take care of the matters in the sanctuary during this time." I was already the one doing that. Huang Yu did not say this sentence that he wanted to. Instead, he asked, "Your Excellency, where are you going?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Xiao carried his equipment bag and said, "The construction of the sanctuary is on the right track. Make sure it stays that way or you know the consequences." Huang Yu hastily nodded. Xiao walked out of the room and toward the helipad. The helicopter was already waiting. He observed the current situation of the sanctuary on the way. There were a lot of players and it looked very lively. Other than the construction, the newly joined Wanderer residents also hired players to do some simple jobs. The outline of the player's main city that he had imagined could already be seen. Xiao planned to act only for this rescue operation. The Six Nations had locked down the Andrea battlefield. If he approached as a third party, he would be taken as an enemy and attacked. It was not easy to get close to the battlefield, and Xiao could not just close in while taking a plane like before. He had to go through the official procedures to enter the battlefield. On the coastline of the southern continent was Stardragon Stone Port Base. 3 heavy cargo planes were being checked before taking off. They had the mission of carrying important resources over the sea. In the small square beside the plane, hundreds of people in various clothing were either standing or sitting. They did not wear the uniform of Stardragon military, but they shared the same aura that they were not to be messed with. They stood in distinct groups and sized each other up. These people were mercenaries belonging to different organizations. Mercenaries were not rare in such large-scale wars, and the Six Nations did not have any problems with hiring them. Mercenaries were like hounds searching for the smell of blood, taking part in wars to earn themselves a fortune. As the saying goes, people are gathered by profit and separated by profit. Even some contract killers in Blood Pack Society wanted to be part of it. Most of the contract killers just had their names associated with the Darknet. They were not technically subordinates and were not under Darknet's command. There were many superhumans among mercenaries. These were the power that the Six Nations needed. There was no such thing as too many superhumans. The party taking the lead in the war would receive help from all over the world, and using this help effectively could further expand one's advantages. The situation of the ground combat between the Six Nations and the Germinal organization was rigid. A large number of super soldiers that the Germinal organization had produced gave quite some trouble to the ground troops of the Six Nations, so this was the time when they needed more manpower. There were thousands of battlefields of various scales across Andrea. The places where the mercenaries would be most useful was in comparatively smaller battles as well as in carrying out strategic missions. Quality was more important than quantity. These mercenaries were taking the cargo plane toward Andrea. They were chatting among themselves at the moment. Most of them were undisciplined, rough men who were acting rowdily. The Star Dragon soldiers standing in their guarding positions on the side were annoyed by this behavior, but they were not allowed to scold these mercenaries as an order from above. Surrounded in a noisy environment, Qin Yuan crossed his arms and looked at the surroundings. The Blades, Goats, and Ice Sculpture mercenary organizations. TSK seems like quite a number of people came, all wanting to earn a fortune during the war. Even the killers are here, and the most renowned ones here are Crowl from the Wasps and ghost-level killer Scattered Shadow from the Blood Pact Society, Qin Yuan thought mockingly. Qin Yuan was a small-time famous mercenary. The mercenaries' organization that he belonged to was also the top among the others. He received a lot of attention, and there were a few others that received the same treatment as well, including Crowl and Scattered Shadow. These two killers had also proved themselves with their battle results. Everyone in the circle knew that the Wasps organization and the Blood Pact Society were competitors and enemies. Therefore, these two killers received the most attention. Many mercenaries wanted to watch them put on a show, but they stood in the corner and did not have any conflict at the moment. Scattered Shadow sized Crowl up occasionally with dread in his eyes because Crowl had a bigger name. Staying cautious, Scattered Shadow was wary of Crowl. In comparison, Crowl seemed very casual and relaxed. He closed his eyes and rested calmly, looking very confident. He ignored Scattered Shadow and felt he was above all. Qin Yuan sized Crowl up with interest. Suddenly, he saw the Star Dragon soldiers far away split open a path and allow one person in. Another new guy. Qin Yuan looked over, but his ridiculing eyes froze and turned into shock very quickly. His mouth widened, and he became speechless for the moment. The others looked over as well. The scene that had been noisy just a moment ago suddenly turned silent as shock appeared in everyone's faces. A man in black clothes slowly approached and stopped at the edges of the team, causing everyone watching to avert their gaze. Chatter filled with shock soon rippled through the crowd. Why is someone like him here? Black Phantom can be said to represent the Darknet. Is the Darknet not on neutral ground anymore? Han Xiao stood quietly unaffected and did not say a word. Black Phantom was a legend in the Darknet. He immediately became the center of attention because they did not think that someone of this level would be acting together with them. They were of totally different levels. Just by standing there, Han Xiao made these mercenaries shut their mouths in fear. The Star Dragon soldiers on the side were surprised and contented to see this. Finally, they could give their eyes a break. They looked over at these mercenaries that had been lawless just moments ago. Who told you guys to be so full of yourselves? Finally learned your lesson. Qin Yuan suddenly noticed something. He subconsciously looked at Scattered Shadow. The others have also noticed and looked over as well. Blood Pact Society was also a member of the Darknet. Scattered Shadow did not think that he would meet a legend from the same organization here. He wanted to approach Han Xiao and strike up a conversation, but he was afraid of being despised. His eyes were filled with a mix of respect and hesitation. Nonetheless, the arrival of Han Xiao made him feel much safer and more confident. He stared at Crowl with taunting in his eyes like he was going to look for trouble. Damn it, why is he here too? Crowl's back was completely soaked in cold sweat. The calmness he had earlier on was long gone. Seeing the provocative look in Scattered Shadow's eyes, he immediately turned away and did not look back. He then walked into the crowd and decided to be a coward. Scattered Shadow felt very relieved and relaxed. It was the first time he had felt so good by making use of the fear others had for someone other than himself. Under the strange atmosphere, seconds felt like years to everyone present. Then, finally, the plane was ready, and the Star Dragon soldiers announced that it was time to start boarding. The next moment, like everyone had made an agreement, they split open a path, and at the end of it was the confused Han Xiao. Qin Yuan coughed and said respectfully, Please go first. Well, this is quite a good treatment. Am I that scary? Han Xiao shook his head, carried his equipment bag, and boarded the plane before anyone else. He casually found a seat and sat down. The others only then heaved a sigh of relief and boarded the plane respectively. Whoosh! After some turbulence, the plane took off. The official path to go to Andrea for Han Xiao was to become a mercenary of Star Dragon. This was the easiest way. The reason he had chosen to use Black Phantom's identity and not change his face was, although the Six Nations accepted mercenaries into the war, they still would go through their records and did not allow anyone that was not trustworthy. This Black Phantom identity of his not only did help to fight the Germinal organization before, but also belonged to the Darknet. It was a very trustworthy identity and was approved easily. Of course, using the identity of Black Phantom would impact the Darknet's firm neutral ground negatively, but these were all small problems in Han Xiao's eyes. He actually had another choice, which was to change face and replace another mercenary, then board the plane secretly, but he felt that he did not need to go against the rules if he could enter through an official channel. The phone in his pocket started vibrating. Han Xiao took it out, and it was a call from Bennett. He picked up the call, and the next moment, Bennett's scream almost broke his eardrums. Come back now. Chapter 235, Infiltration 1. Chapter 235, Infiltration 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao moved the phone further away from his ear, before picking his ears with his pinky and saying unhappily, "Lower your voice. Why didn't you discuss with me?" Bennett said furiously. You represent the Darknet. Joining the war means we have lost our neutral ground. The impact behind this. Han Xiao covered the speaker and looked around at all the mercenaries who were eavesdropping with a warning in his eyes. The seats in the cargo plane were opposite each other, so everyone saw the look on Han Xiao's face. They were all confused as to how they messed with him. Qin Yuan was the first to react. He immediately took out earplugs and placed them in his ears. The others saw this and understood as well. They all followed suit. Only then did Han Xiao uncover the speaker, and Bennett's nonsense finally came toward the end. He did not hear most of it, but he still replied as if he was listening all the time. Therefore, don't get involved in this, Bennett said. The Germinal organization will definitely lose. No matter what grudge you hold against them, there's no need for you to settle it yourself. This is a private matter, Han Xiao replied. Of course. How can it not be a private matter? Bennett yelled furiously. The Germinal organization can't even take care of themselves anyway, Han Xiao said. Isn't it good to make use of the opportunity? Neutral standings aren't important in the current situation anyway, so don't worry. You didn't actually hear any of my analysis just now, did you? Bennett was stunned. TSK got found out. Han Xiao shook the phone rapidly and moved it further away while yelling, Hello, I'm on a plane. The signal is bad. You stop lying to. Han Xiao hung up the phone. Bennett would definitely be unhappy with him doing this, so Han Xiao felt somewhat apologetic. However, that did not mean that he would not do it just because Bennett was unhappy. Exterior factors would not determine his actions. He only followed his own thoughts. Furthermore, Han Xiao was very clear that there was no meaning to whether the Darknet maintained its neutral ground anymore. If the Germinal organization was destroyed, Darknet would be next on the list. The Darknet always seemed harmless, but no one could be sure that they would continue to be in the future. In the previous life toward the end of version 1.0, the Six Nations expressed their intentions to suppress the Darknet. Now that the Germinal organization had met their demise 2 years in advance and the Six Nations were not as damaged, they might suppress the Darknet at an even earlier date. At this moment, a Star Dragon commander walked into the cabin, waved his laptop, and said, 8 hours till we arrive in Andrea. The destination is Migratory Bird's Port on the south side. These are the basic situations of the southern battlefields and some missions. Take a look. After he finished, the people looked up at him in confusion. The commander was a little stunned. Should there be someone that would take the laptop from him? Holding onto the laptop and getting ignored is very awkward. Okay? Qin Yuan realized something. He hastily informed the others to take out the earplugs and said awkwardly, please say that again. After 10 minutes, everyone had a laptop in their hands and was studying the information. freewebnovel.com. Han Xiao suddenly said, Give me a map of the entire battlefield with the Germinal organization's territory and their basic layout. The commander agreed. The territory map and the layout of the enemy was not a secret. He had received orders to pay attention to Black Phantom and satisfy any of his reasonable needs. The reason that Star Dragon treated him so well had to do with Han Zhao's identity. In gaming terms, it was because he had high enough relationship points and legendary points. Intelligence was also a reason that Han Xiao had entered through the official channel. It was not easy to penetrate the battlefield, and if he rushed in without any knowledge of the enemy's strategic layout, he would most likely end up in a horrible position. The intelligence that the Six Nations had was very well rounded, and it was convenient for him to come up with an action plan. A lot of soldiers near the headquarters. Both ground and air are locked down. The Germinal Organization headquarters were made up of bases. The real core was the explosion-proof fortification hidden underground in the middle of these bases. That was Han Zhao's target. Han Xiao realized that there were many small gaps in the Germinal Organization's deployment, which seemed like a chance for him to head straight into the headquarters. These gaps were not very obvious but were not too secretive. Feels weird. Han Xiao rubbed his chins as his eyes twinkled. The cargo plane landed in Andria. The cabin doors opened, and the smell of dust and the tight war atmosphere filled the air. Countless battleships docked on the sea far away, and sound of helicopter blades passed above their head continuously. There were still burn marks from the coastline battle in this port. Star Dragon soldiers passed by one after another. Han Xiao alighted the plane along with the others. What followed next were all sorts of procedures that took 2 hours to complete. The mercenaries finally crossed the iron net obstruction, boarded the troop transport, and entered the battlefield area through the road. The vehicle was heading toward a battlefield on the front lines that was fighting with a Germinal Organization team in the ruins. After getting off the plane, Han Xiao had not stopped moving. He could feel the tense atmosphere in the battlefield as he passed through the battlefield. He occasionally saw refugees in ragged clothes staggering and retreating under the soldiers' lead. These were the wanderers in Andria. Their life was already tough enough, and the war made it even worse. The impact of the old-era war was still affecting Andria. The radiation pollution was still very severe, so plants and animals were rare. Many of the refugees had black-yellow scars on their skin, and some of them even had tumors. They alighted the vehicle upon arriving at the destination. Qin Yuan approached Han Xiao before the commander came. "Your Excellency Black Phantom, we hope you can lead us." Mercenaries respected the strong. Han Zhao's position was undoubted. It was the safest to act in groups on the battlefield, and it was an instinct to follow those who were strong. Han Xiao waved his hands, picked up his equipment, and left. Qin Yuan was stunned. He hurriedly yelled, "Where are you going?" "That's the way to leaving the battlefield. Our mission is..." Han Zhao's voice came from far away. "I'm not interested in that mission. I'm used to acting alone." Everyone helplessly exchanged looks. There was no need for him to join a team. He could just do things alone. A few days later, scorching sun burnt the ground of Mecha town, which had originally been a colony for the Wanderers. It had become a small-scale battlefield. Short and tiny buildings were destroyed, bullet shells littered on the ground, and burn marks scarred the scenery. There were still flames that had yet to go out, giving out black smoke. Hue, hue. A gasping sound appeared behind a building that was half collapsed. A few superhumans in Star Dragon combat suits were hiding behind the wall and cautiously observing the surroundings. They were pugilists cultivated by the military. With the civilization standard of planet Aquamarine, pugilists were the easiest to create in large numbers compared to the other superhuman classes. "Captain, our situation is very bad. The Germinal Organization has outnumbered us. They have a small team of 200 people, 7 superhumans, and 15 super soldiers. We only have 11 superhumans left, and we are separated from each other. I have requested for backup," Fang Yun said in a low voice. "The Division 13 agents will be providing the backup as long as we can hold on for an hour." "An hour? There is still a group of damn inhumans among the enemy. They are too difficult to deal with." At this moment, the sound of machine gun fire appeared from afar. Sounds of crying and screaming appeared but disappeared the next second. There was still a group of refugees that did not retreat successfully in this battlefield and hid in fear. The Germinal organization was worried that the people of Star Dragon might disguise themselves as these refugees, so they killed every one of them. With these refugees to stall time, we won't be discovered so soon. A flash of pity appeared in Fang Yun's eyes as he nodded heavily. At this point in time, they had to make use of everything to protect themselves. The battlefield did not allow sympathy, and there was no time to care about the lives of a group of refugees. There is no justice in war. At the same time, in the second floor of a building, Han Xiao changed his face and put on a ragged coat to disguise as a refugee. He stayed beside the window and looked out to observe the situation outside. This battlefield was the target that he had decided with after a few days of searching. His plan was to kill a member of the Germinal organization here, switch to his face, and disguise as him, which would allow for easier infiltration. He had used this method before and he planned to use it again. It would be as difficult as finding a needle in a sea to find him in this chaotic battlefield. When he observed the battlefield deployment, Han Xiao had noticed the gaps, but he thought that since he could notice this weakness, the Six Nations and the Germinal organization would be able to as well. It looked like a trap, so he decided to use his own method. The risk of breaking directly into the headquarters was too huge, and Han Xiao's destination was the underground headquarters, which would be many times harder. It was safer and stealthier to infiltrate by changing faces and identity. Even if he was exposed, they would not know his identity, and he could still switch to another face and continue infiltrating. At this moment, a loud bang came from someone kicking open the doors downstairs. A group of people came in to search the building. Chapter 236, Infiltration 2. Chapter 236, Infiltration 2. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ta, ta, ta. With the sound of footsteps, a pair of people headed upstairs. Han Xiao could see through the bullet holes in the walls that these people had IDs hovering above their heads. Unlucky, it's a group of players. He was wearing his smart meta-optical mask, but although the players could not know his real identity, they could at least see that his attributes were all question marks and would immediately be cautious. As these Germinal organization players approached, their conversation could also be heard. What's your contribution points? 127. I have 95. There are no contribution points to killing refugees. How annoying. Both players of the Six Nations and Germinal organization received battlefield missions. Killing enemies would grant them contribution points. The war between organizations should not have opened at this stage, but because of Han Xiao's effect on the storyline, the players joined the war at a very low level, and their impact on the war was minimized. With a loud thud, the door was kicked open. The two players walked in and saw Han Xiao in the corner. F***CK. Another refugee. One of them raised the gun immediately and prepared to fire. His attitude was like the person before him was equal to an ant. Whoosh! A few blades flew out near the ground and slashed through the two players' necks in a flash. Blood shot out as they turned into white light and disappeared. They were killed in an instant. These players were at around LV20 and had about 300 HP. With Han Xiao's abilities and talents, the damage of his purple compounded magnetic chain split blades was between 45 and 112, but he could deal about 3 times what was shown on the interface. Taking into consideration the enemy's damage resistance and reduction, it was still a piece of cake to instantly kill the players around this level. There were a few more players outside. Han Xiao wore his electromagnetic scanning goggles and looked through the wall for their locations. He controlled the hovering blades to penetrate the wall and slash open the throat of these players. No one could react. The last thing they saw was a flash of light. After killing all the enemies, Han Xiao returned the compounded magnetic chain split blades to his sleeve. Then Han Xiao changed to another face and left the building with a low profile. He hid in the ruins and avoided the Germinal organization troops before finding a new house and observing the situation, waiting for an opportunity. Hope it's not players again, Han Xiao mumbled. Flashes of white light appeared one after another. These players revived at the Germinal organization battlefield revival point. They still had not realized what had happened, and their faces were filled with confusion. How did I die? Was there a bug? They looked at the combat information on their interfaces hastily. Has dealt 275 damage to you. Has dealt 267 damage to you. You were killed by. The players were all confused. What was this? Tuck, tuck, tuck. A string of bullets was being fired at a super soldier of the Germinal organization, hitting his exoskeleton. These monsters are too tough. Fang Yun threw the firearm aside and waved his fists, launching a punch. It clashed with the exoskeleton fist of the super soldier and left a dent. Super soldiers were not as strong as normal superhumans, but the Germinal organization had improved this technology through many experiments and were able to mass-produce the super soldiers. It was quite a headache in the battlefield for the Six Nations. Fang Yun and his team worked together and defeated the super soldier very quickly. However, the sound of battle attracted other superhumans of the Germinal organization, and a siege battle started. It was bloody and merciless. Fang Yun's team members fell one after another. Fang Yun was besieged by the super soldiers. He was wounded all everywhere, and blood spilled out of his mouth as he was moving. A team member sacrificed himself and opened up a gap in the siege. Fang Yun dashed out without hesitation and ran with all his might with people chasing behind him. Fang Yun could not remember if he ran for 10 or 20 minutes. The exhaustion and injuries were too much for him to endure. His legs softened, and he fell onto the ground. He had no strength left to even stand up, but he continued struggling and crawled forward. Two Germinal organization superhumans caught up. They rubbed their fists and walked toward Fang Yun with a ferocious smile on their faces. Fang Yun clenched his teeth. These two people were the ones who had killed his team member earlier. Both sides were building ruins, and there was nowhere to escape. Fang Yun stopped crawling and stared at the duo, squeezing every last bit of strength he had left, wanting to muster some energy and give the duo a surprise attack before he died. They walked closer and closer, and when they were only 10 meters away, a shadow appeared behind them. However, they did not notice at all and continued walking forward. Fang Yun was stunned. The person was dressed like a refugee. What the? Blades hovered beside the refugee. With a flash of light, they penetrated these two from behind and went back and forth several times within a blink of an eye. The faces of these two people froze. More than 10 wounds appeared on their bodies the next second, and blood shot out like a fountain. Fang Yun was completely shocked. Two Germinal organization superhumans had been killed instantly by a refugee. You! Before he finished his sentence, that shadow appeared in front of him, and the next moment his vision became dark as he was knocked unconscious. Both at about level 30. After seeing the combat information on the interface, Xiao felt a sense of lamentation. Level 30 had once been a chasm that he had never been able to cross, but now he could kill them easily. Xiao avoided the face so that he could still change into their face. He first took out the items on these two people's body, including any identification, then looked at their names and held on to them. He pressed on his cheeks. A triangular scanning beam shot out from in between his brows and scanned the face of one of the corpses. The following moment, Xiao's face became exactly the same. He removed the clothes on the corpse and put them on. He then listened to the internal communication of the Germinal organization troops through the headphones. They were sweeping up the rest of the Star Dragon soldiers. Xiao pondered for a while before setting the two corpses on fire and throwing them aside. He left the Star Dragon soldier alone. Xiao had yet to leave when he heard a new message from the headphones. Attention, the enemy's backup has arrived. There are superhumans from Division 13. The enemies are too strong. Fall back immediately. I need backup. I'm at the west side of Fizz. Xiao's eyes twinkled. This was just the right situation for him to infiltrate. Following the sound of cannons and guns, Xiao came to the battlefield. He realized that the Germinal organization troops had been intercepted by the backup team of Star Dragon. The superhumans of both sides were clashing with each other. The agents of Division 13 had a steady upper hand. The targets hit by their bullets were covered in flames and burnt. It was a huge threat that made the people of the Germinal organization wary. High explosive rounds? Xiao's eyes twinkled. Had the high explosive rounds that he had given Star Dragon before he left still not been finished? What he did not know was, after he left, Division 13 collected all the leftover high explosive rounds, and after they burned 3 workshops trying to figure out its blueprint, they sealed them up as important resources, only giving them to their agents during very important missions. There was not anyone that he knew among these Division 13 agents, but there were a few he might have seen once or twice. He was reminded of Li Yalan and the team. They had definitely been sent somewhere in the battlefield for missions. He wondered if they were still alive. A Germinal organization superhuman saw Han Xiao and yelled, "Carius, quickly come over and help." The unlucky guy that Han Xiao had changed into was called Carius. This yell also made the Star Dragon people notice Han Xiao and fired at him. With his fast reactions, Han Xiao hastily dodged and left a burning trail on the ground behind him. He rarely used high explosive rounds anymore, and he did not expect the Division 13 to still be using them. After all, they were just his leftovers. Han Xiao did not want to be stalled, but trouble came looking for him. A Star Dragon agent turned and headed his way. He dashed over, covered in flames, and took out a knife handle. It was the retractable knife that Han Xiao had built before. "Hello, pugilist." Han Xiao hooked his fingers. Compounded magnetic chain split blades flew out low on the ground and immediately slashed open the flesh of this pugilist. He fell onto the ground the next moment while he was still charging toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao bolted over and sent him flying with a kick. He hit an SUV and the entire vehicle was turned over. This guy would probably spend half a year in bed for that injury. The Germinal organization soldier that had called Han Xiao's name was stunned. Since when was Carius so strong? Just as he wanted to call Han Xiao for help, he saw that Han Xiao had knocked over the people obstructing the way and hopped into a car, immediately escaping. The people of the Germinal organization were stunned. Then they realized what had happened and all hastily jumped up the cars to escape. They were in an extremely disadvantageous position anyway. As soon as someone started something like this, there would be people that followed. The troops escaped back to the temporary base. The commander immediately yelled and questioned them. The Germinal organization soldiers hastily explained the situation. Han Xiao also said a few words to add on. No one suspected him, or rather, they did not have the time to suspect him. This temporary base was very hectic, so after the commander finished listening to the explanation, he immediately sent the troops for other missions. After infiltrating the camp, Han Xiao collected intelligence incautiously. His plan was to get closer to the headquarters by continuously changing his identity. The most direct targets were those troops that headed in the direction of the headquarters. Chapter 237, Infiltration 3. Chapter 237, Infiltration 3. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Xiao was asking around until night fell, when he found out that a supply convoy had transported a large number of munitions from a resource warehouse nearer to the headquarters. That convoy would be returning in 20 minutes. Han Xiao located one of the drivers, changed his face, and lured him out. He cracked the driver's neck when they were alone and then changed into his face and clothes. It was troublesome to get rid of the body, so Han Xiao found a very creative and not bloody way, which was to find a player and give him the mission to get rid of the body. Although he set his identity to be unknown in the mission, the players would not care at all. The mission was accepted immediately. Convenient, Han Xiao thought. He had a new idea: the players could be of help for his infiltration. Although the Germinal organization players' loyalty was fixed, they still had the freedom to accept missions, and the Germinal organization did not know that. Han Xiao received an order very soon after he disguised himself as a driver. The GPS in the car showed the route, so Han Xiao simply followed the convoy and arrived at the resources warehouse half a day later. He then used the same method to gain more intelligence. After 2 days, Han Xiao finally arrived at a base near the headquarters after changing his identity many times. The group of black bases could be seen far away, occupying as much space as a medium-sized city. This was the Germinal organization's headquarters, but Han Xiao knew that the real core area was hidden underground. Han Xiao asked around from the soldiers there and found that it was almost impossible to enter the underground headquarters. Thus, he had to find a target with special identity. Fang Yun woke up and realized that he was lying on a hospital bed in a medical tent. Around him were injured soldiers. Seeing that he was awake, the doctor walked to him and said, "I have treated your wounds. You have been unconscious for 1 day. How's Mecha town?" The backup made it in time and defeated the enemies, but some of them escaped. They are now calculating the losses. "Let me take a look." Fang Yun coughed weakly. The doctor hastily handed over the water bottle. Fang Yun grabbed it and took a huge gulp before gasping for air. As a superhuman, he was treated very well. Someone brought the battle damage statistics very soon. Fang Yun browsed through impatiently. Seeing that all his teammates were confirmed to be dead, he was filled with sorrow and rage. He flipped to the death count of the enemy, and suddenly his pupils constricted. One enemy is missing. Fang Yun realized that the person missing was Carius. The superior sent the intel on the enemies shortly after in video form. Enemies were identified through matching screenshots of the video recorded during battle with the database, and most of the superhumans in the Germinal organization were in the database. That's him. The missing guy is called Carius. I saw him die with my own eyes. The superior frowned and said, "But according to our witness intel, Carius escaped and is alive, and we also didn't find his body." Fang Yun felt a chill up his spine. He immediately recalled that refugee. In the underground headquarters of Germinal organization, the leader was looking at the tactical map in silence. The map was marked with red and blue areas. Red was the Six Nations forces and blue was theirs. The blue was surrounded by red and was only getting smaller with time. This was the situation for the Germinal organization. They were at a total disadvantage. However, the leader did not care about the gains of losses of these areas. He did not put all their forces into the battlefield as he was discreetly preparing for a counterattack. However, it could not be carried out yet because he had to get rid of Zero who could foresee first, or else the exposed plan would be meaningless. Although Destiny's Child claimed that Zero would come to find them, the leader had to take care of some details. He purposely left some gaps in the deployment on the battlefield. Zero might take these routes if he wanted to infiltrate the headquarters, but the intel from the hidden scouts disappointed him again and again. There was no one who had infiltrated through those gaps. The method Han Xiao used to infiltrate was unnoticed by the leader. The longer the leader waited, the more impatient he grew. The ability to foresee that Zero possessed was like a blade hanging on the organization's head, and their actions were very restricted. Still not here. The leader had asked the scouts as usual, but the results were disappointed once again. He started to doubt if Destiny's Child's claim had failed this time. Because he really did not understand why Zero had to come to the headquarters, he could not figure out what Han Zhao's goal was. He never would have thought that Han Zhao's target was Aurora. That was completely unexpected. The pollution from the factories and the thick clouds painted the sky gray, and the clouds within 10 miles looked like they were going to fall any time. The surface headquarters consisted of numerous bases, vehicles traveled within, and sentinels guarded every junction to check for identifications. The main base in the middle was an enormous metal fortress with a ferocious metal tower that penetrated into the sky. The entrance was a large alloy gate. The side gates on both sides were the human entrance, and the vehicle entrance was in the middle, more than wide enough for 3 tanks to enter simultaneously. Helipads were built on top of the exterior walls. Helicopters took off and landed from time to time. The entrance was very lively. Convoys were entering and leaving, and rows of guards stood on the side of the road and scanned the area to maintain safety. One of the guards was Han Xiao in disguise. He turned his eyes and observed the surrounding environment. The effect of the mask was outstanding. This method of infiltration was extremely stealthy. After changing his identity many times, he finally got an identity that could get him into the headquarters. In order to become a guard, Han Xiao had to patiently wait for a few days, and it went without saying what happened to the original owner of this identity. Han Xiao had never been one to have mercy in these times. When the shift finally ended, Han Xiao followed the others into the surface headquarters. It was huge and spacious. It was more than 10 meters tall just in the first level. After entering the door, a huge space came into sight. Things were being loaded onto their transportation, Commanders were resting. It was lively and noisy. Smoke from the operating engines made the air quality very bad. The door of garage was at the west side. Many ground transportations were parked inside. The doors at the other directions were for the people. Han Xiao knew the basic structure of the Germinal Organization headquarters. The underground headquarters were connected with the surface headquarters. By authorizing one's identity in the lift, one could enter the underground headquarters. Quite a number of people had the authority to enter the surface headquarters, including even some players belonging to the Germinal Organization. Han Xiao chose a suitable target and changed into the target's identity in a discreet corner. He then entered the lift with his new identity card and scanned it on the reader. The green light turned on, and the lift stopped at an underground level. A metal tunnel came into Han Xiao's sights after the doors opened, leading to the underground headquarters. He opened the doors and entered. The underground headquarters were intense and quiet, not lively like it was on the ground. One could clearly feel the intensity in the air. The members walking around all had emotionless expressions and were in a quick pace. Everyone looked busy. Han Xiao's eyes twinkled. He covered up the energy in his body and acted like a normal person. He then straightened his collar and started walking while planning for his next step. He was already halfway to success now that he was in the underground headquarters. That is what infiltration should be like. It was unwise for him to drag it for too long. He would be in a very dire position should his identity be exposed. He touched the equipment bag and felt a little safer. The security measures had to be turned off through the central computer before he could save anyone in the headquarters, and he also had to access the central computer for another goal he had. Therefore, he needed a hostage that had the authority to operate the central computer. Fortunately, Han Xiao had kept someone in mind since very long ago. Cyberlos. Chapter 238. Nerve Connection. 1. Chapter 238. Nerve Connection. 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao knew about Cyberlos in his previous life. A high-rank researcher of the Germinal Organization, research fanatic, known by the players because he was the one in charge of the research that turned Aurora into Aurora Jam. To him, he could only do more experiments if he was alive, so he could betray any organization without any hesitation. Loyalty was worthless in his eyes. Han Xiao was very confident that if he threatened Cyberlos, he would compromise for his life, provided no one saw them. There was a small problem, however. The headquarters were enormous, and Han Xiao had no idea where Cyberlos was at the moment. At this time, a player with a hovering ID able his head walked past, so Han Xiao had an idea. There are players in the underground headquarters too. I can try to use them, Han Xiao thought. Electrolux was on the way to submit a daily training mission. Suddenly, a Germinal Organization soldier appeared and stopped him. The soldier looked extremely ferocious yet was smiling friendly, like a crocodile laughing. The unlucky person that Han Xiao replaced looked too rough. Electrolux shivered and said, What do you want? Han Xiao laughed friendly but made Electrolux feel a chill up his spine. He paused and said, Hey there. I have a small matter that I need your help with. As he spoke, he set a mission and gave it out. The mission requirement was to find Cyberlo's location. He wrote in the mission introduction that he had something urgent to report as if he really did. Since the players would not normally doubt the mission introduction, they would not suspect anything. Electrolux was pleasantly surprised. It was the first time that he had experienced a mission coming directly to him. Furthermore, the reward was quite rich, so he was tempted. Finding Cyberlos was very easy. He could only be in the lab. Okay, I'll be back very soon. Electrolux went to confirm. Not long after, Han Xiao received the message that Cyberlos was browsing data in the experiment level. Han Xiao's eyes twinkled. He gave another mission to Electrolux and asked him to get him the map for the headquarters. It was difficult for him to acquire such a thing, but it was easy for the players in the headquarters. Electrolux did not suspect anything. He passed the map that he had with him to Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked at it in details and nodded. He had plans for the next step. The experiment level occupied a very large area. Han Xiao came to the resting station of the researchers, used the compounded magnetic chain split blades to block the camera in the corner temporarily, forced open the uniform box, took out a few white coats and masks, disguised himself as a research, and walked to the experiment level openly. Cyberlos was in a large experiment lab at the time, ordering the others to test the performance of a group of super soldiers while he browsed the data on the computer. Seeing that there were many people there, Xiao pulled his mask, walked closer to Cyberlos discreetly, took out a simple detector and scanned him roughly. The result was that he was not wearing a wire as expected. Cyberlos spent most of his time in the headquarters, so he was not very cautious and also did not have any guards following him. Xiao turned around and turned his back on Cyberlos, acting like he was arranging the data. He bent his finger. A blade hovered very close to the ground and flew into Cyberlos' coat, touching against his heart. Cyberlos felt something cold near his chest. He hastily reached out his hands to his chest and felt a piece of thin metal. Shocked, he immediately wanted to unbutton his collar to check. It was at this moment that he heard a clear whisper despite the noisy surroundings. "Quiet, don't move, don't yell, or this piece of blade will slice open your heart. Now act like nothing happened and listen to my orders. You don't listen, you die. You trigger the alarm, you also die." fguyuyobinovel.com. Cyberlos looked around. Everyone looked like enemy to him. He said softly, "Calm down, what do you want me to do?" He did not dare fight back because he was worried for his life. "Leave the lab, act normal." "Okay. Don't do anything to me." Cyberlos took a few deep breaths and said loudly, "You guys continue the experiment. I have something to attend to." After he finished saying that, he walked to the door without raising the other researcher's suspicion. Xiao paused for a while and followed behind Cyberlos. The two came to the corridor. Cyberlos saw Xiao behind him and knew that this was the person who threatened him. He sized him up and said softly, "What else do you want me to do? Bring me to the central computer. I need your authorization. Don't try to pull of any tricks. I can penetrate your heart in less than 0.1 second if anything abnormal happens." "I won't," Cyberlos said as he felt the coldness on his chest. Then he calmed his mind and led the way. He was not a soldier. His life was more important than anything to him. He knew that he had no choice but to compromise, so he was not willing to take the risk of triggering the alarm. They met quite many Germinal organization members on the way, and Cyberlos acted very naturally, nodding as usual. Xiao followed behind. The others had no suspicion and thought that he was Cyberlos' assistant. After entering an empty corridor, Cyberlos looked carefully at Xiao's face and suddenly said softly, "I see you had a surgery on your face, Zero." Xiao was shocked. How did he figure out my identity? "In order to catch you, the leader has planted an inescapable trap. Countless executive officers are on standby, ready to act any time, and here you are as expected." Xiao's expression changed a little in disbelief. The leader had set up an ambush and waited for him, which meant that he knew he would sneak in. How is this possible? I haven't told anyone about my plan. Does the leader have someone who can predict the future? Does that mean I am already in siege at the moment? Xiao was perplexed at the time, but he hastily calmed himself down. Then he noticed something wrong. If the leader really knew his goal, he could not have snuck in this easily. That meant that the leader had limited knowledge and did not even know he had the ability to infiltrate through changing his face, which explained why there were no preventive measures. Xiao instantaneously thought of the gap between the deployment layout of the Germinal organization and was now sure that it was a trap. Although he had many questions, since Cyberlos had mentioned the matter, Xiao knew what he meant. Xiao suppressed his killing intent and said in a low voice, "Tell me everything you know. I will consider letting you live." Feeling the cold and piercing murderous intent, Cyberlos' back was soaked in cold sweat. He forced himself to calm down and said, "This is all the prediction of Destiny's Child." Destiny's Child? Xiao frowned. He had never heard of such a person in the Germinal organization. Destiny's Child's ability might be foreseeing the future. It might also be deciding the future. We are unsure as well. He said you will walk into the trap yourself. Cyberlos described everything from the beginning, Destiny's Child's ability, the prediction about Xiao, the leader's plans, and other things. For the sake of his own life, he poured out everything he knew. There is someone like that hidden in the germinal organization? Han Xiao was shocked. There was no information about this person in his previous life. It seemed like this was the germinal organization's deepest secret. If Destiny's Child could influence the future, did that mean his thought of saving Aurora could have been forced upon him? Suddenly, he felt a strong need to kill Destiny's Child. The mind was one's palace. Anyone would be extremely furious if it was invaded. Many abilities could influence the mind: psychic, magic, esper, and there were even similar natural phenomenon in the universe. The psychic current, for one, was made up of thoughts, emitting waves that affected the mind, traveling in the universe unseen, causing any life form that passes by to hear voices from the psychic current and thus get influenced. However, after some pondering, Han Xiao felt this guess was way too unbelievable because he already had thought about saving Aurora when he first saw Gila more than 1 year ago, and he had analyzed the reasons for doing so, which were all beneficial to himself. It did not feel like he was influenced to do it at all. Furthermore, saving Aurora was not the only motive he had for infiltrating the germinal organization headquarters. There had to be limitations to Destiny's Child's abilities, or at least it had a limited effect on him. However, he did come to germinal organization headquarters alone as predicted, and that had him relieved and worried at the same time. He finally understood how dreadful it was to have an enemy that might be able to predict the future. Suddenly, he felt the leader's pain. I have made the germinal organization suffer so much. The leader probably wants to skin me alive. From what Cyberlos had said, Han Xiao knew that there was a large number of executive officers and troops hidden in the headquarters at the moment, all waiting to ambush him, and as soon as anything happened, a siege could be formed any time. He was in a rather dire situation. However, Han Xiao also noticed the huge advantage that he had, which was that the leader only knew he would come, not when he would come or what was his goal. Seems like I still have the upper hand, but I can't drag this any longer. It'll be best to complete the goal and leave immediately. If he could complete the mission and leave without raising the alarm, it would be the best result. Also, he made a mental note of Destiny's Child. Chapter 239, Nerve Connection, 2. Chapter 239, Nerve Connection, 2. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, atlasstudiosfreewabove.com. The central computer room was located at the core area of the headquarters. It stored a large amount of confidential information. Cyberlos had the necessary authority, so he turned off the defense measures and brought Han Xiao into the central computer room. Rows of large hard drives were placed neatly like a bookshelf. Indicator lights flashed continuously, and at the end of the central computer room was the monitor and the controls. The room was simpler than the underground central computer room of Stardragon Division 13. Cyberlos turned on the central computer, keyed in the password, then identified his fingerprint and scanned his retinas. There was actually a secret alarm measure in this step, where one set of passwords would activate the alarm in the event that a high-ranked official was threatened. However, Cyberlos did not plan to do such thing for the sake of his own safety. He believed that Han Xiao could kill him easily before being caught, and he did not want to take the risk. Thus, this alarm measure was useless to him. Cyberlos was lawless and extremely daring when doing experiments, but when something concerned his life, he was a total coward. "What do you want to see?" Cyberlos asked. "Full map of the headquarters," Han Xiao said. Cyberlos controlled the computer, and the construction map of the headquarters showed up on the screen. Han Xiao took out Viper's helmet from his equipment bag, took a photo of the map, and stored it into the database to create a 3D model automatically. At the same time, he was also memorizing the map, quickly locating where Aurora was imprisoned. Thinking about the Destiny's Child mentioned earlier, Han Xiao was a little tempted to see what that was about, but Cyberlos said that only the leader had the authority to open the gate toward the Destiny's Child. Thus, Han Xiao had to let go of that idea. "Open your confidential intelligence database," Han Xiao said. Cyberlos did as he was told. The secrets were laid out right in front of Han Xiao. Gathering this intelligence was the other reason he had come to the germinal organization headquarters. He had changed the original storyline, so it was only natural that there would be secrets that he did not know. Furthermore, he had just been a player in his previous life, so he did not have information on things like experiment stats, deployment plans, and such. Han Xiao saw the exoskeleton structure of the super soldiers. It did indeed use the technology from the light mechanical arm he once had left behind. They were basically just using his leftovers. Han Xiao recorded all the intelligence, especially the detailed information regarding the Hand of Death system. Giving all this to the Six Nations could create incomparable advantages for them and eliminate the Germinal organization's last resort. The more useful the intel he contributed, the more progress he would made in his mission. That was not all. The Six Nations and the Germinal organization both had a part of the class advancement knowledge. Opportunities like this did not come very often. His target was indeed the class advancement knowledge. Han Xiao always liked to maximize his benefits. Saving Aurora was not his only goal. Intel and class advancement knowledge were, too. Open the knowledge database, Han Xiao said. Class advancement knowledge of pugilist, esper, and mechanic showed up on the screen. Han Xiao let out a long exhale upon seeing that class knowledge. He was excited deep down. He could finally gain new class advancement knowledge after so many months. The mechanic class advancement knowledge the Germinal organization had was Nerve's connection of the control branch. Mechanic class advancement knowledge detected. Nerve's connection. Spend 2 potential points to learn. Confirm. Learning in progress. Do not cancel. 5%. 43%. 78%. Successfully learned. You have learned Nerve's connection. Han Xiao closed his eyes and felt the new knowledge appeared in his mind. Like the name suggested, Nerve's connection was an important technology related to biological machinery. By reading the nerve signal from a life form, machinery could be controlled with one's mind, increasing the reaction speed several levels. Having new advanced class knowledge meant that the number of possible knowledge combinations increased, and he could fuse many more blueprints. It was a direct benefit to him. Finally, I have the second class advancement knowledge after the one from Star Dragon about a year ago. Han Xiao did not stop there. He also recorded the class advancement knowledges for pugilist and esper. Although he could not use them, he could sell them to the players in the future and profit a lot from it. Controlling the source would give him a monopoly over the technology and attract the players. Furthermore, these were the core abilities for the players, so selling them would not be a problem. When the level of the players was higher, they would start to need class advancement knowledge, and when they realized that they could buy from Han Xiao started to worry if he could take that level of popularity. Intel and knowledge, it was a lot of profit. Cyberlos was watching from the side all the time. Suddenly, he felt a chill and asked while shivering, Are you an inhuman? Through their research, the organizations had realized that the inhuman had the ability to learn things very quickly, and Han Xiao's actions earlier were a little suspicious, so Cyberlos suddenly thought of this possibility. Han Xiao had an evil idea. He laughed and misleadingly said, What do you think? Cyberlos suddenly felt a chill around his hands and feet. The arch-enemy of the organization was an undead inhuman. Then what was the point of opposing him? T. What the hell? Damn it. But you appeared much earlier than the Inhumans. Before Cyberlos finished his sentence, he became extremely shocked and looked at Han Xiao as if he was looking at a ghost. Is Zero actually the first Inhuman? Was the Inhuman phenomenon actually spread by Zero and his ability? Not bothering about Cyberlos, whose thoughts diverged further and further from the truth, Han Xiao checked the intelligence and made sure it was correct before asking, Is there a self-destruction program in your central computer? Who would be so stupid to set a self-destruction function in the headquarters? That's crazy. Cyberlos wiped away his sweat. Viper completed the 3D map at that moment, so everything was ready. Han Xiao pulled Cyberlos up and yelled, Turn off all the defense measures of Area A4. Freeze all the surveillance cameras. Cyberlos did as he was told hastily. Then it occurred to him. Area A4, isn't that where the little girl with the vital power ability is imprisoned? What do you want to do? I want that little girl. Let's go. Han Xiao left the central computer room while pushing Cyberlos. Cyberlos was stunned. He could understand why Han Xiao wanted the intel, but Aurora was the organization's top secret. Han Xiao had not looked into details of the intelligence he just received, so it was like he knew it all along. Was the reason that Han Xiao chose him to be the hostage also because he knew that he would cooperate? Cyberlos felt a chill up his spine. The feeling of being completely exposed was a fear that deeply penetrated into his bones, devouring his mind. Cyberlos was very good cover. They came to Area A4 without any problem. After walking past the twisted corridors, they finally came to the tunnel toward the prison Aurora was in. The defense measures had already been turned off. The duo arrived at the gate, and the guards stopped them. Open the gate. Cyberlos tried to be as calm as possible. Cyberlos, I didn't receive any authorization, the guards said with confusion. Just the routine blood draw. But someone is already drawing the blood, the guards said hesitantly. However, when they saw that Cyberlos was losing his patience, they still opened the gate. Walking into the room, Han Xiao finally saw Aurora. She was petite and skinny. Her skin was the kind of pale that had not been under the sun for years. She was locked in the room with glass walls, like an animal in a zoo. The little girl was cowering in the corner and hugging her knees. She looked at the people in white coats outside with fear. These people were pushing a small trolley full of tools and preparing for the blood draw. Aurora vividly remembered the pain of the blood draw, and it was going to happen again today. She bit her lips and hoped that the waiting could last forever. However, she knew that these people would enter the room sooner or later and insert a needle into her blood vessels and bones while she helplessly watched her life force turn into a red torrent and leave her body in a tube. Aurora had fantasized that her older sister would save her from this fate, but she knew that was too much to ask. She did not want her sister to be in danger just to save her, so all she could do was look happy and optimistic in front of Gila. Only then would Gila not feel even worse and feel less stressed. At this time, she saw the gate open once again. 2 people walked in. Then she could only see a few white lights flashing before she saw the people in white coat and the guards fall onto the floor with blood spurting out from their bodies. Aurora blinked with confusion. She stared blankly as the glass wall that stood between her and freedom was opened easily. A ferocious-looking weird uncle walked in and reached out toward her. I'm here to save you, follow me. Aurora froze in place. She had fantasized and dreamed of this moment, but when freedom finally came, she was lost. Chapter 240 Shock. Chapter 240 Shock. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Aurora looked at the hands that reached out for her before raising her head to look into Han Xiao's eyes. Why are you here to save me? She asked timidly. Han Xiao pondered and said, You can take it as I'm just a warm-hearted person. Who are you? Aurora turned her head sideways. You can call me Zero, Han Xiao said casually. Aurora's wet and large eyes were filled with surprise. So, you're Uncle Zero. Han Xiao squinted his eyes. Being called uncle made him felt like he was abducting a little girl. Cyberlos hesitated before speaking up. She went through brainwashing. You should take note of that if you want to save her. Brainwash? He knew about this rumor, but Aurora's expression did not look like she was brainwashed. Han Xiao's eyes twinkled, and he said, Tell me more. We have many methods of brainwash, Cyberlos said softly, such as the destructive one that will recreate one's personality or the gentle one that twists their thoughts. We have also been researching on chips recently, although there has yet to be any progress. Which method was used on me? Han Xiao said with interest. Cyberlos was immediately covered in cold sweat. He braced himself and said, I saw your documents before. When we found you, you were already severely injured, delirious, and had clear signs of memory loss. When you became a test subject, because of the importance of your brain and the fact that you were already in such a state, we used the gentle brainwashing method. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. Back then, he had been tormented for quite some time by conflicting images and sounds that could be nullified if his intelligence was just higher than 10. He figured that it was not any sort of destructive method. Anyway, it was in the past, and Han Xiao did not particularly care about it. What about her? Her elder sister is a strong executive officer. Her ability is very unique. She holds a special position and has contributed a lot to the organization. Because of that, Aurora's brainwash was an even more gentle method. Her personality and mind remained unchanged. However, if she hears a set of specific words, her brainwashed personality will take over, and she will follow orders strictly, Cyberlos said. Han Xiao understood roughly. Although Aurora was important, there would not be any accidents since she was completely under control. Her sister, Gila, was a sharp blade, so they left Aurora's personality unchanged as a way to order Gila. Getting rid of the brainwashed personality would not be a problem. Since Aurora was just a weak little girl, Han Xiao just had to knock her unconscious if her brainwashed personality was awakened. At that moment, Han Xiao realized something. Wait a minute. How do you know me? My elder sister told me about your story. That's weird. What did Gila mention me for? Han Xiao thought. This little girl seemed to be rather friendly toward him, which was really weird since they should be enemies. He wondered what Gila had told her. Aurora stood up wobbly, put her hand in Han Xiao's hand, and said, "Thank you for saving me. Please bring me away." Han Xiao was interested. "Aren't you afraid that I will use you like the Germinal organization?" My older sister said, "No matter how dangerous the future is, it will be better than now." Aurora raised her head. Her innocent face was filled with seriousness. Seeing that Aurora was so understanding, Han Xiao was relieved. His understanding of Aurora was only limited to the rumors in his previous life. There had been a side mission to investigate the source of the drug that Aurora was made into, and through that, the players came to know about Aurora. Therefore, he did not know Aurora's personality, and he did not expect things to go so smoothly. There would be plenty of opportunities to improve their relationship later on, and now was obviously not a good place and time. The surveillance cameras of this area were frozen, and it would be found out sooner or later. Thus time was scarce. Han Xiao moved the bodies in, took off the white coat and mask from one of them, and gave them to Aurora for disguise. Aurora followed his instructions. Han Xiao only felt how truly skinny Aurora was when he touched her. It was pitiful. However, Han Xiao did not have any needless emotions. After he disguised her, he turned and yelled at Cyberlos, "Bring us to the underground tunnel, and I promise not to kill you once we're safe. The Six Nations likes people with your abilities. You should still be able to receive funding for your research over there." The escape route was definitely not going to be the main gate now that Aurora was with them. The underground headquarters were connected to many underground tunnels. The tunnels were railway tracks that transported resources and people, and they spread out like a spider's web. The plan was to take Cyberlos as a hostage, use his authority, and leave the headquarters from the underground tunnel, hopefully with Cyberlos cooperating willingly. That was why Han Xiao gave him such a promise. Although Cyberlos did not want to leave the research that he had in the Germinal organization behind, he also did not want to die. So Han Xiao's solution was acceptable, and he even felt relieved. The Germinal organization was a sinking ship. To be able to change a side at this time might be a better choice. As they were going to head out, Han Xiao suddenly stopped. He realized that the small body size of Aurora would attract too much attention even with a disguise. He thought for a moment and took out an empty single-shoulder equipment bag. "Get in." Aurora did as she was told and climbed into the bag. As the zip closed, her vision became dark. She could only feel herself being lifted and moved. "Sister." Aurora cowered in the bag, closed her hands in front of her chest, and prayed. The three of them quickly passed various levels and headed toward the underground tunnel. At the same time, the leader, who was listening to the battlefield analysis, suddenly took out his phone. The central computer was browsed by Cyberlos. A lot of confidential information was gone through. The leader narrowed his eyes and raised suspicion. He said to the assistant, "Find Cyberlos' location and show the surveillance camera footage on my laptop." Then, the leader operated his laptop and entered the central computer system through a backdoor command. He looked at the browsing history and immediately noticed that Cyberlos had turned off all the defensive measures. The surveillance camera footage could be seen, too. Cyberlos had entered the central computer room with another person. The leader's eyes became sharp and cold. He was immediately able to deduct that Cyberlos was under duress, and this stranger was most likely Zero. He did not step into his traps and snuck in another way. Well, Don't think about leaving now that you're here. The leader sent out orders immediately. Send all the nearby executive officers to surround Area C-11 and the entrances of underground tunnels 3 to 11. Do it secretly and don't raise any attention. The leader did not turn on the alarm in the headquarters. He wanted to secretly trap Zero to make sure he was dead. At a lounge in the underground headquarters, a group of executive officers played poker out of boredom. It's so damn boring to stand by every day. How I wish to go to the battlefield. Someone lamented. What's good about the battlefield? There's danger everywhere. With these Inhumans and super soldiers, there's no need for us to put our lives at stake. Someone sneered. Super soldiers are a group of monsters that are even more disgusting than the Inhumans. They're a bunch of half-completed trash. Someone derided. The normal superhumans looked down on those mass-produced soldiers. At the side, Gila sat on the sofa with an indifferent expression and rested with closed eyes. Her coldness stopped people from approaching, and she did not approach anyone either. She was not part of the lively atmosphere. All of a sudden, Gila opened her eyes and turned her head in a specific direction. The coldness on her face was gone, replaced by shock and rage in her eyes. The life mark that she had left on Aurora moved. These executive officers suddenly received orders from their superiors, and before it was finished, they heard a loud blast. As they looked up, they saw that the gate was shattered. Gila had already turned into a high-speed, dark red shadow and disappeared at the end of the corridor. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.